followers for this host.
Another.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Welcome to
Hello, people.
April the 1st. Munted stream, Drams and Dribble. So for those that don't know, I am now simulcast streaming on YouTube, Rumble, and Kick all at the same time.
Good day.
But doesn't Daylight Saving finish tomorrow?
He's made.
Anthony, Cheech,
Good day.
Everybody else, but
Aliens.
Kitty. Cheers, mate. Good day.
hey, Cheech, love
Adolino.
you.
Cheers, mate.
Cheech in the house. What's
Wait,
up,
you
brother?
getting up so early, Cheech?
Good to see you up nice and early, Cheech.
And show your kitty. Meow.
So if you type exclamation mark Rumble, it'll come up with a link for that. If you type exclamation mark Utron, it'll come up with a link for that. I'm just going to add the one for Kick right now. Chatbot, chat commands,
All
custom
these
commands,
extra things.
all the things.
All the things.
Hit the road, having brekkie while I get ready. Back on the road again.
Good day.
On the road
Night
again.
bot. Cheers, mate.
Wait to get on the road
Night bot.
again.
5 fingers, high fives, Lilith Morgan.
High five, 5 fingers.
That's the link, which I did post in this thingy-majiggy, what's it call it?
Nightbot. 5 fingers, high fives, Chris.
Hello.
Oh, hail the mighty Gizmo. Okay.
All hail the mighty Gizmo.
And then if we type that, it should come up with a link for Kick. There you go. Oh yeah.
Someone's still trying to figure it out, so it's fine.
Well, it's working. We're on there.
Cool.
We're on the Kick. Should be Rumble. Should be going. But it's saying it had to change the codec.
So is it a bit like what's the other one?
Yep, we're on Rumble.
Yep,
So Kick is a
Rumble's-
little bit like Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch. That's it.
Yeah. Yep, and then I've got all the chats up the right there as well.
Nice. Sounds good.
That's it.
What the fuck are we actually drinking? I have no idea.
I'm drinking some wine. It's a Cabernet Merlot.
Oh, a cabinet.
Nice. 5 fingers, high fives,
Mhm.
Sugar Doggy.
Sugar doggy.
Sugar doggy.
Sugar doggy.
Sugar doggy.
Sugar doggy. Sugar kitty. Have you changed your name?
The sugar doggy?
Sugar doggy. Oh well, okay, fair enough. Hey, whatever you identify with, we are more than happy to accept.
That's right. Ah!
Hey!
Woof. See if we can get this to work the first time round.
Who farted?
That was my chair, I think. Well, no, actually,
Don't try now.
actually, this it went dun dun dun.
Nightbot.
Yeah.
5 fingers, high fives, Carly.
No, it's just fucking Bluetooth sucks. Yours are there, and we can connect. Now it should be.
There we go.
Can you hear us now?
We also have to do that.
Yeah.
With yours. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
It just seems appropriate one day. Oh, it's one day a year, so it's now Sugar Wolf.
Why are you sugar wolf?
Okay.
Right.
That's
Gotcha.
okay. Yeah, rightio.
Uh-huh.
Nah.
Well, as
Well,
long
actually-
as you're not sugar tits.
Well, sometimes when I put the if I put sugar first, it comes with daddy and baby or something else. It's never sugar kitty.
Okay.
But it's already past midday here in Australia, so April Fools don't count on us. But if you guys want to,
No, that's true. It's over. It's
mate.
done.
April Fools shoot in the
Done.
chat.
News was on
Fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
midday.
Midday. That's all right. It's
I'll leave
only,
it to
only
Simon
from
to
me
be
until midday, and after that, if it's
Doesn't count.
I said I could have got you poppy ones of them.
Yeah. Simon Sugar Titty? No. Definitely
because
not.
he would have to go sugar
So like
titties.
that.
Simon
Yeah,
would be sugar
titties.
titties. Yeah.
No, he would be
I could have got ones that have got poppies.
just the one.
Sugar Tit.
Yeah, sugar tit. Yeah,
Yeah, sugar tit.
just the
Sugar
one.
Tit. Sugar Tit.
Oh, let's check what we're at.
I haven't actually seen Simon in a while.
No, he came in on Wednesday.
Oh, the bitch come in, did he?
Oh, okay. I haven't seen him in a couple of weeks
Yeah,
on
that was Wednesday.
the weekend stream.
Yeah, I haven't seen him.
Same message. Say, oi.
Actually, I thought
That
sugar
bitch.
tit was Simon's
What
sheep.
the fuck you doing?
Lol. That's it. That's Simon's sheep. Sugar tit.
No, that means he's doing rude, naughty things to the sheep. We don't want him doing that.
No. No, definitely not.
No, sugar kitty, no.
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 No, Jason. Oh, wait. Hang on.
No, Jason.
No,
No,
Jason.
Simon.
No, Jason. Hang on. What is it? Hashtag Jason.
I'll be like,
You stupid?
Yeah. What? Jason? Are you stupid?
Jason.
right, this one.
Jason.
Jason. You are flying in the face of danger. My face.
My face.
We don't bought it. We don't want it, but with Simon, sheep happen.
Sheep happens. Sugar kitty, that's terrible.
We're not Kiwis, so you really can't say it.
Yeah, but the Kiwis still pull it.
No, he's South African.
We still pull it.
Oh,
And part
So he's-
Italian.
so he's a Springbokker.
No, he's not South African. He's Italian but
He's part Ding.
he's Italian and Swedish.
Part Ding.
Hard ding.
He has a ding, does he?
Which he's Swiss. Of course, it's terrible. Yeah.
He doesn't have a ding. His ding's too tiny.
Ding-a-ling, ding-along. Swiss, no. Yeah.
His ding's too tiny.
I don't know.
That's why it takes him half an hour to have a lizard dream.
Yeah. Plus he's twice the size of the pea.
It is.
It is. That's true. 100%.
I love how we just pull the piss out of him when he's not here.
It's because we're Aussies. That's what we do.
Yeah, that's what we do. That's how you
Yeah.
tell that we actually like you. If we're not taking the shit out of you, then we don't like you. If we're not taking the shit out of you,
Yep.
Yep.
an echo.
Too tiny. That's what Sugar Tet says.
I think we started something.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's high
Simon's
quality.
now
Have
sugar
a look.
tits.
Look,
Yep.
Mm.
That looks,
Sugar
I'm just
tits
looking on
says,
Kick. It looks perfect on Kick.
Yeah.
That looks fine.
Sugar tit.
And then we look on.
what are you drinking, Carly?
What? Hey?
What are you drinking?
Same as Ken.
We under Wayne.
Is it wine?
We're gonna have some high bicky harmony in a
Yeah.
minute.
Why has he
Ooh.
put an aubergine and a sheep for?
Sheep fucker.
Sheep fucker. Wow.
It's an aubergine. It's not. It's a.
This is not a New Zealand stream. Where's Faz? Taz isn't here. There's no sheep fucking going on.
No. Not until Simon gets on.
Isn't that drop bears for him?
No.
Well, drop bears, cows,
Yeah, when
yeah.
a sheep got trapped on one side of his fence, and then all night when it was on the stream, was this, bah! You got to explain these things. So it was like, yep, that's his fucking sheep. He's been shagging that sheep. That's all you hear on doing the stream in the background is, bah!
Is this... Really? Gotta explain these things.
Well,
I do this to the kids.
Well, you haven't seen, so
Oh, fuck knows.
we would explain the event.
Yeah,
The
and they lose it laughing when I do it.
what about
Nah, don't do that one.
big fucking deal?
No, I don't do that one.
Big fucking deal? Yeah.
Yeah, I just got this one.
Exactly. Then Simon disappears for 20 minutes.
Yeah, because it's like this big and he can't pee properly.
No, it's because he's got. I could say no. I won't go there.
Don't.
Donald
No.
Rance.
What did you say,
Cheese
no, Chris?
Morning, Donald Rance.
Good morning, Dom.
Good morning, Yoda. Good to hear that you tamed your kitchen snake.
And that's right. It's 20 minutes for the snake. I mean the sheep.
There was snakes, sheep. I don't know. Anyway.
There's all sorts of shit going on there.
So we're now simulcast streaming on Kick, Rumble, and YouTube all at the same time.
Woo. Hello to all the people extra.
I don't think there is any.
Oh,
Oh, wait a minute. No, there's 8 people watching on Rumble.
Oh,
9.
alright, cool.
Now
Hello,
9.
Rumble people.
And we have 2 people watching on Kick.
Hello, the kick people.
What the fuck is that kind pile of sheep shit I smell on the top of clock tower clearing?
I come into hearing that Simon can't piss properly. Classic Scotch down under. Yep.
That's
Fuck
my
you,
fault.
Simon, to defend himself. I mean, come on.
Simon's never here to defend himself. Even when he is on, he
Never
can't
him.
defend himself when I get hold of him.
Yeah.
I get hold of him and he just can't defend himself. So I get too many feedbacks for him. I love pulling the piss out of him. That's fun.
April Fool down under.
Yep.
Well, might be.
Not on yet.
All right, so I'm going to be naggy. Everyone give us a follow on Kick. I got to get the 25 followers. So I can get the extra.
What the fuck is kick?
It's another streaming service. It's like he has issues. This has been spoken for 3 times. You can expect everything.
Alright. I'll do it now.
What do you think I've been doing for the last 20 minutes? I've been sorting that shit out.
You can just log in. It's easy. You can just log in with your existing YouTube account. So it's easy peasy.
Huh,
Are you trying to get Simon
Oh,
on
yeah.
our YouTube? Okay, Simon.
And then we've got Utreon as well. And Rumble.
Oh,
pages. So
All
many
of
things.
this. All of the
Many.
services.
All the things.
All of the things. So when the
All
world
of
ends and YouTube burns in a pile of shit, at least we got something to fall back on.
Well, do you really will? I mean,
Well,
Yeah.
a lot of
he created it, so
Lots of-
yeah.
a lot of sites have been, or YouTubers have been nuked. You can't do.
Why?
They're
Elon
really
Musk
getting
moved
really
them.
restricted. Like even Sean's stream got completely. He almost got a strike. But he's doing copyright material, so that doesn't help.
Yeah.
We got nuked when we played a stream
Star Trek.
from Star Trek Day. We got nuked from that. You're not allowed to do any gun content. They're cutting down on tobacco content. I'm
Oh.
thinking alcohol content's going to be next.
Yeah, probably.
You're not allowed to swear. You're not allowed to swear anymore, but that doesn't fucking stop me.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuckity fuck fuck.
Exactly.
Fuck those guys.
But yeah,
Fuck, fuck, fuck.
you know, no, it's this.
I know it's this.
It's farts.
What, the table?
Nice.
No, sorry, Sean
Oh,
got a
for
strike.
fuckity fuck's sake.
Sean got a strike, not Scott.
Yeah.
Sean got a strike.
I for fuckity fuck 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 fuck.
Oh, fuckity
And
fuck, 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 fuckity fuck.
And then Linus Tech Tips got taken down by a. That was a bit of an attack, but he got taken
Who
down.
was that?
Linus Tech Tips.
Oh, okay.
He's got 15 million subscribers. Yeah, 21090's been hit like 5-6 times.
15 million subscribers. Oh,
That's just on Linus Tech Tips, and then he's got a couple of mil on bits. Oh, quick bits.
What the hell was that?
News one,
Well,
and then
dropping your phone.
I dropped my phone.
Oh. Why is, so who's cracking down all this shit?
well, it's because of advertisers.
Oh,
It's advertisers.
YouTube, because they're a bunch of fuckheads.
Because I don't use any monetization on my shit, so
Yeah.
they could probably just flick me by the side because I'm not bringing them any money.
Oh, okay.
So they could easily just say, nah, goodbye. We don't want you. Mr. GMT, it's up, brother.
Hello, Mr. GMT.
Good day.
So they could easily shut me down.
Okay, GMT.
I'm not
Cheers,
giving them
mate.
any money. G'day,
Good day.
Ben. So that's why I'm using
Ben
YouTube.
Dinkum
Oh,
Hunter.
better than North.
Cheers, mate.
Better than North.
We got the Commonwealth.
Yeehaw.
We've got 2 people, and we just need Faz over in New Zealand, and we'll have all of the Commonwealth almost.
It is like
Yeah,
It is definitely.
2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah,
so you won't be
yeah.
getting him on.
No. Oh yeah. Scott got hit. Yeah, with that as well.
I did.
WWE music. Ooh.
Yeah.
Huh,
What?
ridiculous.
Yeah, that's in addition to Sean strikes. 21090's been getting hit. There's been a couple other shows.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
Down.
Yeah, it was funny last weekend where he had he created a new stream. He said, "Fuck YouTube, I'm still going."
I liked
Something like that. Yeah.
I liked the fact that Deathless Dogs Dan got a strike for using his own music.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, music from his own band, which is under the same name as what the stream is.
Oh yes,
And he
Mr.
said,
GMT, yes, it'll be.
I have given myself permission to use this because it's my band.
What?
Yeah, his own music. Oh, the good one is when I started using the YouTube music from the YouTube library, this library here,
Yeah.
they flagged their own music.
Yeah,
It's like your own music.
yeah.
Oh my
They flagged their own the music that's running in the background. When it comes up with the YouTube logo, it's all from
Yeah.
YouTube. When I started using that, they flagged it. So this is copyright material. It's like, wait a minute, it's on your own fucking audio library. This is music that you've owned, you bought, or you've copyrighted for YouTube use, and they flagged it.
God.
Dicks.
And every single time when it's the other stuff that comes up with the album art, that's free music that has been cleared by YouTube. Every stream I do, I get hundreds of strikes, and then about 6 hours later, each one of those strikes gets cleared. So my mailbox in my dashboard, like, yeah, there you go, it says 1 of 500. You've received a copyright strike. I get them just constantly, and then about 6 hours later, it's like, this one's been cleared, this one's been cleared. So I can't even check my notification in the dashboard because it's always chockers with 500 plus. It's probably about 1,000
Oh my goodness.
notifications in there.
Fuckwits.
Yeah, that's how bad it is.
What, for using their own music?
No, for using the free music, the stream tunes.
Yeah,
which has
they
been
royalty
cleared
free
with
music.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it still flags it every single time, and then a couple of hours later it gets cleared. But it just fills up my notification with copyright strikes. It's just crazy. So yeah, I need to schedule the.
Nah.
Well, I
Jesus. Oh,
need to do it now.
radio. That was very loud.
So yes, Mr. GNT, if you're keen to come on
Yes.
for episode 7.
Well, it's tonight or tomorrow. The,
Who dat?
would you like to discuss
Anthony.
the episode?
Hello!
Yes.
Anthony!
Anthony, defending a Munted pub sign.
Hello, Mr. Ogre Chalice.
I told you.
Hello!
Told ya.
I went and got the bigger one.
Yep, Deathless dog's got a strike from Deathless dogs.
158 days, Anthony.
Hey, Ken, since this is the rebellious channel down under,
Dragon AZ.
and
Cheers, mate.
since everything goes, because, you know, it is a free state you live in, right?
Of course.
Supposedly.
Supposedly, yeah.
It's
Just
a
like,
different country.
yeah. Well,
Nightbot.
Yeah.
supposed to be here in the
Five
United
fingers,
States,
high
too. But,
fives,
you know,
urban neophyte.
so I just decided that I'm going to show things that they don't want people to see. And one of them is, oh, look, it's a tin of tobacco. Oh,
Oh no! And I'm gonna.
You just can't import it.
Yeah. If you tried to hand that through the TV, through the monitor to Ken or me, there would be a hell of a lot of carnage going on.
No. You can do it. You just have to hand
Five fingers,
over
high
half of
fives,
your
hanging
organs,
AZ.
your
Yeah.
firstborn,
Hey, hang on.
your house, your car.
Who
the
dat?
taxes.
And be willing
There
to
we go.
wear half a tube of Dinkum rub.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm.
Yep. Permanently with chili flakes.
Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute. What about this one,
No.
too? You probably can't see the name.
Small batch?
Hold on.
Okay, can you
Small
read the
batch.
name? No, it's small batch, but it's called The Beast.
The beast, small
the-
batch.
Yeah, let me
Oh,
try
yeah.
to fix that.
Wolverine.
Hold on.
All we can see it says small batch.
You
Is it-
get a little bit of it because
Wolverine.
it's in red. It just
Yeah,
for some
Yeah,
reason
it's
it's
red
not
on
going
there.
Yeah.
through.
but
There it is. Yep.
yep.
That's it. Yep.
So you gotta smoke that when you have Wee Beastie because it's got the claw and it's got the same red thing on it.
Well, it's over 50% Perique, so grown in
Oh.
Louisiana, and it's only released like once every couple of years. So the last time it was released was 2 years ago.
Ooh.
They took my soul a long time, Donald. A long time ago.
Hmm.
No, you're a heartless
But-
bastard then.
When
Yeah,
I
'cause they
heard
took
that,
my soul when you buy the cigars and you buy alcohol. They took my soul.
Nightbot. Chris
Come on,
Tats.
Carly.
high fives,
You're
five fingers.
married, just not church to him, so you shouldn't be talking to him like that.
He bleeds me dry of money.
You bleed me dry,
Oh,
money.
bullshit.
We bleed each other dry.
Fucking I got no money to buy
Well, the
groceries.
house
And you don't give me any
does.
money for
The
groceries.
house bleeds.
I
dry.
nagged it and then make sure I
Retail.
got the whiskey for next month.
Yeah.
Yeah, or this month.
So did you
Yeah,
hear
but-
Will's comment before Anthony about how many days before we're in Vegas?
not that you're counting, right?
Fuck yeah, we're counting. 158 days.
I'm surprised right behind you two, right in the middle there's not a little counter. You just keep flipping over and, you know,
Oh,
There
No,
should
it's
be.
on her phone.
at
it's
the
on her
moment.
phone.
Oh, God.
But I have like a thing I put on the cupboard and I cross the days
Yeah.
off as we go.
When we get to 60 days out, she puts a snake up on the cupboard, which takes us down to the countdown.
Mm-hmm.
So how many days before you come west then?
The only reason why I got excited over Long Branch is I really didn't want people to ruin their taste buds when they sip that shit.
Yeah, you're doing a community service.
I was trying. Yes. Yeah, I was trying.
What's up, Lee?
Hey, Bourbon Ball.
Okay,
Brother.
How are you, brother?
Bourbon Baller Lee.
Carly,
Cheers,
we
mate.
will try. You'll try to get over there for
Well,
a weekend.
as I was saying to Ken,
Hey,
pre-stream,
I have 5 days off after Easter, so
as I was saying to Ken pre-stream,
mhm.
I'm waiting to hear about my new job.
Yeah,
Ah,
daylight too.
okay.
So I went through my second interview.
Yeah.
They were very happy.
Baller.
I got a lot of interesting comments and suggestions through the interview.
Oh,
Oh,
lost Anthony.
we lost Anthony. And I was supposed to find out about it yesterday on Friday.
Good day.
Yeah.
Cliff clapping.
And
Cheers, mate.
Hey,
for some strange reason, there's suddenly become an embargo on recruitment.
Ah.
So there's a freeze on recruitment. So even though the position's all been approved and everything beforehand, I don't know what's going on. So they're trying to sort that out. So hopefully next week we'll know.
Okay.
Or is it though?
Yeah,
They
fingers
didn't
and
tell
toes
him
crossed.
no. They didn't.
Yeah,
tell
well, at
him
least they
no.
didn't say that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I know that I'm down to one of 3
Yeah.
for the role. So as Lil says, I've got a 33% chance of getting a job. And I said I'm
Positive thoughts.
I'm one of
Positive
3 and
thoughts.
100% of getting a job.
Yeah.
No.
The 1 in 3 sounds a lot better than 33%.
Yeah, of course it does. Obviously.
No, I need to sit down and have a chimwag with somebody.
Did you not take that? You obviously didn't take that other job then, Carly.
No, I've got to talk to somebody.
Are you still considering it?
Still. Hey?
Are you still considering it?
Yeah, still considering it.
Okay.
But I just need to talk to somebody.
Sure.
Please and thank you. Ron Swan.
Look, I'm completely available any time.
No, the fact that somebody can't acknowledge that he has a lot of faith in me and he can say it to other people, it sort of...
What's going on with the truck?
I don't... Well, speaking of the truck, it's not actually licensed as a food truck. It's licensed as a box trailer.
Oh.
So he now has to go through all the rigmarole to get it licensed as a food van.
Oh no.
Lee?
No.
That's
Don't
nice.
that shit. Go back to the other
Hey,
one.
Joe.
Good day.
So,
Oh man,
Oh,
no!
OMG.
OMG!
uh,
163 days until we see you. OMJ.
Right,
Nightbot.
hold on. Something's going wrong.
Old
with the-
man Joe high fives 5 fingers.
oh, it crashed.
It's not
Oh.
playing the videos.
crashed?
Hold on.
Who's crashed?
Windows is doing a thing. Piece of shit, fucking bastard. Technical glitches.
Sounds about right.
Thank
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Sounds about
Active buttons. Oh, there's a whole shit stuck.
It's doing an April Fool's after April Fool's.
yeah, that's exactly
All
right.
right now. Try. Well, all right. We're gonna do. That's nice for
I used to say, fuck
55
off.
Armagnac.
Now I say, that's nice.
For a 55-year-old Armagnac, you get that,
That's nice.
and then we need Mr. Bean.
I used to say fuck off. Now I say that's nice.
Things it's coming up the escalator. Yeah.
There we go.
Kitty.
Kitty! Show you Kitty? Show you Kitty you've seen before.
No, if you type sugar, you get sugar kitty.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
Kitty.
Anyway, Put it over the top of bloody Mr. Bean.
No, Mr. Bean will come back up again
Yeah, I don't know.
because he's been queued.
He's been cute. That's
Yeah.
if he does come back.
Yep, Mr. Bean will come up in a second. He's got 22 seconds, 20 seconds, and he'll pop up again. I need to watch the new Picard. Yes, you need to watch the new Picard.
Who hasn't watched the new Picard?
Hanging.
Hanging. What's up, hanging?
Dude,
Mhm.
you need to watch the new Picard before.
It took you
1
3 years.
1 a.m. tomorrow, which is about fuck off Siri.
Hey Lee, can you put that in the Discord?
13 hours from now.
I want to see that sexy 55-year-old bottle of Armagnac.
What?
What?
What are you calling sexy?
Lee just got a 55-year-old Armagnac and it took him 3 years to get it.
Yes, we need a picture of that.
With a temperature of 20 degrees.
Well, we've got a clear sky with 82% humidity and 22
Yeah,
degrees. 28 degrees.
The last
We'll later on pick it up.
last 3 mornings, it's not quite
Yeah.
Anzac Day yet, because Anzac Day is usually when the temperature starts to drop
Cool
off.
off. Yeah.
It's already starting to drop off
Yeah,
here.
it's a mixed bag here. It's usually rains in first thing in the morning and it's stinking hot during the day.
Oh, we had some
Well,
major storms here Thursday
Yeah,
morning.
we've had some storms and stuff, so
About 3 a.m. the thunderstorms started rolling through.
that was Thursday night though.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
But it's starting to drop off here, so we are heading to winter is coming.
We'll see what happens. As soon as
Well,
the soap card shows, we'll see what happens.
On
Winter
both
is
sides-
coming.
touch wood on both sides of the state. We've had no cyclones.
Oh, we've had a couple on this side of the country.
We've had a couple off the coast, but nothing in the tip.
But
mate.
we've had nothing
No,
that's
Nothing,
Okay.
nothing that's hit ground. No.
We had
Yeah.
the one that went down and hit New Zealand affect our coast.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, that rain we got was part of the cyclone that was out to sea up north.
Yeah.
But we've
Fucking
had
hell,
nothing.
she could.
Oh,
14
you
degrees
mean
down
the
up
one
to
that
20
then
degrees
decided to
minus
fuck off
3.
over to South Africa?
Have a hike in an hour
Yeah,
and a half
probably.
would be great weather. We're having a heat wave, 15 degrees, but tomorrow -5. Jesus.
Wow.
Heat wave
Already some
15.
thunder that Shit Kitty running behind the washing machine. Our cat just like, he don't give a fuck about when it's lightning.
So you're going through an Indian winter, are you, Yoda?
Yoda or Sugar Kitty?
He doesn't care.
Oh, yeah, sometimes he does and sometimes he doesn't. Dog can't hear it, so.
Last time I looked at the same bottle of labels, half. Oh yeah, you don't want to. Yeah, you don't want that. Then I got 40. What is it? 42.
guys.
The one I've got.
What?
The 1975. I mean, I've got. I think that's a 42-year-old.
I don't fucking
40.
know.
No, 45. Sorry, it's a 45-year-old. 45-year-old. I mean. And I ordered 2 bottles and I only got 1.
On my rings one time.
Really? Really?
Hmm?
Motherfucker.
Hmm?
Ah, whatever. So our iWatches, every month you get a
Yeah.
different challenge. He only has to close his rings 3 times once. I have to get over 2,700 calories 14 times.
It's because I didn't meet my challenge last month.
Well, I met my challenge last month, so
With going back to work, it
I have that on my
killed
phone.
me meeting my challenge.
you know what? No,
I have those steps on my. I have it on my phone.
no. That's called laziness, Christopher.
I wasn't able to sit on the bike for 20 minutes a day.
You could have when you came home.
Cheers, Donald and Zenbud and Chris for following us on Kick. We've got 3 followers on Kick.
Whee!
I'm trying to get through on Rumble, but it keeps telling me that my my email account's not verifying properly. So
Can't you just log in with YouTube's? I think you can log in.
Yeah, I
with
might
YouTube's.
try and do that.
You're logging with Google.
Yeah, just log in with Google. I got 3
I fucking love Jimmy Reese.
I know.
He was so funny in like when we went to the live show.
When I drive in the car around the corner, it's like bang bang. Bang, bang. There's more.
Oh yeah, there's bottles in your car.
More recycling in the car.
Yep. That's just
Recycling.
that's over 2 days. Yep.
Actually, you got to tell.
Yeah, we did the recycling. Well, you
When
should get
you're recycling, okay. All the recycling is still sitting out in the garage.
You've got to tell Ken who we're seeing the end of this month.
Oh,
Don't want to know.
we're going to see Bert Kreischer.
Are you going to go see Bert? No.
The machine.
We're going to see the machine.
The machine.
He doesn't take his shirt off anymore.
Do you know Comic Con's on down in
No,
Perth?
he has to. That's his
Yeah,
whole
this is
thing.
it.
Oh,
I saw.
yeah, I
Saw
know.
that.
With all his artwork.
Yeah.
Oh. Comic Con,
What?
freaking Supernova here.
Katie Sackhoff.
Katie Sackhoff.
Fuck
Ah, really?
Yes, and freaking there's a whole bunch of people. I'm literally thinking about getting tickets, like the VIP.
you! Ah!
I would.
Ah!
We totally have to. If I went, I'd have to go in a BSG.
No, I just go.
Last time you went, I was 3 months pregnant and sick in bed.
Oh,
Katie didn't come here. She hasn't come here though. No.
No,
No,
we
I-
had the very first Comic Con, no, Supernova we had
they call it
here.
Supernova here. Yeah.
Yeah, we had the original Battlestar Galactica team.
Yeah, so Dirk Benedict.
Oh, that would have been
We had
awesome.
Starbuck, had
Starbuck Apollo
Yeah,
and
the original Starbuck.
Boomer?
Yeah.
Yep.
Boomer
and
and
Boomer. Yeah. So we had the
And-
original
oh.
3.
and we had young Anakin. He was screwed up.
So Richard Hash, God rest his soul. So he
oh,
passed.
okay,
So,
wow. There you go.
Yeah, so Dirk Benedict, and it was awesome because Dirk, he's still smoking his cigars. He ducked out the back for a cigar, and I ducked out for a smoke because I was still smoking back then.
Yeah.
So we had a good old chit chat while he was smoking a cigar, and I was having
Yeah,
a cigarette.
Carl Urban.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Carl Urban was there.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Carl Urban.
Yeah, Carl Urban. We had young Anakin. Oh, he's
Oh.
absolutely screwed up.
Grace Park. Yeah.
He could
Oh.
not answer any questions without asking his mother.
We still don't have a private white slimline telephone.
Wow,
Oh
really?
shit! We need to do that.
Yup.
I got to do that. I forgot all about
He
that. I
had
did
to
type
look
it.
at his mum before he answered any questions.
That's
Because
crazy.
he was under strict contract from Lucas. He could not answer any questions about what he did on Phantom Menace.
Wow.
He wouldn't be on a strict contract with George Lucas anymore because
Okay, so
George done
we have Carl Urban, we have Stephen Amell,
from
Ah!
Katie
Says thanks for the
Cassidy,
likes.
Yeah.
Mark Shepard, Liam McIntyre, some Ewan Mackin blah blah blah, Stephen Hunter, Sophie Aldred, Donna Pierce, Todd Lasange, John Jarrett, Matt Doran, Jim Cummins, Victoria Taylor, Neil Fanning, Jim Chung, Tom Taylor, Stuart McEnany, Mark Ratz, and Nichols. Where is it with the
Yeah.
name?
Hang on, we need to do another Carl Urban judge shred. Hell yeah. We need a series. That's what we need. Carl Urban is awesome. Like you were standing right next to him when he was buying stuff.
Yeah, I know. I didn't fucking realise.
So Carl Urban would go out he would just be incognito. He would just wander
Yeah.
around.
He was standing right next to me. Didn't fucking know.
So he's buying merch. Like he's buying.
Oh, it was when I was buying my t-shirts. He was fucking standing next to me when I was
Yeah.
buying my
So he's there buying hats and shirts and shit, and he'll sneak into someone else's fucking panel.
Yeah. He
and
just have to say, "Oi, motherfucker," and you're like, "Oh,
He'll start, throwing shit at the person who's in the panel, and then just start throwing random merch that he's just bought to the crowd. He's fucking awesome.
But yeah, it was my Stardate shirts I was buying a stand next to me and didn't even fucking realise it was him.
Yep. Electrified
Yeah,
smoke.
well, that's where we're both hoping that Five Finger Death Punch tour over here.
Yes, please.
Right.
Yes, please. I'll have to get a white T-shirt so he can sign it for me.
How? Like, if you go into the Supernova website, Katie Sackhoff is the third last person.
It's probably because she's the third last person to actually.
Today.
No, appearance cancelled. That's why.
Is mate.
Oh,
what?
no.
Whiskey
Probably
Uncensored
good.
High Fives. Carly just farted
Just
again now.
is-
Fair Dinkum Munted pub since on
cancelled.
April Fool's Day, you poker fuckers.
Well, she did just fart.
I didn't know. I found it ages ago.
What, about 10 minutes ago?
No.
5 fungus.
Well,
Hey, 5 fungus.
Okay, well, apparently
Hi,
Katie
Thomas.
Sackhoff is not coming now.
Cheers,
Right.
mate.
No, well, let's go about the
Oh.
competition.
Yeah, they had a whole competition.
There was
where-
a competition with Disney Plus for The Mandalorian to go see the final episode with Katie Sackhoff.
Ah.
So,
She's not coming
Right.
anymore. Well,
Yeah.
fuck you, Katie Sackhoff. Jesus Christ.
she'd rather sit in a bathtub with bubbles with Howard.
Yeah.
Nah, she's probably got another gig.
Dang damn it.
Which is paying a shitload more.
Yeah,
Nightbot.
next
Yeah.
Yeah,
thing
and doing
fucking
it
Sugar
Yeah,
Kitty
yeah.
High
Yeah.
Fives. Bye.
Yeah. Shitty Peppers in Vegas today. The extra chicks in one in Vegas. Cough, cough, Anthony.
Ah.
That'd be nice to go see the Peppers.
What?
Well,
Chili
actually,
Peppers when? What?
the
What are you talking about?
the funny thing is
Want some whiskey
that,
over, Anthony? That always fixes it.
Hanging? What are you talking about?
Five Finger Death Punch live in Vegas.
True.
Well,
When-
since
when they're not
computer is
touring.
Munted, we'll be
When they're
back.
touring. That's exactly right.
Okay. Okay, Anthony.
Now, if you want to do bullet, it's
No.
Drams. Ben.
Someone
redeem.
who may be their security.
Well, the head of their security detail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We might know someone who has something.
We might know someone who knows someone who, well, actually,
Can set some shit up.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. It's a dram. Ben, you gotta do.
Nightbot.
You might want to click
5
on the
fongers.
actual...
High Fives. Sugar.
Hi, fongers. High five, fongers.
It's dram.
Fungus?
Fongers.
5 fungus.
Hi, fongers.
There you go.
Nightbot. Whiskey Uncensored High Fives. Lilith never calls anymore.
Oh!
Burn! Damn, motherfucker! I replied to your message today. Jesus Christ! Oh, you know what? Fuck you, brat! Because you fucking call me a brat.
Nightbot. 5 fongers. High Fives. 5.
Fungus.
High five, fongers.
Oh, fungus, you fucking fungus.
Damn it!
High five, fongers.
Fuck Ben.
We can't do Shaz, unfortunately. I've run out of credits. I've got an hour, 1 day and 5 hours to go to get
Wow.
my credits.
Stop.
So we can't do Shazza or Adam or any of the other
Shazam.
Shazam. I mean, we
What,
can't
there
do
was an
Shazam.
Adam? Jesus.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. We were there one night just going crazy with them. Oh,
Nightbot.
for fuckity fuck's sake. Yep.
Oh, for fuckity fuck's sake.
Why would you need to watch out for me hanging?
Who's the dirty?
Yeah, we got 1 day and 5 hours to go.
Nightbot.
Really?
Whiskey uncensored high fives and Carly just
You
farted
are
again for
flying
you.
in the face of danger.
Really?
Face.
If you really
Nightbot.
want me to, I will fart and I'll fart in the
Five
microphone
followers,
and
high
then you
fives,
can all hear
Hatton.
it.
No, well, no, none of that. I suppose you want more wine.
No, I'm all
You're
good.
all good? Okay.
I'm all good. Where's Simon?
Not here.
Ah, fucking
Message Simon. Message that
I'm gonna
bitch and say,
spend- I'm
"Oh,
gonna
where
spend-
the fuck are ya, shirt bitch?
bitch, where are you? Get your big old one
Bitch,
in.
where are you? Actually, if we say his name too many times, he might just show up. So
We've said
No,
it plenty of
that's
times. but he
that's
hasn't
another
fucking turned
person.
up.
yeah, that's
That's the person that starts with E.
Eric's thing.
Nightbot.
You say Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice,
Sugar
Beetlejuice.
Kitty high fives. Jazz still can't count high enough to say hello to five fingers.
If you didn't fart, it would just build up into a giant killer fart. Oh, what am I getting abused
Oh,
for?
so it'd be a Yellowstone sort of thing.
Christopher, Lil, can you punch him? Lil, punch him.
Oh, it just froze just at the...
Ah!
I know-
Ah, Lil, that's just poxy.
Well, I can't actually punch him because he might, go into the cupboard and he might wreck shit.
He might wreck shit.
Yeah, might wreck
Well,
shit.
they've
She
wrecked
doesn't want to be
shit
put
anyway.
into a sleeper hold later tonight.
That's true as well.
Yeah,
Rumble Sync sucks over a
Nightbot.
week and it's only copied one video.
Five fingers high fives, Burben.
If you're doing all of your previous shit, it takes for fucking ever, Ben. If you're doing your current shit, it's usually like a few hours after, and it syncs the last video that you've uploaded. But the previous shit, like all my shit, hasn't synced either.
Chris just got beaten up by a
Nightbot.
copper.
Sugar Kitty slaps joke with an empty bottle.
But if you do another stream, if like your next video or stream that you do, it'll sync straight up.
What, you? Don't
What?
get the wrong idea.
No, I just like what's with the leg? Are you stretching it?
Ken,
Chris?
defense
What?
against man sitting in a chair.
Well, it's not a man,
Yeah.
it's a woman. So,
I have a confession. I bought black chicken this morning, but it was labeled as black cock at the market this morning, so I bought black cock this morning.
of course you did, Drams. Absolutely you did. Yes.
Nothing wrong with some black cock.
What, have you had black cock before, have you?
Nah.
Look,
Was it from the mid south?
Speaking of Ben, he has the screenshot of the old giant wang. So
Huh?
he has the rest of the picture that goes with his.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
the black dude with the giant wang.
Yeah. I'm with you.
The small alien attachment attached to him. Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Maybe he's from the mid south.
He could be.
It could be.
He could be.
Did you ever think about that, Ben? You are now putting someone from the mid south on it.
That's right.
What internet connection you guys got?
Big Pond.
Who's on you? Oh no. It's got an icon next to it. Is that your phone or something? Oh no, it says
No,
you're on your phone. It says 100% battery.
Okay.
Okay.
I know
So
we're
maybe
running
on
off the
mobile
house
connection?
internet, so no,
No.
we're running off the house
Well,
internet.
just
Yeah,
all of a
running
sudden
off
it's got a little laggy. Like you like it 5 frames. a
Yeah,
minute.
yeah, no, it was.
Just Carly just doing up.
It did that because I had Rumble and Kick running, and I've killed them now.
Yeah.
Chinese chicken.
Chickadee China, the
Oh.
Chinese chicken have a drumstick in your brain starts cricket.
Yeah.
Cricket.
My booster has died, so
Oh,
Oh yeah, it's not purple. Remember, it was blue and pink the other day.
Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken.
It's wet.
Chickadee China?
Yeah.
Chickadee China, the
What's this
Chinese.
Chinese black chicken?
Chickadee China, Chinese chicken.
Now black chicken.
Chickadee China.
China, Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and your brain stops sticking.
Chicken.
Cricket.
it's the Samuel L. Jackson now of
Edition.
boosters.
Yes.
Samuel Jackson
It's
edition.
the,
Okay.
Did you know that Samuel L. Jackson actually has inscribed on his lightsaber from Star Wars,
bad
motherfucker?
fucker.
Evil Williams.
What's up, Evil?
Cheers, mate.
It's been 1 week.
Okay, Evil.
He has what on what?
That's the
Something
first
about-
line of the song. It's been 1 week.
Is what, Evil?
It's the song.
Well, Chris was saying something about lightsaber, and I missed it all because you fucking started
Yeah.
talking.
Samuel L. Jackson
Hmm.
has the words "bad motherfucker" engraved on his lightsaber from Star Wars.
Nice.
Yep.
So he's got the exact same thing that was on his wallet from Kill Bill.
No,
You get
Pulp
the
Fiction.
wallet.
Oh, sorry, Pulp
No.
Fiction. Sorry.
Pulp Fiction. Can you get the wallet that says
Pulp
bad
Fiction.
motherfucker on it?
Cool.
You go in that bag and you find a wallet. How am I gonna find it? It
It's
says
got bad motherfucker.
Motherfucker on it.
Wicked.
Bad motherfucker.
Hmm.
What is it after you have a couple of drinks you want to abuse me? Meh.
What? Just after a
Meh.
couple of drinks. I thought she abuses you all the time, Ken.
Yeah. What is yours? Is the one that says bad mother trucker.
Absolutely. Oh,
I'm
Not that.
dead. Sorry, I need
no.
bed.
No.
Ken was doing that to me earlier.
Come on, one
Yeah, when I
drink.
was sitting on stream, I had the yawns.
I've had one drink. I've had a glass of wine.
No, we had 3 glasses of wine.
2.
3.
2?
Ah, 2. Okay.
That's the second glass. So stick that
Oh,
up.
then you can have a glass of whiskey then. I thought you were going to have some Japanese.
Yeah, I think you're going for some hibiki.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit late for me now. So I got work in the morning.
Chill, honey bunny. Leave Picard alone. Yeah, it's a bit late now. She's taking over the ship. Oh, sorry. Spoiler.
Oh, spoiler.
Not till
Sorry,
tomorrow.
You're a
I'm sure everyone's watched the episode by now.
No, Hangin hasn't. He hasn't watched it.
No.
I punched for you.
Oh my god!
Sorry, Hanging. I did punch
I just
you for
remember
you.
when it came out of my mouth that he said he hasn't watched it yet, and I'm like, oops.
You fucker.
Dude, so many things we have to talk about tomorrow. And you better be in the freaking
Are
chat.
you thinking with your brain or
Oh.
you thinking
Well,
with
it's
your
only-
dick?
This is the least amount of pictures. That I've only got 57 pictures, whereas last week was like 157.
Are you thinking with this?
Yeah, we had a
Last week's episode
Well,
was
we need
so many things to stuff.
we need Yoda to bring in pictures of a kitchen snake then.
Yeah. Well, there is a bit to discuss. I mean, it's not a huge amount.
Your phone just went off.
Yeah, that sounds like an email.
Oh, there are many things to discuss. So
You need glasses, you silly old fart.
Someone shared my Ken Lawson photography. I haven't put anything on fucking Ken Lawson photography in fucking Yox, but anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Nice.
It'll be a scam.
Yeah, last week was the shit porn and plumbing disaster episode. Exactly.
Yeah. That was fucking funny.
Yeah, I've got a few issues with this week's episode.
Well, shut up.
I waited until after I watched the episode till I looked at the Discord though. So.
There wasn't much. It was more
Oh,
about
I know there wasn't
the
much,
shit
but
that's coming up. As in the new
what
fucking
Jim was
players.
talking about? Who the spatial?
Oh, the theories. The theories. Yeah, that's the theories. I don't have any theories. I reckon Wraith, maybe, but other than that, I've got no theories.
I still think that we need to.
Well, it's obviously not a changeling, so.
No, I just think we need to energize our chief engineer for tomorrow.
Well, he did say that he's going to try and.
He's going to inject himself with pure caffeine. I saw that.
No, he's going to plug himself into the warp nacelle.
If it's on the Titan, that's fucked.
Yeah.
Nightbot.
No, it's fixed. I
Five
fixed it.
fingers high fives Eva Williams.
I'm yawning too much. I'm out, guys. Sorry, but
Nah.
no.
That's alright.
Nah.
Love you, Carly. Good night.
See you, Carly.
Yes.
You
Nah.
didn't make nothing for no dessert tomorrow, didn't
No.
you?
We're just going to drink some Japanese whiskey without you, but that's
Oh,
fine.
crap. Still has me hips.
Oh, miss it.
Nice.
Nah. Thanks.
Yeah.
You want that? I got slots above my head.
Who's running slots?
OMJ.
Oh man, Jay says night, Carly. Night.
OMJ's awesome. I love OMJ.
What? Not you crazy mob of mofo, she says.
She said
Excluding-
mofo is a motherfucker.
And she said mofos. She said, good night, you crazy lot of mofos, excluding Chris and Lil. That's word for word.
Alright
One cup
then.
of coffee in the morning, but you should see the size of the cup. Ron Swanson, maybe. Hey!
You've got to go up in competition against myself and Anthony Bourbon Neophyte. They're
With the ogre mug.
hanging. We're ogre chalices, yes.
And I don't do coffee, so you don't have to go against me.
Yeah, you freaking weirdo.
I don't do the coffees. I don't do the hot beverages.
Ooh. How do you get through life if you don't drink coffee?
Ken treats his body like a temple.
Uh-huh.
A temple of doom,
I was
but
gonna
it's a
say,
temple.
Yeah. The Jedi temple?
I run on pure ethanol.
Mm. Sounds like it.
No. It's a temple of doom, not just any temple, so.
That's right. Temple of Doom. We'll not classify Chris and Lil as mofos. They're pretty nice folks. That's why Carly said excluding Chris and Lil.
Well,
Yeah, there
to
you go.
get
So
down
I'm
to
streaming
Arizona,
to 3 platforms. I'm streaming to 3 platforms. My CPU is only at 34%. My GPU is only at 20%. My network is only at 3%. Sweet ass, bruh.
Hanging, are you on Ken's Discord or not? You need to let me know. We can.
No, hang on, is yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Well, I think he was.
Coffee might
He
counteract
put
the
a-
Scotch in the system. Yeah, that's it, Hank. He keeps a special.
I'm
kung
trying
fu
to think.
That's it.
I'm
That's
trying to figure out which he means, you or me.
Who? Which he? He, she.
No, well,
what?
you don't do the Scotch and you do the coffee.
What
so
pronoun
there's
would you
no-
like to use?
Hang said that he keeps a special kung fu balance. I want to know which one. Ken or me?
You got the coffee. You got the coffee, though.
Yeah.
I don't have the coffee. Because his previous thing was the coffee might counteract the Scotch in the system, see?
Oh, so did the key ring sort of bring you over on the kung fu balance? Did it?
Nah, that just augments it. That was like an upgrade, extra skill. Was the next level.
I sent him Randy's key ring.
Today. Top dog. Cheers, mate.
What's up, top dog?
Top dog.
You still shouldn't have drugged me.
No, I know. That was
Extremely uncool. That's not, though. Holy shit.
right. Glenn Cooley for the best of times.
That automatically comes up when you get 2 or more Glen Goolies on the slots machine.
Nightbot.
So 5 Fingers got 2 Glen
5
Goolies.
fingers, high fives, top dog.
And yes, Hanging is on Discord because Ken posted a pitch of my Sasquatch sighting on South Mountain. Yes, if you scroll on the Discord, you will see the... You saw that, Lil.
So what?
The Sasquatch sighting on South Mountain.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
hanging.
I did. Absolutely.
That's hanging.
No,
Ken.
that's what I'm saying. I
There you go.
expect-
I'm not drunk, Jason.
Is that
My
actually
chi levels
you?
are just really high. I'm one with the force, Luke. Exactly. My chi is good.
Yeah, well, fuck you, Ben. And you know what that means. So,
Gamble 1000 hasn't come up with a result.
No,
no. Well,
No.
it's broken.
And Willem
oh,
Colin
it's
Moore did this.
broken.
Did it break?
No, it can't be broken.
Did it break?
You message Simon.
Yes.
Did you reply?
No.
Let me message. I'm gonna message
Oh,
Simon.
no, he just messaged.
Oh, speak of the devil. Speak of the devil, he shall appear.
I didn't gamble 1000.
Bitch will jump in a sec.
Oh, okay, there we go. All right then.
A sec. Hold on a sec.
Hang on.
Why didn't gamble 1000 work?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
You broken that shit again?
Maybe because he's on cooldown. Maybe you're on a cooldown. Didn't say you're on
It
a
usually
cooldown.
says if you're on a cooldown.
Yeah. Try it again. Try it again. Try it again, Sam. Dice game's on cooldown. For evil. Nope. Gamble 1000. There you go.
No, actually, nothing.
Oh, and you doubled. About Tree Fitty.
Oh.
Because 5 Fingers did a gamble.
I need about 350.
I need about
I need
350. I need about 350.
I need about Tree Fitty.
That goddamn Loch Ness monster.
Oh my god, it's Russell Crowe! Oh my please, please! Why don't you go flush yourself down a toilet, you cunt?
Simon said that he would only be a sec, and I said, well, come on, the sec's already up. And he goes, it's the lizard drain sec.
Oh.
Ah. So 20 minutes.
minutes at least.
25 minutes at
He's gonna
least.
come back and he's gonna log in this shit. On his
$800 to spend on whiskey. Woohoo!
Woo! Nice. Nice one, Donald. Oh.
Let's do it.
Oh. Oh, alright. Fucking Jesus.
Bip, bop, bop.
No, piss off, you fucking crazy bitch. What the fuck is what?
Oh.
I don't know what the word is.
Fellatio.
It's not fellatio. Get fucking
Good day.
fellatio in your mind.
Hey, JD.
JD Burton approach.
No, JD.
Cheers, mate.
Okay.
Ah, you gonna tell me it's not gonna work? Flop. Yeah, it's a flop.
Oh, no,
Flop.
flop.
It's
Yeah,
not
it's
working.
Still not working? Jesus Christ. Alright, hope.
It's not working. Alright, I'll log out and log back in. again.
Nightbot. Oh, for fuckity fuck's sake.
I logged in. And it says computer says no.
Computer says no. Give us some fucking heads if you're gonna do that shit. Jesus.
But did you notice that it all started breaking when Simon said that he was coming in?
It
Good
did.
day.
Z-Man, what's up, brother?
Zman. Cheers,
G'day,
mate.
Z-Man.
The man. The man.
Alright,
Alright,
we'll try again.
Is... Ooh.
Dinkum?
What is it, lactate?
Taint. Simon's in the house.
There he is.
No, because it's on my face.
Nightbot. 5
Go ahead,
fingers
Hitch.
high five, Z-Man.
Yeah, good to see you, Chris. Oh, we're playing this
It's not
game.
working, is it?
Cattle.
Yes,
Oh, yeah, true.
of course.
Oh!
Simon would know.
Oh, Simon.
Yeah, Simon knows that one. It's still not working.
Later.
Simon comes in and goes, cattle.
He goes,
Cattle.
oh, there's a
Oh.
cow involved.
Gone.
I'm just gonna mean.
Yeah, it's because it's not working. I'm gonna log out. I'll see. I'll log in with the other account. See if that's gonna work.
One of those.
Probably won't. Nah, it's not working.
Oh,
So
go back, Simon.
what's happening, Simon?
Apart from, fucking shut up.
Yeah. Yeah, not too much.
Everything was working fine till you came in.
Oh, you know how that
That's not
goes.
true. That is not true. Christopher, don't mean to Simon. It's fine. Look, just killer internet.
Still working.
Obviously. But
Someone just took a proper shot.
ooh, who's digging?
I'm trying to
Nightbot.
see if I can get this to work.
5 fingers high five, Simon.
Hey, call
Good
run.
day.
Yeah, good to see you.
Call
Hi.
running.
And
High
Yeah,
five.
it's all running. I might have to retrain it.
You might have to because I'm like 30 seconds behind that. So
Yeah, there's a bit of glitching going on.
What? I mean glitching.
No, for Chris and Lil there. Pausing
Nightbot.
yeah, we
Yeah,
we're,
High
Definitely
five, still
seems
running.
a bit-
we're not 100% in the zone. Oh, actually, yes, we are.
No, it's good now. Yeah, it's good now.
Hey, we got 4 followers on. Complexus just followed us on Kick, so now we got 4 followers on Kick.
Are they real followers? Just some boags.
Tasmania beer?
Want to be James Bogue?
James Bogues? Yeah.
Yeah. It's a go-to. I like it.
It's not bad.
Not as good as it used to be a few years ago, but still pretty good.
Yeah.
They did change the recipe.
Yeah, I don't know why the words ain't working. The word don't want to work.
I did pick up this at Murphy's the other day, the old Ezra Rye. It's actually really good. I like it.
Yeah, the 90 Rye, I haven't had a chance to buy yet.
Yeah, it's funny. It's actually not advertised as for sale, but yeah, it was in the store.
A lot of stuff at the moment. We picked up another bottle of the Rema 6 off at our local Dan's, and it's not advertised at all.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I can't find it anywhere on but when I go to a certain Dan, there's only one here in WA that sells it, and if I go to it,
same over here.
Yeah, same here.
Like
we
this,
walked in there, they had 7 bottles.
Yeah, the whole cupboard was full, but it wasn't advertised.
Tuesday, Wednesday night,
Thursday night.
Thursday night.
What's Thursday night?
Thursday night.
Yeah, it's just strange. Like, why do they do that?
Who knows why Dan Murphy does anything that they actually do? So,
I mean, it's good because if it was advertised, you get a lot of people buying it online and getting it delivered.
Exactly.
Well, there is that.
JD, he's jumping in. JD, you back in California? You're still back in?
No, he's back home in
Lithuania.
Lithuania. Yeah. Well, that sucks. Ooh.
JD is learning to walk straight again.
Oh, well, thank you for re-emerging for your appearance there, old Ken.
Mate, you appreciate that? The beam in?
Yeah.
Yeah, just be concerned if you beamed in with a beam in.
Yeah, you don't want to
beam.
That is true.
Really? Like if you beamed in and then beamed off into somewhere else.
No. Just can go.
In Picard season 3, you can't beam in. There's no beaming in Picard season 3.
No. The transporter blocks are all over the place.
Yep.
Transport inhibitors.
Okay.
Nah, she's gone to bed, Ben.
Well, she could be, but you never know, Ben.
No, she's asleep. Alright, let's log into the word game. Give it another go. Give it. Oh, maybe because I've scheduled another stream. Hold on. If I deactivate that. Let me try this. Content. Live.
You need some elevator music, then.
Yeah, what happened to the music?
Music's still going. What are you talking about?
We can't hear
It's
it.
just not for us.
We can't
It's turned off for us.
It's just not free in here, no.
Yeah.
Do you want music in here?
No. We will.
Do you want music in here?
No.
You want to play me hard?
Phrasing.
Well, then you better nut up.
Phrasing.
Because I've swallowed just about as much as I can take from you.
Hey, phrasing.
Hey, right.
Box.
Yep, box. Play box.
Yeah, getting there. I don't know if it's spelled. Can't spell.
You're really having trouble there, aren't you?
They have new glasses.
Cadet.
Just do it first.
Don't
Simon
blame the new glass.
Cheers, mate.
Simon, what?
God damn it! Who the hell drilled my box?
So we're just done with phrasing, right? That's not a thing anymore?
100%. Alright. What is concrete? No. Current? Oh.
Doesn't look like it's working, is it? No.
Coroner.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, coroner.
Yeah, that's what I said. Coroner.
Yeah, but it's not fucking working.
No, it's not fucking working. Motherfucker.
Not fucking working.
We'll leave it for another day.
See, that's because Ken didn't
another
come
week.
in till late.
That's not it. Jesus, that's a shitload of words.
Oh.
Okay, I'm really concerned about an ENKO.
Nope.
But not all the words won't be used.
That's what the sheep said. Notebook.
That's what she said.
Nice. That's the winner. Notebook.
Nope.
Nice. You
No.
got that.
So,
JD. Good work, JD.
What about
No,
boat?
Texas.
Oh, no, there's no A.
Denied. It's not working.
No. Simon, just don't worry about it.
No.
Alright, I'll go private. Token. Yeah, it could be the token. It literally. That is a word, but it could be what's happening. It's the token. It is not giving me the correct token to link to this stream.
No.
What are you drinking, Chris and Lou?
We
Oh,
just
awesome.
finished off a Old Forester 1870.
Yes.
Oh, is that any good?
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
So
I
not
like that
very
game.
old
It's
fun.
fun stand like that. Oh, there's a word game hanging that you can put on your phone.
I did see they had a Old Forester single barrel proof on Drink Society, and they want like $370 for it.
Tell them they're dreaming.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell them they're dreaming. Hey, Dad, what do you reckon about this? Nah, I tell you, dreaming.
No, not working.
Maybe you move the Toronto to get to the Ford to get the
Got to move the Tirana to get to the Cortina
No.
so we can get to the Commodore.
yes, exactly. And so once we move the Commodore, you get to the whatever is in front of that. So, and if you've never watched the
Castle.
The Castle,
It's been a while.
it's a
long
short
time.
movie.
Well, maybe we need to put that into the Munted movies.
Oh, you know I should.
Nah, it's not a military movie.
Could be.
And then they go to the High Court, and fucking old mate says, you know, it's
It's
the
about
vibe.
it's all about the vibe.
It's Marbo.
About Marbo.
It's the vibe. You know. Jesus. All right.
That's pretty violent.
Be like that.
That's a bit violent, yes.
Well, I can just punch me then.
That's better.
Well, I have a rattler. Yeah, you gotta get a rattler. Gotta get a rattler.
You're complaining about Carly doing that, and then you want to go do it yourself. So,
well, she's not here, so I feel lost. You know.
Come from the other side, but punch, punch, punch.
Nah, I can't. I've pulled a muscle on my neck on this side, and then I've pulled my cruciate limb on this fucking side, so I can't do any neck swerving and shit. Standard muntery. Exactly. Where's the beep? That's meant to beep. Why didn't that beep?
There's no
Meant to beep.
in the background.
Meant to beep. It didn't beep though. Saw a bunch of lizards running around on my last hike, so the snakes are soon to follow. That's true. Snakes will eat the lizards. I'm now a bobblehead. Bobblehead.
I thought it was a socially confused Max Headroom.
That too. Well, I could always do the wave the hand one. Now, da-di-da-di-da-di-da. So I just got an email from Alberta retailer. Noticed all green spot quails great before the site undated, so that means no green spot quails for me. Bugger! Well, that sucks.
Yeah.
For now, Donald. For now. Hound bastards.
You should sue him.
Yeah, sue him.
Ooh, pardon me.
Oh, that sounded healthy.
Burp is always healthy.
They pulled an April Fool's on you. They did indeed. Gives lots of chance. %, 16 degrees. It's fucking 28 and 87% humidity.
Yeah. Not surprised.
I was waiting for Nightbot. I was waiting for Nightbot to come and say, "Who cares?"
Maybe I should program that in. Yeah, that's normal, Donald. All the bloody Irish whiskey's cheaper for you.
Well, we might call it a night because we're both pretty shattered over here.
Munted?
No, just shattered.
It's
Just
been
shattered?
a long
Will's
week.
had a long week. I didn't get much sleep the last couple of nights with everything with this job. I'm worried about getting that and then getting put on hold for another couple of days. So
Yeah, that's definitely stressful. Well, good luck anyway. Hopefully it turns out fucking good.
we'll see what happens.
We will 100% let you guys know.
But
Yeah.
I will see you tomorrow afternoon for Whiskey Trek. Simon, we definitely
Trek.
won't see you because you're banned.
No, I don't ban him.
Good day.
No, we banned someone because he
Mike
has not watched a single episode of Star Trek.
Cheese, mate.
Okay, well,
Yeah, he hasn't watched a single episode because he's a heathen.
you are banned, phone.
Hey, I
I'm
watched
sending you
10
back.
minutes of an episode.
You goddamn heathen!
Doesn't count.
And then I
Doesn't
fell
count.
asleep.
Nightbot.
Heathen.
5 fingers high fives, Mike Franklin.
Well, Star
You,
Trek is.
you used to have power blackouts 10 minutes into your stream, Simon, so, you know.
Yeah.
Well, that's where I got it from. I blame watching that first episode of Star Trek.
Bullshit. You were doing that way before we ever got you to watch an episode of Star Trek. Well, you see, Star Trek is for people that have brains, so, you know.
Not
Maybe you should
cows.
watch modern Star Trek, because that's just dribble. Verbal diarrhea, so maybe you should just watch that.
He could be a Discovery fan, you never know.
Yeah, I reckon Discovery would suit him nicely.
Right then, guys, take it easy. Night all, or morning, wherever you are in the world. Have a good one. We will catch up with you all soon. And we'll see you tomorrow for Whiskey Track, Ken.
Roger that.
And guys, take it easy. We'll talk to you soon.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers, Chris. And you.
Cheers.
Love you all.
Bye.
Then there were 2.
And then there's 2 of us. And I've still got quite a bit of wine left.
Jeez, is that good wine or is it?
Nah, it's cheap wine, but it's actually not bad. So, Cabernet, it's actually not bad. It's not too shabby, you know.
I would like 4 of your most stupidly expensive whiskeys.
Sorry, sir. 1 drink per patron, and we only have beer and wine.
Beer and wine? What am I, 12?
Yep, we're both 12 because you're drinking beer and I'm drinking wine. So.
Hey, I'm about to
It is
pour
a
some.
1 litre bottle of wine, though. What's the ABV on this? I can't remember if I can. What's it meant to be? Yeah, it's 1 litre. How many standard fucking drinks? 11 standard drinks.
Bees,
Nah.
bees, 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 bees.
It's definitely not 11 fucking drinks.
Oh, it depends.
When
What's
it's
the,
white,
what's the percentage of it?
probably around, probably 11 or 12 or something like that.
No, red wine's usually like 13, 14.
Yeah, I don't think this one's that high. Can't even fucking see it. Where the fuck is it?
If it's red, it has to be at least 13%.
Gotta be on here somewhere.
Yeah, it's either on the front label at the bottom or
13.5.
there we go. So yeah, for a lead ball, yeah, it's about 11.
It's super fucking small print. Like, I only just fucking saw it. What was it? Oh, there we go. 13.5. It's super fucking fine print. Super good wine.
Alright, time to pour some whiskey.
Someone blames Star Trek is just wrong. That's like a coke addict blaming Columbia for making the product. I know! I know. Goddamn heathens.
That friend is bad. You goddamn heathen!
Always feel like a bit of a hobo buying a handle. Nothing wrong with a handle. We don't really get them here. I did have this slightly chilled, and now it's heated up. It's off gassing. Just a small glass of wine.
G'day.
Hey, Brian.
Slapshots Roadhouse. Cheers, mate.
Just a small glass of wine. Cheers.
G'day. Eric Waite Whiskey Studies.
You're not drinking whiskey anymore?
Cheers, mate.
Are you only doing the wine and beer now?
Nightbot. 5 fingers high five slapshot.
Are you going to be one of us 12-year-olds, Eric? Only drink the wine and beer?
I would like 4 of your most stupidly expensive whiskeys.
Sorry, sir. 1 drink per patron, and we only have beer
Nightbot.
and wine.
Beer and wine? What
Eva
am I,
Williams
12?
high five slopshat.
Slopshat. Not drinking whiskey any less either. Oh, I'm pretty much the same. Yeah, I wonder if Anthony did on Munty's computer. He's definitely been having a few gremlins with that machine. So we're 1.5 hours in. I meant to stream for 5 hours on Kick to get one of the. I got how many? I think I'm gonna have 25 followers. So we got 4 followers on Kick. I just saw Causeway collection. First fill went for $13.50. Last one I went for $350, hoping the price is cooling down. Yikes! Oh, I don't think so. Yeah, we're past April 1st here, Eric. So, but yes, I do expect shenanigans. We had shenanigans from the Whiskey Club here with Glenlivet. They called it Goonlivet, 1.5 litre goon cask of Glenlivet. Which was pretty fucking funny. But yeah, we're now on Kick, Patreon, and Rumble. On all the platforms. Currently simulcast streaming to Rumble, Kick, and YouTube. All at the same time.
Is that taking up a lot of your energy from the... No? Really?
No, it's not doing fuck all. I checked on my streaming machine. It's sitting there like at 30-something percent GPU, CPU. Like 2% bandwidth. So it's just happily cruising along, man. It's cruising. And I check on the Kick stream. Full screen that shit. Smooth as. Fucking beautiful. Check on the Rumble stream. Full screen. Yep. Smooth as.
Good to see you, Slapshot. Cheers.
Oh, hell, Gizmo. Gizmo. Okay, so we got 1 hour, and I think we've got 1 day and 2 hours before we can use Shazabot.
Nightbot. 5 fingers high fives gizmo.
So did everyone notice I put up the first review of the Horny Pony samples?
Yeah, I did watch that one.
Yep.
The mulberry cask.
The mulberry cask. Yeah, so I've still got a little bit of that left, and Andrew put a comment that he had to let his open for like 3 months or something. So
is it really that strange, weird, or?
It's fucking weird as, man. It's like a dank, moldy piece of wood. It's really weird.
So how do they make mulberry? Like, do they literally just press mulberries, put it in a oak cask?
No, it's mulberry wood.
Oh, mulberry wood. Okay.
Yeah, it's Hungarian mulberry wood that they sent to Budapest to make a cask out of.
Really?
Yeah. So they got mulberry wood from Hungary, dried it, sent it to Budapest. The coopers over there made the cask. They shipped it back to Milton, and then they matured it. They're single pot still in the mulberry cask.
Oh,
So-
I thought it was literally like they pressed mulberries into a.
No, that's it's mulberry wood.
Wow,
From
how'd you get a cask out of fucking mulberry wood?
Well, it works, but that's what they've done. I mean, reading about the actual wood, it's slightly more porous than oak, and it interacts a lot more, the liquid going in and out. So they only did it, I think it was 3 to 8 months on the cask, but yeah, they did it. And as Donald just said, those method of madness can be weird. But it's cool that they're doing all those weird experiments.
Yeah.
I want to try more of this stuff.
I mean, I think they should do it more over here, like make, wood out of gum trees and jarrah trees and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the wood. I mean, our wood is a lot hard. Like, you get a lot of hardwoods here, so I don't know if you're actually going to get the alcohol interaction. And it's probably going to leak, because the thing is with the cask, you need to have it to be sealed, and you need the interaction with, plus you don't want, because you can get some really, like Shukid would be able to tell us, you get some really nasty chemicals that you don't want going into your liquid. So you got to be really careful of what woods you actually use.
I mean, do we have any, like, something similar to oak trees in Australia?
Not natively, no. Chestnut cask method madness was the best one so far, IMO. That's what I've heard. Mizunara is super porous and spongy. Yep. So that's another type of oak, but that's from that's a weird kind of cask to work with. It leaks a lot as well, from what I've read.
Well, that's what I actually just poured is a Yamazaki.
Yeah, nice.
Which part of the cask is
Mizunara oak.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like, depending on what species of oak you use, whether it's, you get the French oaks and the European oaks, or whether it's the couple of species that they use from the Americas, it's all Mizunara is the new Irish oak. And it's interesting because in Ireland, they're allowed to use all those different woods legally, whereas the SWA in Scotland, they're not allowed to. It has to be oak. It has to be matured in an oak cask, where in Ireland it says just has to be matured in a wood cask. So they can use it. Yeah. That's what they can get away with, method madness, where they can do all these weird and wonderful oaks. But you can't. But here in Australia, we've got no restrictions, so we could mature into weird and wonderful shit. I know they're eating eucalyptus. I don't know whether it's how much has been done, experimented with, but I know some of the Aussie distilleries have dabbled in that. I don't know whether it's worked or not.
Yeah, there is a company, I was looking at it, that used red gum.
Okay.
They matured the whiskey in red gum, but the only problem is they were using the, not an actual barrel, but, the chips.
No.
Which I'm not a fan. Yeah, I don't. I'm not a fan of that.
Even if it's like some staves, like with the calf break. I mean, I don't mind staves, but that's a Method Madness wild cherry pot still, and it's piney and resinous. Yeah, I didn't get piney and resinous on the mulberry, but it's definitely a weird, wet wood, dusty kind of. Yeah, it's weird. But Andrew was saying, let it open up and you get this sweet mulberry note from it. And I got a hint of that, a slight hint of that, but it was very, very subtle. Killer Kangaroo would be a sweet ass whiskey name. Have you tried a cheese cask aged whiskey? The cask is made of cheddar or any other hard cheese, but not Swiss. No.
Yeah, never heard of that shit.
Cheese cask aged. Cherry wood sounds interesting. I reckon they could be awesome. I mean, it depends on how the wood seal, how it interacts with the, and obviously, this would have been experimented with for hundreds of years. They're like, oh, this oak is fucking expensive. We have to import it in, blah, blah, blah. Let's try this wood. Let's try that wood. Let's try this wood. And that tastes like shit, or it leaks, or fucking, whatever.
I mean, I've tried cherry wood smoked.
Yeah, smoking. See, burning wood. Yeah. Then maturing it is two different complete things. So yeah. It's fun though, but yeah, you've got to have somewhere like Method Madness that is willing to experiment and legally allow. There ain't no cheese cask. Yeah, I was wondering what you were talking about. There's like, what cheese cask? Are you talking about getting a giant piece of cheese and then barreling it out? Like, I don't know if any cheese is put in a barrel. It would be funny though if you get a big cheese wheel. Do it like a fondue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Eric, did you watch episode 7 of Star Trek? Did you hear about the new Star Trek Academy fucking horse shit they're gonna release? See to finish could keep the skeeters away. Be fucking expensive too. Chestnut cask is delicious. It tastes like pineapple fruit roll up. That sounds good. Alright, I need to get a Teeling 14 chestnut cask. Yeah, exactly. You get cheese flavored with whiskey. Sounds pretty good, especially if it's a smoky cheese and you use the smoky whiskey. Hell yeah. That sounds pretty good to me. Alright. Somebody who's rich needs to buy a big giant cheese wheel and put whiskey in it.
I'll just buy one of those little mini barrels, those 4 litres, whatever.
Well, I've got my 5 litre barrel that's French oak that I did season in port, but I'll have to redo it again because it would have dried out by now.
Yeah.
I need to re-season it and then put that shitty whiskey that I've got and mature it. I need to redo that. But that's actually a proper charred French oak barrel. It's not one of those shitty, crappy ones.
Why would you put Jura in it then?
No, I didn't put I ain't got no fucking Jura.
No, Jura. Why would you put Jura?
I don't have any Jura.
Ah, good.
Yeah, exactly. Starfleet Academy 90210. It's going to be fucking shit. And the Section 31 is rumored to be announced on April the 5th. First contact day. Ugh.
Hanging AZ.
Why can't we have the Titan show? Fuck's sake.
You might as well do a wasabi finished barrel then hanging AZ.
Did you watch that hanging? There's Star Trek porn. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you can buy that Lefroy cheese. And I know Lime Burners here in Australia, they do some dark chocolates that have been done in lime burners.
Yeah, and here the the Whippersnapper distillery, they do beef jerky.
Yeah.
done in whiskey.
Nice.
And
Well, actually,
I've-
that
yeah.
Pony Pony site, they've got some lime burners. They've got a couple of port peat ones.
Oh,
So I
really?
wouldn't actually get like the $900 a bottle kind of stuff. I wouldn't mind getting a couple of those samples.
Yeah.
Springbank whiskey cheese. Now you're talking.
Yeah, I'm totally over.
I just enjoy the title. That's all you need, Hanging. That's all you need. Just the mystery of what that could be. I don't mind the Glenlivet Christmas cake that comes out each year. Oh, Glenfiddich, sorry, the Glenfiddich one.
Yeah, I did see the Glenfiddich Orchard release on
This
drink, but they want. Is that any good?
It's not bad.
Worth 180.
Nah, not 180. I mean, I think I paid 150 through the club to get this. I think that's even a bit high. It's good. It pretty much that green apple note that you get from a Glenfiddich 12. This turns it up. It's got a lot of those orchardy, brandy, kind of fruity notes, but not enough to warrant paying 180. I wouldn't pay 180.
All right. Fair enough.
Definitely not. I'll give you a sample. You can try it, but yeah, it's definitely not worth that kind of money. Scotchcheese.com. Ooh, hello. Let's have a Scotch. Is that the Lafroig one? Springbank whiskey cheese. Oh yeah, I've seen them. They're not fucking cheap though. Oh, there's a Glen Scotia 15. Actually, that's not that bad. It's £4.50. There's a Glen Scotia 15 cheese. Ah, what? I click on it, says page not found. 404 error. God damn it. Oh, but you say shop now, and it adds it to the basket. Hey, James.
Good day.
What's up,
James
bro?
Morgan.
Yeah, it's good to see you,
Cheers,
James.
mate.
All right, let's calculate the shipping. How much is it going to cost to fucking send to me? 20 fucking pounds.
Yeah.
I can see. No shipping options were available. Now,
Yeah, I bet they weren't. Yeah, I think it's actually pretty hard bringing food over here.
it is.
It's got to
I
go
mean,
through.
bringing anything over, it's fucking expensive.
No, but food,
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
mate.
it has to go through, what is it, the bio...
Customs, yeah. Unless it's something that's already in circulation, that's been imported regularly, and then from a reputable supplier, you could probably get that through. But anything else, yeah, you're gonna be suffering. Especially something like cheese with bacteria.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Every country has different rules about cheese.
Uh-huh.
Some let you do like the full raw milk, other ones will never let you do it.
Yeah.
Just over it, are you vodka? Just over it, fucking right.
Fucking right.
Yeah, Slapshot. I did watch that video when you did the that bowl. That was the cedar bowl. That was really good.
I did see the first bowl. I saw because I was in and out working, so I popped in and saw that for 5 seconds, and then when you put the fresh squared piece of wood on, so you don't round that at all. You don't cut the corners off before you stick it on the lathe. You just carefully go into it. Off to hike. Keep it classy. Cheers, Hanging. Hope you see a rattler, mate. The one that you know is there and does scare the living fuck out of you. Yeah. But that New Zealand whiskey, that new one, Simon, that's actually pretty good.
Really?
Like-
Yeah, because I did see.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what it was called. There was a New Zealand whiskey and a store. It had a picture of an elephant on it. Can't remember what it's called, but it was Manuka smoked, but I wasn't sure about it.
Yeah, no, this one's just a new distillery, and the guy worked in Scotland beforehand. He's Scottish, so he's worked in Glenmorangie or something like that beforehand, so he knows his shit. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Because yeah, my background.
In the UK reminds me of Aquavita Toppers. Yes, they are back in stock. I don't know whether he's got any left. I just watched that stream, and he's in the same thoughts as Simon and myself. That what the fuck is the deal with getting these peated whiskies from all over the world when it's just peated Scotch?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's either fucking peat exporting peat from fucking Scotland, or peated malted barley. It's like, what the fuck? Don't want that. I want shit. Yeah, I want the shit that is regional. There's so much shit you can burn. I don't care if it's fucking camel dung or like they've done in Namibia or whatever, or fucking elephant dung or whatever. Just burn something that is local to your thing so we can get some.
Or just a native tree, like a native wood that's.
Yeah, like the brimstone is the what's the name bush. You know, there's so many things you can fucking burn to flavor a whiskey. It doesn't have to be fucking. Yeah, it pisses me off. Like if I want peat. Yeah, if I want peat, and it's going to be Scottish peat, then fucking have a Scottish whiskey. I don't want Scottish peat in a whiskey from somewhere else in the world. That's why I like lime burners, because it's actually peat from. It doesn't have to be peat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if they burnt eucalyptus fucking leaves, I'd be happy. Or fucking red gum or whatever, you know? Yeah. It kind of pisses me off.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Sometimes to knock the corners off, other times I take the abuse and use the lathe to knock the corners off. Yeah. I know you can do it, like I've done it back in the day when I was dabbling in lathe work, and yeah, you can do it, but it can be a bit risky because sometimes a big fucking chunk can come off and whack you, and it's, yeah. And it fucks your tools up. Ordered a while on stream, so I've got a set coming. Ah, nice. This is where I get my cheese from. Let's have a look at some cheese. Holy shit, fuck you. That's nice. That's nice, Donald.
I used to say, fuck off. Now I say, that's nice.
Main producer is a kelp roasted single malt. Taste is about how you'd imagine. Mm-hmm. Whatever, it's how flaky happens. Be careful what you ask for. Eucalyptus may be a bit much. No, not if it's smoked. Like if you're smoking the malt, or you're smoking the whiskey after like Brimstone does. I mean, there's so many different ways you can do it. And there's so many different things you can burn. Like even if we did a whiskey right here, I'd use fucking Spinifex grass. You know, and that shit's fucking everywhere. It's local.
I'll use Jarrah wood, which is all around here.
Yeah, and that's actually quite.
Yeah, and I use that when when I smoke fish. I use Jarrah.
Yeah. Jarrah wood is beautiful. I love using Jarrah in a fire or whatever, because I like getting it from Bunnings. You pay a bit for it, but I love using that fire outside because it burns really well, smells great, crackles really good.
Doesn't leave much ash.
No. It's best to have the corners off. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Like, if you got a chunk of wood there, you're like, I can't be fucking knocking the corners off. Just whack it on.
Yeah, but the whole sheep dung thing is, when they're using that to smoke it, they're using dried sheep dung, which once a cow patty or sheep dung, whatever, once it dries, it actually loses that methane smell. So it's actually...
It's completely inert. Like kangaroo dung is one of the best highlighting materials you can have, and because they're nice little nuggets. Once they're dried, you pick them up, stick them in your kit, and once you break that open, it's just dried fucking grass.
Yeah, they don't really smell like they just.
Yeah. No, and we even burn it. It doesn't even smell. No.
It's like there's a whiskey.
I think that's what they did with that Namibian whiskey with the elephant dung. I think it's once it's dried, like And I've seen in survival things where you get a cow patty and you use that as a fire because it's really good for getting rid of mosquitoes and shit like that. Because it burns really slow and it just smolders. Like
I mean, I've literally cooked a steak here on using a cow pat because I've got cows here.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
hay, and there was no smell or taste at all. Yeah.
And it gives off a nice smoke. It smolders really well.
Yep.
Yeah, you can do it.
There's
Export
whiskey.
potential for that dung, Ken. Yeah, the kangaroo dung is really good for firelighter because it's a perfect little nugget. You just grind it up and it starts a fire really, really well.
And you got to remember that a lot of countries who that's all they have to start a fire.
Yeah.
To burn their stuff.
Yeah, why does it have to be fucking Scotch peat? Why does it have to be Scotland peat? Fucking
when
get
you
your
think
own
about it, peat is decaying plant matter.
over thousands of years.
Yeah, but even sheep dung and cow dung, what is it? It's decaying, once it goes through the animal system.
Go through the guts. Yep.
It's kind of the same thing
It's
in the
plant
end.
matter. Yep. It's breaking down plant matter. But that's the thing. All you need is something to fucking smoke.
Mm-hmm.
You just need smoke.
Yeah, that's it.
And you don't have to malt the barley. You can do what Brimstone did, which is they smoke the liquid. They smoke the distillate with the what's the name, Grass? The oh no, that's the other one. Where's my Brimstone? And what is it? Something fucking grass they use? I'm on a mental blank. Yeah, Balcones with their Brimstone.
Oh, you mean the what is it? Mesquite or no?
Yeah, is it mesquite?
I think
Grass
it
or
is.
something?
Yeah. No, it's a tree or shrub. It's a shrub, I think.
It's a mesquite shrub. Yeah. But they smoke the liquid. So they're not doing the barley. They're actually doing the liquid, which I think is cool. And Roy was talking about that as well. There's a problem with that, Evil. Quokkas are an endangered species, and they only be on one island and one small colony on the mainland that is protected. And they eat all sorts of stuff, so I wouldn't want to do quokka shit. Whereas the wild kangaroos just eat grass.
Yeah, quokkas remind me of a rodent too much.
They are a little rodenty. Yeah. And, you get the tourists feeding them fucking apples and all that shit. That would be some funky shit. Yeah, no thanks. But anyway, it doesn't have to be shit. There's, every country has a plant of some sort in their neighborhood. Just
Or a
fucking
tree
burn.
or anything.
Or a tree or something. Just burn something, just to get that flavor.
But I think most countries would find peat in the area anyway. I mean, if we can get peat here in Australia.
Well, no. I mean, a lot of places are protected. Like, I think in Ireland, peat is protected. You're not allowed to use Irish peat. In Canada, it's really protected. And I can understand that because it's a reserve of carbon and blah, blah, blah. So you don't want to be digging up peat bogs. And it doesn't have to be peat. The only reason it's peat is because Scotland didn't have any fucking trees, and the only thing they had was peat, so they used that as a fuel source for heating up their homes and cooking and stuff, and so they used that for doing their distilling, which makes sense. So it doesn't have to be fucking peat. It can be anything. Like you said, you used anyone who does
Pete? Who the fuck is Pete?
They get it for the ground, then they dig it up.
Cheers, Ryan. You dig it up, you throw it in a drink, and you're wondering why it's barking a shite.
I have a litter box full of potential barley smoking fuel. Any takers? Nope. But people who smoke stuff, they use apple wood, they use
apple.
It's fucking all these different woods that are really nice when you smoke them. Why can't you use that? Or whatever, what you've got, like that mesquite or fucking spinifex.
Manuka, like that New Zealand whiskey.
Manuka, or eucalyptus, red gum, whatever's out. Watch out for Gabs, Drams or joke, I bet. Fill your mouth with water and sip whiskey through it. Yeah, that would definitely be a pungent note, Evil. The Sugar Kitty fuel source. I don't think I'd want to be using that. That's the thing. Like, if I want to drink,
says thanks for the likes.
Whiskey that's smoked or peated or whatever, I want to be from that place. It's like when you have gin with the botanicals from that area. That's what you want. You don't want something that's fucking imported shit from Scotland. It's like, well, fuck, if that's the case, I'll just drink fucking Scotch.
Well, that's why I'm hesitant to, that Armadale distillery, McRoberts.
Yeah.
They just released their peated things, and I haven't been up there since, but I just want to know if they're using, I'd probably say they're using, imported, peated malted stuff from Scotland, but
yeah, it kind of sucks. I mean, at least Limeburner's got their own source from the Prongerups. They're actually using their own peat.
Well, hopefully they can keep doing it, because I would be devastated if they announced, oh, by the way, our peated, darkest winter is going to be using peat from Scotland. That would be a disaster.
Yeah, but I don't think they'd ever do that. I think they'd want to keep it unique. But that's the thing. Just smoke the fucking liquid with eucalyptus or something.
Yeah, exactly. Or that's what I mean.
Yeah. That's all you need to fucking do. Yeah, Canada protects peat bogs almost all in parts of provincial and national parks. Exactly. And you can understand that, but yeah, there's always something to fucking burn. I mean, Jesus. like we're saying, fucking sheep dung or cattle dung or fucking grass that grows wild, just something that's, it's got a bit of terroir to that area. It doesn't have to be fucking peat.
Even if you've got wine growing, use the the old wine trees that have expired.
Yeah. When all the pruning is done, and at the end of the season, fucking use that.
Mulch up that.
Yeah. There's going to be fucking something. Jesus Christ. I mean, fucking bear hair or something. No. To protect
even if you have to use your own testicle hair.
Yeah, that's right. I haven't got any hair up top, but you can have some fucking all great hair.
Oh, dude. But yeah, the moral is don't sell a peated whiskey if you're using peated, malt from Scotland that's been peated, and you're selling it, in a different country.
Well, and if you do it, fucking put it on there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Put it on there. Like Roy was saying on his stream, he got this Swedish fucking whiskey, was talking about all of the great things about the location of where it is, and it's using probably a source fucking peat or malted barley from Scotland. It's like, well, what's the fucking point?
That's why I don't even bother with Irish peat, like Connemara and that Black Pit's Teeling. That's all coming from Scotland, the peat.
Yeah, because they can't do their own, which sucks.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
They should burn something at least. Yeah. No, I reckon, use some. That's why I like that brimstone. I know Roy is the same thing, because, it's using scrub bush. It's using... We got plenty of fucking shit out here we can buck and burn.
Yeah, there's... I was looking at distillery in... I think Sydney, Archie Rose.
Yeah.
They just released they used the iron bark wood to smoke their
there you go.
malt.
Yep. So that would be cool. So I'd like to try something like that. Yeah, we don't know how it happened. We don't know. He's got half a dream. We don't know how it happened. We tried to replicate it and it broke the system fucking
Nightbot.
hardcore. Didn't
Five
crash
fingers,
it
high
once. It
fives,
crashed
James
it like
Morgan.
5 times in a row when I tried to restart it. It completely fucking broke the system. So, yep, Brian's got the special 0.5.
Alright, time for a lizard drain.
Already? Nah, I want cool, peaty, smoky, cooked stuff from the terroir of the location. I don't want Scotch peat. I want Scotch peat, I'll drink fucking Scotch.
What the fuck? I did not give you permission to go to the head fucking shirt bits! Shirt bits, you really do have the bladder of an overly pregnant fat woman.
Ain't that the truth?
Private shirt bitch, what the fuck is your major malfunction?
Yay! We got 4 follows on Kick. Yeah, that's a good point. We need to bring that up, people. So we got 7 watching on the Rumbles. Hello, Rumble viewers. Say hi. We don't bite. Ingava gin that uses Arctic botanicals. Ah, I need to be. I wish I could get it. I remember you talking about that before, and I can't get it. I wish I could. That's one thing I really fucking like about gin is you get the botanicals of that area. The same with wine, you know, you get the terroir, but botanicals in gin is one of the best ways to explore the flavors coming from that area. I reckon that's fucking great. And whiskey could do the same thing when they smoke it. Instead of just replicating the iconic peat method that's used in Scotland. Make it unique. I mean, there's definitely going to be some fucking weird shit out there that we haven't even discovered yet that just tastes fucking amazing if you know, did the barley, even if it's malted, because I know down in Lime Burners, before they were doing their own maltings, they were getting malted barley and they were smoking it like in a standard smoker. They were smoking the malted barley before they turned it into grist. And it worked really well. So, you know, you could get malted barley if you don't want to go through the whole rigmarole of smoking the malted barley. You could get malted barley, smoke the shit out of it, or do what I mean, you could smoke the fucking barrels, you could smoke the fucking liquid after it's distilled, you could smoke the wort. I mean, there's so many fucking options. It's like what fucking Bobby does with his whiskey when he's, you know, he uses different woods and smokes the fucking liquid. Why the fuck couldn't you do that? St. Bernard striking again. How many drams have I got? Let's see if I can throw them all away, eh? Throw them all away. Yeah, that's where I looked, and every time I look, it's fucking sold out. I want it. Going for broke. I got 409. So that's 2 slots. 50. And all, yeah, that's what I do, and I normally just lose the fucking lot. Hey, you went, doubled it. Booyah! There you go, I got fucking nothing. Alright, so that's when I go gamble all and throw them all. Except for that one time I got 3 in a row. There you go. Oh shit, I doubled too. Alright, we'll go dice. 80. Let's do it. What did they get? I doubled! Woohoo! Now I got 960. Now I can't gamble anymore. In a timeout. That's fucking rare. Wonders will never fucking cease, eh? Yeah, I'm not. I'm leaving it alone now. I'm leaving it alone. I just need to type a couple of times in chat and I'll get to 1,000. I'll have 1,000 drams. So I don't know what this host button is on Kick. I'm looking in the 1,000. 9,000. There's a host button, but it says I need to have 5 viewers in Kick. So I don't know what that button actually does. No idea. All you need is about 350. Yeah, about 350.
I ain't giving you no 350, you goddamn Loch Ness monster! Get your own goddamn money!
Gamble 666. Actually, we didn't do... Actually, type join. Because I remembered on the last stream, I forgot to actually draw the winner on the giveaway. So somebody type join and see if the giveaway is still open. If not, we'll run another one. I don't know whether it actually... It might store it in any file, I'm not exactly sure. So I don't know whether... Okay, so there's no giveaway. Alright, we'll run one. And I'll remember to draw this one this time. Alright. 1,000 drams. Perhaps.
Private shirt, bitch! What the fuck is your major malfunction? What the fucker did not give you permission to go to the head fucking shirt, bitch?
What have I done there?
Well, you disappeared.
Shirt, bitch! You really do have the bladder of an overly pregnant fat woman!
Fair enough. Oh, is this a bottle kill?
You gotta hit it.
It's getting close. Don't
Yeah,
get the month in the middle of the week, you know. Oh, wait a minute. It's a Saturday, isn't it? It's not middle of the week.
This much left. Is that a bottle kill? I do have this much in my glass.
How much is the... Is that... That looks like a lot of that's glass at the bottom of that bottle.
Yeah. I mean, it is 56 ABV, but...
Well, you drink that dram and then decide whether you want to do a bottle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. See how munted you get after that.
Last
Away now, you reckon? Alright, everyone's in. Giveaway. Last chance. Last chance to join. I'm going to press enter. And enter.
Choose a dram for you, James.
Yay, 5 fingers. You won 1,000 drams. Congrats, bro.
Past 4 p.m. Go a Scotch, but something. I'd say something bourbon cask influenced.
Yeah, what have you got? Yeah, what time is it?
Yeah, 4 p.m.
No problem. 4 p.m. Do
like something light, like bourbon, like, you know.
Yeah,
Eagle Williams slaps 5 with an empty bottle.
Oh yeah, Slapshot got a fucking double. There you go. Enable slapped 5. If you stir a drink with a pea stick, is it a cocktail? If it's Simon's pea stick, I don't want nothing to do with that. And nope. Rock Island 14. All right, I'll join you in the 10-year-old.
Well, I bought this, but
Rock
I
Island's
do
awesome.
have a 20. I still have some of that 21-year-old left.
Oh, that's nice.
I want to join you, but I still got so much of this left. Fucking hell.
21-year-old fucking Rock Island. That's nice.
I used to say, fuck off. Now I say, that's nice.
I'll pour
And the
some
best thing is, it was only paid like $180 for it, I think.
Really?
Yeah. This was last year. So before all this shit happened and everything went up in price.
Fuck, 180, I'd be buying a couple bottles of that.
Yeah, unfortunately, they only had that one bottle.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one I've been wanting to get. The fucking 18, because that first time I had a sample of that,
I actually saw the 18 a few weeks ago.
How much?
More than I paid for the 21. They wanted 200 for it.
Oh, I think I'd still do it. I think 200.
And
bucks
it's
for
the
that.
old. It actually has Rock Oyster. It's not Rock Island.
Yeah. I would totally.
You reckon do it?
Oh fuck yeah, man! That 18 that's out fucking standing.
Holy shit, that is out fucking stunning!
I mean, Donald just saying it's a great dram, man. Yeah, the first time I had that, it blew my mind. And this was years ago. Okay, so Donald gets it for $150.
Yeah, that's what it.
I headed to pick up my kids for a Springbok time. Have arrived. Cheers, Brian.
Yeah, cheers, bro.
Nah, I would totally do the 18, man. That shit is fucking delicious.
Yeah, it's still in the old packaging. I've seen it there for years, actually.
Yep. Now that's the sample I got. It's the Rock Island. Sorry, the Rock Oyster. Now it's Rock Island. That's what this one is. Rock Island. But that 18 is, yeah. It blew my mind. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, Donald's saying, do it.
All right.
Do it.
I would totally say, where the fuck is it? And I'd buy it myself, but I can't at the moment. I'm broke.
Now, this place, they don't shit. They don't do any of that. It's not even. Yeah.
Well, I'll just give you the money and say, go fucking get it for me. Yep, $200 for the 18. That is worth it, man. I mean, the 10 is amazing, but the 18 is just wow. It's on the next level. It should get his like buy. If it's the old Rock Oyster,
it's the old.
Yep, buy.
It's in the red tube and.
That's the one. There's a limit on that evil. You can't do the whole lot. The only thing you can do all is on gamble. You can do gamble on all. Rock Oyster is in a red tube.
No, this one is 18. Yep, the 18-year-old. It was. I think it was red. Let me.
No, they don't do a red tube. That's all, folks. You now have 0. Isn't it like in a dark white?
Yeah, I think more. Yeah, not red too, but yeah, like a dark color.
Because they don't do any red ones, do they? Like Tomorrow's Beastie.
No, it's got
Mm.
it's got red highlights on it and stuff.
Oh, with this bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I only had a sample. I haven't had the tube of the 18-year-old. But I know they're usually like a white, grey. Like the normal one is a white tube, and then you get
Well,
like
it's more like a copper color.
This part, and then a whitish tube.
No, it's got a grey, like greyish tube.
Oh, James saying because there is some sherry versions.
Oh, it might be a sherry one then, but it had 18 on it, so.
The Tomorrow's Beast, yeah. Because I was trying to think there was definitely one that is a reddish one. Because the Scallywag is not. The Tomorrow's Beast, so Meet the Tomorrow. It's a grey tube with copper highlights on it.
Yeah, exactly what. Yeah.
Because there's a car strength version as well, which is what Anthony got. He got the car strength.
What colour is that?
That wasn't red. That was a darkish tube. It's not like that blue one. This one was I think that was a darkish greyish whitish kind of thing. I remember the top of my head.
Man, I'll go back in and it is in the city.
Dark. It wasn't red.
It definitely had that oyster image on it. So.
Because they do some sherry versions.
I'm pretty sure it had 18 on it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the copper. Black with white lettering instead of white with black lettering and copper highlights. Yeah. Now I'll bring up the picture.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'll go back into it and find out when I visit that store next.
It's like that.
That could be it. I think that's where I'm getting the red from. Is that copper has?
Oh, the copper on it. Yeah.
But it was definitely 100% a rock oyster.
Well, there you go. Yep. I gotta get me some of that. It's one of those drams that it always left an imprint in my brain because I had a whole bunch of different samples and different stuff, and I had that 18 and I was like, holy fuck, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how good it was.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I wonder how,
I would have too.
How it compared to the 21, but this is the 21, Rock Island.
I haven't had the 21. I just know that 18 is fucking outstanding. So that'd be interesting to know, though, being the old one compared to the island being 18 to 21. That'd be a good side by side if you still got some of that other one left.
Oh yeah. I'll
yeah.
Once I finish this, I'll see if I can find it.
No, leave it to when you get the 18.
No, I should have plenty of the 21 left.
Ah.
Well, I think I do.
They've left it out in the sun, it might have reacted. Yeah, I hope not. In Australia, fucking sun.
Yeah, if they still got it,
yeah, same. Same. I want to get the Tomorrow's Beastie and the Scallywag. I want to get a whole bunch of them. I like this shit. And there's a few sites that sell them. And I saw a couple that had.
Good
Yeah,
day.
Utron's another platform.
Zenbood. Cheers, mate.
G'day, Zenbud. Went out for Indian food last night, so I was Glenfiddich 37 on the menu, 40 port. I got a mango mule instead. 40 bucks. For a 37-year-old Glenfiddich? Yeah, that's a bit high. Yeah, but converting it to Aussie dollars, you're looking at probably $100. Being in a pub. I mean, in a restaurant, sorry. Yeah, what are you going to do, Donald? Jesus. You'll be down to fucking singlet and shorts.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. Autumn happened here quicker than it usually does.
What's autumn?
No, in Geraldton.
No.
No, we've been pretty much
fucking humid this time of year. Fucking humid.
I mean, we've got humidity, but we're still in the kind of mid to low 20s throughout the day.
Nah, we're still low 30s here. I mean, during the night it's low 20s outside, but inside it's still 28. It's 28 degrees.
Nightbot. 5 fingers high fives, Zenbood.
And if I walk outside, I'll just get eaten alive by the fucking mosquitoes, man.
Yeah.
They're so bad this time of year.
Yeah, they're starting to be here too.
Yeah, even Samuel was complaining about them. And they're the worst, like, a fucking, this house, I don't know, because it's next to the river, the tiny, tiny little ones. So they're the worst fucking thing, the high-pitched fucking sound. The only reason you know they're around is when they buzz in your ear. Otherwise you can't hear them. So, no, these are like, super high pitch. They're so fucking small, so they're impossible to kill. Whereas the old place, or down south in Albany or around there, they're fucking huge fuckers and you can't miss them. So they're easy to kill. These things are so fucking tiny, and there's so many of them. It's fucked.
Have you seen the?
You see something, you'll be sitting in front and watching on the fucking computer, and the computer monitor will light, and something will buzz past, and you fucking shot up with a launch line, and you just can't fucking see it.
Do you get the millipede?
You gotta make any, Donald? Damn. That fucking hot, eh? It wouldn't make any difference there. I could be fucking butt naked and it's still fucking hot and humid and uncomfortable. Like, we've had the fan on 24/7, 7 days a week for like the last 8 months in the bedroom. It just never gets turned off. If we turn it off, we die. It's only the level of the speed that fucking varies on it.
Oh, that's Geraldton for you.
Yeah, it's just fucking humid as fuck.
All right, time.
Alright, oh, yeah, there you go.
I'll go try find that 21-year-old rock oyster.
Nice. Oh, there you go. Shit Kitty's got the same kind of shitty fucking humidity. 16 degrees and the same humidity. Yep. Like, I'm fucking perspiring, just fucking sitting there, doing jack shit. It's fucked. And I'd love to open the roller door, but I just don't want to get eaten alive. There's enough of the little fuckers in here as it is. Cold and dank here. Yeah, 97%. That's definitely dank. $7 degrees, I wouldn't mind that. Just stopped raining, the heat is rising, 22 predicted. Hot and steamy, yep. Yeah, we've had storms inland, and we've had a couple of drizzly bits of rain, which just makes the humidity even worse. .54 humidity too. That is practically like a desert. Yeah. Pretty much. Our daytimes are usually around 65% humidity. And then as soon as it gets into the afternoon, the humidity goes up. But that's normal for this time of year. I'm looking at the high 20s, low 30s every day, humid. But at least it'll cool down soon. And then I can actually have a fire outside, which would be nice. That'd be fucking nice. It'd probably be quite pleasant outside, other than the evil mosquitoes. Yeah, I've got to get an extraction fan here, just suck that fucking air out. So did anybody buy the Lego Land Rover that dropped today? Well, it's on VIP if you're a Lego VIP member, which is, you just sign up for it. It doesn't cost you nothing. I think it opens on the 3rd or the 5th to the general public. It's like $360 Australian. Which I'd like to get, but oh, there you go, 21, nice. $369, giggity.
For what?
Land Rover Defender. This one. Land Rover Defender. It's pretty cool. It comes with all the tools and stuff, the jack and the racks, and yeah, it's pretty cool. I want it.
Yeah, cheers, James. Morgan.
Yeah, cheers, James.
Damn, still tastes really good.
So we're all drinking the Rock Island / Oyster, but just 10-year-old, 14-year-old, and 21-year-old.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just showed it on screen. See, man? On the Land Rover. It's that classic 90 series in the green. Might as well just be a regular model. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. But yeah, $370. That'd have to be a fundraiser to fund that, but I need a fundraiser to fund the lights for the Titanic.
Good day.
Dustin, sup,
Top
brother?
shelf, Dustin. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, good to see you, Dustin.
Are you coming in this week for the whiskey trek discussion? And again, we didn't get a beverage to drink this week. I did catch the end of that stream. I was in and out today. I was on daddy duty, but I did catch the end of it. I did see when he popped in, and then Sean had to end the stream. That's all I saw. The last 10 minutes of that stream, and then I was back on the road again.
Peated whiskey, did he use his own peat or just that?
No, he got peat from Scotland.
Okay.
Yep, malted barley. Peated malted barley. Can I drop a link? What's the link for? We started on for another hour. He was showing me all the tales of the whiskey started. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's pretty much like his last run for the year. What's the link for, James? Well, for the Lego. You're going to buy it. I can give you the link for that. It's the Land Rover, and that's the Australian one, but it should be that. Or if you just search for, let's go to the Lego site. Let's go to the Lego UK site. No, it wasn't 60. It wasn't Faz's channel. That was on Sean Whiskey Wars. So if you go to Sean's channel, he'll have the stream there. You don't do Lego? Why don't you do Lego? So we're 2 hours 42 minutes on Kick to getting to the 5 hours that I need to have. Nice. I'm like, yeah, need to have 5 hours of streaming. I'm like, really? It's like an off-roader for people who don't have matching purses of cars. Really? Nah, the 90 series is pretty fucking iconic. That's a pretty iconic fucking model. That's for sure. What? There's Jeep and then there's yuppie bullshit. Nah, really?
Yuppie.
The British Army have been using fucking Land Rovers. The Australian Army was using Land Rovers. Actually, many countries have been using Land Rovers.
That's what my old brother does. He goes around to the countrysides and finds, like, you know, the old Jeeps that are just sitting on properties rusting away, and he restores them. Nice.
Land Rover's amazing machines. Most of the people who drive them are another story. Yeah, if you're talking about a typical yuppie that's spending 100k on a fucking Land Rover, that's a yuppie with a 100k Land Rover. I'm talking about people that actually use them for real use, like the military and rescue and fucking, yeah, all those kind of people. Nothing like a Hummer. Yeah, but do you want to pay for the fucking Hummer?
Yeah,
The fuel?
exactly.
Yeah, Hummer is definitely worse. Now, if you took on a Humvee, the military one, then that's a different kettle of fish. Yeah, not the Hummer, Humvee. Yes, the hill descent is fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. The G-Wagon is the all-time worst looking. Yeah, the G-Wagon isn't the most. But it was actually funny because before I started this stream tonight, I was actually watching Heavy Diesel and Heavy, what's his name? With he had his what's it fucking called? It's a rock crawler, beast of a fucking thing. Brodozer, that's it. The Brodozer going against a G-Wagon in Moab. That was pretty fucking cool. And it was quite impressive what the actual G-Wagon did, but that Brodozer, that was a full-on fucking rock crawler. Oh my god, that thing's amazing. I want one.
Hey.
Sman tip $25. Cheers and have a good weekend.
Cheers and have a good weekend.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I was just about to take a sip and I almost fucking wore it.
Out of the blues.
Cheers, man.
Good job.
Thanks, brother. Cheers, mate. Fucking hell. So when I was a kid, my dad went to those Jeep events. They would have races for those who was the slowest without brakes. Hammers are for metrosexual men and undersexed soccer bumps to drive through cities with rats that they call dogs to carry under their arms while they're looking important. I'm not going to disagree with you on that one. Definitely not going to disagree with you on that one.
Yeah, Hummer is for a poser. I mean, it's a poser's car.
Now, if you get a Humvee, that's different.
Sman tip $25. Cheers and have a good weekend.
Cheers and have a good weekend.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I was just about to take a sip and I almost fucking wore it.
Out of the blues.
Cheers, man. Yeah, that was a good one. I get it right? There we go. Yep, too funny. So that's the easy way to get Drams. You don't have to gamble. You just drop a cockaboo. There's some Drams. Even if you get the original Meteorama, that's still a hideous vehicle. There's no purpose on the road. I mean, if you're using it for, if you're off-road all the time and stuff, a Humvee is actually okay. Self-inflating tires. It's got a goodwill approach angle. It's not too bad. I wouldn't use it. Yeah, you're not going to use it on road. I mean, if you're going to use it on road, you're a fucking loser. 90% of the place you go off-road is too damn wide. Yeah, you're not going to use it off-road. I mean, on-road. It's stupid. But if you're going to be off-road all the time, a Humvee is pretty fucking good. Too wide off-road? What? What drugs you on? Best all-round off-road is Land Cruiser, end of story. Even though I'm a huge Land Rover fan, I admit it. The Wrangler? Are you talking about the Wrangler?
Oh, the Jeep Wrangler. But yeah, I agree with Donald. The Land Cruiser is, yeah.
Oh, you did a triple, Zenbud. Nice. Jeep Wrangler. Yeah, you have to do a lot of work to make a Wrangler actually decent. I mean, I've owned two of them, and I've done a lot of off-roading with a Wrangler. You have to do a bit of work to them. They're pretty good stuff, but I'd have to agree with Donald. A Land Cruiser, if had a bit of work. I mean, I don't mind a Hilux.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get the Rubicon is definitely good. That's already got a lot of stuff. I mean, yeah, if you got good tire, you got a good put a bit of lift on it, get some good tires on it, got the diff lockers, sway bar disconnect, you're all good.
But even with it, I mean, you're better off though paying a little bit extra instead of getting a Wrangler going for a Hilux.
I mean, yeah, I mean a Hilux. It's you need to do a bit of work to them. Any four-wheel drive, you have to do a bit of work to make them a decent four-wheel drive. You can't just get one off the shelf and expect it to be fucking any good.
But the Hiluxes, they're more easier to modify than a Wrangler.
No.
You don't reckon?
I would disagree. Nah. I mean, there's been a huge thing with modifying Wranglers. Like Jeeps, modify the fuck out of them. Land Cruisers, Land Rovers, and fucking Toyotas. You can modify the fuck out of them. You look at any four-wheel drive magazine, they're all fucking so much shit you can add and mod. There's a reason the base model costs half what a Land Cruiser does, if not more. I'm not a big fan of Land Cruisers for the simple reason they're just too boxy and top heavy.
Well, it depends which one you get.
Yeah, that is true. And depends on what and the same with the Jeep. Depends on what you get. Are you going to go 4-door? And you're going to get a Rubicon? Are you going to go to the 2-door short wheelbase? And the same with the Hilux. What are you going to get? Hit a Pinto wagon, a Bronco frame with 35 tires, 351 Windsor under the hood, and 1980s. Good times. Yeah, nice. Bourbon cask.
Ken. The wheel says drink bourbon cask.
There you go, James. Bourbon cask it is. Hilux is the most versatile and reliable platform ever made, period. I mean, I was talking to a mate of mine today, like he's getting a new car. He had a Hilux, a second-hand Hilux. He drove it all around Australia, replaced the alternator. That's the only thing he did. And then sold it afterwards, and it's still fucking running to this day.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're off-roading in a desert, you want the most narrow vehicle possible. That's the original Hummer's shit F-road. It depends on what you're driving over. It really depends on what you're driving over. I mean, if you're going in a lot of the tracks around here, a Hummer's actually an advantage because you're out of the wheel ruts. It's actually an advantage. You're on the top of the fucking wheel ruts. Most off-road options are very narrow. It depends on where you're driving, man.
Mm.
Depends on what you're driving over. Are you a rocky shit? You're a sandy shit? You're a beachy shit? Are you muddy shit? There's a fucking combination of all of the above. You know, are they well done tracks? Are you bush bashing? Are you in the wet? Are you in the dry? You know.
I mean, when I was working in the mines, all we had was Hiluxes, and
yeah,
they did the job.
Yep. No, I 100% agree with him, and that's what I've been looking at. Before the interest rates, when I bought this house, I was looking at getting a Hilux, and my mate, he's looking at getting a Hilux. That's totally what I mean. Like Don was saying, engineers, the best off-roaders. The parts are available. You can fucking get them worked on any fucking where, and they're pretty indestructible if you look after them.
Exactly. Yeah.
Even a shitty RAV4 is actually pretty fucking decent.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there's two Storm Chasers that I follow that. One of them is in Australia, and he's just landed in the US now for tornado season. He has a RAV4 at home when he does storm chasing, and he has a RAV4 in the States that he drives around storm chasing. And there's another guy, and that's all they use. I mean, they're modified for storm chasing, but there's no lift on them. There's no crazy tires or any of that. They've just got, windscreen protectors, and obviously they've got heaps of cameras and gear on them, but they're pretty much stock standard RAV4s, and that's all they use. But, they're on tarmac most of the time. They're not going crazy off-roading, but it's perfect for that. Perfect for that. And, yeah, you could pull up anywhere and get it fucking worked on.
That's it. I mean, if you've really got some money, you can get the, 70 series, but...
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at a pretty nice, like 100K with front and rear diff lockers, and I was like, yeah, this is the shit I want. My next vehicle will definitely have fucking diff lockers. That would have got me out of so many fucking spots. Fucking diff lockers. I'm definitely having diff lockers on my next 4B. Because of those things called trees, well, that's on a beaten track with trees. And yes, I've been on many a track where it is super fucking narrow and scratched the living fuck out of even my fucking Jeep. But then you go on other tracks that are super fucking wide, like on a beachy, sandy type track. When it's super fucking wide, you don't have to worry about it. It really depends on where you're driving.
Yeah, but surprisingly, I've seen more and more of like the Ram trucks and the big American trucks around here.
Like that too.
Yeah.
I mean, we got a huge crayfishing industry here, and you see heaps of guys with fucking big fucking Ford fucking 350s and 550s or whatever the fuck, that massive fucking... They're literally fucking trucks for towing their shit around. And they're fucking crazy, because you see them driving around in the supermarket and shit, and you're like, what the fuck, you got this giant size fucking... Sounds like a fucking truck. Looks like a truck.
Well, some of them you actually need almost, what do you call it, a HD
truck license to drive fucking, yeah.
Yeah, they're really popular now.
80 Laredo Jeep, the engine died on a few miles off the trail. Dope! Spin the tyres in the dirt. Yeah, we pushed and pulled it the rest of the way down the trail. That's no fun. Some serious downhills. Lifted 350, need a ladder go up. I know, it's fucking crazy, those big fuckers. Especially when I'm driving in the BMW and then, you're fucking real low down and you see guys. At least in my Jeep, I'm a little bit up, but fucking hell, I haven't got a lift on my Jeep. But... People in pickup trucks in urban or suburban areas are just making up for tiny generals. You want to come here to Australia, mate? Everyone's got fucking Pajeros, Land Rovers, Hiluxes,
Yeah, exactly.
and they're all fucking soccer mums, and they've never seen dirt in their fucking life.
Yeah, that's the thing over here.
Every car, every fucking car, unless it's a sedan. But yeah, there's so like when I take my son to the dance school where he does hip hop and acro, you get all the fucking soccer mums and soccer dads with all these fucking massive four-wheel drives. It's a tiny fucking car park, and they've got these massive fucking four-wheel drives, fucking just getting in and out of this tiny fucking car park instead of just parking outside. And it's just crazy.
Nah, it's
and
not,
there's a bunch of them. It's so annoying, and there's a bunch of them that just leave their fucking motors running for like 20 fucking minutes. Just get in, man.
That's what I mean. Like, even when I go visit my capital city here in Perth, it's see Land Cruisers, what do you call it, Sahara Land Cruisers, the high end fucking
Pajeros, Land Cruisers, fucking Hiluxes, and they've never seen fucking dirt.
No.
Nice to know soccer mums are the same. The word, 100%, man, 100%. They've never seen dirt. They're all clean. They're all fucking immaculate, Whereas I got my Jeep, I drove it, my second Jeep, I drove it straight out of the fucking car lot. And I went fucking forward drive and straight up and scratched the living fuck out of it. Like, there you go. Now it's fucking a forward drive. None of this fucking wanking over, spitting, polishing the fucking thing. It's a fucking vehicle. It's not a trophy. We're on down, and here comes my dad. Dude driving looks back. Oh, shit, he's coming in fast. Yeah. Yep, no control coming down a hill. Lost count of the number of times. Yeah, I've been stuck a few fucking times. All those soccer mums are clearly undersexed and have too much play. Yep, exactly. Too much fucking money. It's not only soccer mums, it's soccer dads too.
Yeah.
Now you're seeing driving around in these fucking oversized forward drives, and you can tell.
We call them weekend warriors here. They're just people.
Yeah. They've never seen dirt. And then you see others that actually come out of town and they're covered in fucking dirt. They're all fucking the paint sprayed.
Oh,
like, yeah. You know, that's how it's meant to be. That's how it's fucking meant to be.
And a lot of them, they're using like the older style forward drives and stuff.
Yep, spewing out fucking diesel fumes when they put
exactly.
Yeah.
I just hate being behind one of them. Like their fucking exhaust.
It's so annoying when you get an old fucking Land Cruiser and he's like takes off and it's just fucking. Yep, plenty of them around. And you know it's an old 4-pot fucking screamer too, because they're fucking revving the guts out of it.
Yes.
And that fucking fumes, and they're like. Anyways, thought the soccer dad showed to pick up the 3 kids in a Mazda Miata. Nah, big fucking forward drives. Much as I hate seeing legit off-roading vehicles that aren't being used, seeing those cunts with trucks is just beyond me. At least the Land Rover or whatever, you put the kids' soccer bags in the back. You're not doing shit with that truck bed. You know what's worse? It's fucking cashed up bogans with fucking utes.
Yeah.
V8. Super fucking flashy fucking utes. That track bed has never seen a piece of dirt in its whole fucking existence, but they think they're the coolest fucking guys in the world when they're a fucking 20-something cashed up fucking bogan with their V8 fucking ute. That's the worst.
Don't get me started. I just fucking hear these cunts doing burnouts almost.
Yeah, all the fucking time.
Yeah,
They're
all
just
the
fucking losers. They're just fucking losers. They've never used them. They've never thrown a fucking sheep in the back or a load of fucking wood. Ever. That is bullshit. It's only an Australian fucking thing. It's very similar to the Americans with their pickups. We have the ute thing here.
The only problem is a ute is a 2-wheel drive car.
Yeah, but a lot of those are fucking, you know, they're V8 fucking supercar type fucking utes. Least practical fucking thing. You'd never see that on a fucking farm.
Yeah, exactly.
Never. Upper middle class soccer parent brigade are the bane of the world. They should just take their cardigans and fuck off and hang themselves. 100%. Watch out for a YouTube anti-defamation suit. Yeah, bring it on. Bring it on. I'm on all the platforms. You can't knock me. It'll be like whack-a-mole.
That's
I'm
right.
still gonna. I'm on Rumble. I'm on YouTube. I'm fucking streaming on 3 platforms right now. You take one out and I'll pop up on another.
What about Locals? I heard of a streaming place called Locals.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't know what the fuck it is. I know it's something. I think it's like a Patreon thing. Is it like fucking OnlyFans or some shit, is it?
No, Locals, I think it's
like a Patreon.
Yeah. Alright, time to pour a beer. Be back in 2.
Yeah, I might have a beer after this wine, actually. A lot of cyber nerds like to sit behind a big car. Is that because they're tiny? It's fucking midnight already. Yeah, we don't have cardigan wearing soccer mums here, because, you know, you burst into flames if you wore a cardigan, but... lawsuit with the payout is Australian dollars. Who's the brain surgeon? Be like, yeah, and you ain't gonna get any money out of me. I ain't got none. The only thing I've got is open bottles of fucking whiskey. That ain't worth nothing. Hey, I'm a soccer parent, and I'm not upper class. Definitely not. Our boy goes to soccer. But in any of the, yeah, football, soccer, fucking hockey or whatever, it's just nothing but fucking forward drives everywhere. Can't rant for days about people who drive SUVs in the city. I said most. At least in the US, that is. Yeah, I mean, it's all over the, you know, you get an old fucking piece of shit. Soccer's a rich cunt sport here, at least. Nah, it's not here. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, it's not like you play soccer too much in the US, so that makes sense. Yeah, exactly, James. Whereas, you know, in the UK and in Australia and, yeah, you know, soccer is just standard. Sean from Masharon kicked off 3 times, put fuck up YouTube and was back on last week. Yep. Yeah, I was talking about that today. Yeah, he got a slap on the wrist and almost a strike. I got a strike, but they took it back after I pleaded. I was like, oh, I won't be a bad boy anymore. Try hockey. See, even, yeah, well, ice hockey, when we don't play ice hockey here, we play grass hockey, so, or field hockey, so that is not, I'd say it's probably a little bit upper class here, hockey, even field hockey. Top soccer teams in the States tend to be at private schools. And then in the UK, yeah, prep schools and such, yeah, in the UK with high-end soccer schools. But here in Australia, you know, soccer, Aussie rules football, gridiron in the eastern states, that's dime a dozen. I mean, we've got a shitload of fucking, no. Soccer rec leagues are huge and they cost next to nothing. Private travel teams are a different story. Yeah, that's a different thing. Yeah, I don't doubt. Yeah, ice hockey would not be fucking cheap. Would not be fucking cheap. And just the ice rinks alone, the upkeep on those fuckers, Jesus. And then all the gear, yeah, like right here, you know, field hockey, it's just a fucking, you stick in a fucking couple of shin pads. Isn't it soccer expensive to play? It's just that those who play tend to be the rich guns. Yep. Whereas here, any Joe Blow can play soccer. But Aussie Rolls is definitely the predominant fucking sport.
Okay. Nice.
The Aussie Rolls, soccer, then hockey. That's the point. It's National Beer Day next. Is it 5k? Yeah, for the basics and hockey as a teenager. Holy fuck! Yeah, gridiron in theory should be stupid expensive to play, but it's so ubiquitous and revenue generating even at the low level anyone can play. Yeah, so that's equivalent to our Aussie rules. Everyone just fucking plays it. Oh, and cricket too. Cricket here. That's a little expensive with all the gear. Oh, I forgot about cricket. That's pretty big. Same in the UK. Cricket's pretty big. It's National Beer Day next Friday.
Ooh. Well, that's Good Friday.
Is it?
Yeah.
Hey, Z-Man. What's up, brother?
Yeah, good to see you, Z-Man.
It's hard to make this camera work, let me tell you.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah,
not the phone.
It took me a couple times. I want to slap at it, you know.
Yeah, give it a shot.
Don't worry, this is Diet Coke.
Nice.
It's beer 30 years eventually. It's 9:00 a.m. here in Arizona, so.
Yeah, that's not really drinking time.
10 a.m. is drinking time.
Well, don't worry.
10 a.m. I've done 10 a.m. time.
I still got that in a glass, so I think I'm okay.
Nice.
Yeah, we only get watered down Buffalo Trace.
Oh,
Yeah,
actually,
we get delivery, and this is being delivered.
A bit of fucking
Blanton.
Yeah, a little horsey.
Bit of horsey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
little horsey.
I actually just killed a bottle of Blantons the other week.
I haven't seen Blantons in.
It off the shelf here. We don't see it on the shelf now.
No, I haven't seen Blantons in 2 years, and I went on. There's a website that's here in the States called Drizzly where they deliver it to your door. And I went on there. I'm like, oh, let's just see if they have this. And they only have like 6 things, and that was one of them. I'm like, cool. Send it to me. Put some.
Did you get it for a good price?
No, $100 is.
No. You got to ask right. Yeah.
So, no.
Well, that's actually, that's about, well, we paid about 80 USD for it.
I got that and a bottle of Buffalo Trace for, I think 100, and then between the fees and you got to tip the driver, it turns into a little over that. So.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Everything's $100 like that.
Well, everything here in the bottle shop is $100 at least. Fucking bloody! I walked in the bottle shop when I got those couple of bottles of wine today, and I was looking at the whiskey selection, and fucking everything's going up through the roof.
Yeah, inflation is fucking ridiculous.
So you asked, and I was vague. So the Blantons was $75. Buffalo Trace was I think like 29, and then they want you to tip them $10, and then there's 2 fees of another $10. So you're paying 20 in fees, and then another $8 for tax. So you're into it for 30. But the last Blantons I bought, I think I paid a little like 110 like 2 years ago. So this bottle here, for what I'm paying for it, it's the same price. So it doesn't really matter to me because I've not seen it.
$10 tip, fuck that. It's noon. I've got an hanger I can open. Oh, nice, you kidding? I'll join you in a Von Stefana. And I was surprised that I was just to walk into the shop and look at the bottles. Yeah.
What I don't get is Top Shelf Dustin's putting $10 tip. F that. I mean, do you tip people or not, Dustin? I don't think he gets good restaurant service.
Yeah, I heard a story. Apparently, you have to tip up to 20% now in the States.
No, they do 10%, and then you can do custom on a lot of stuff. And then even like the Uber is the big thing out here, and I do Uber Eats after watching old Hot Buttery Rolls for a few years, and then having
especially when Jason filling
yeah, and stuff getting delivered, and he turned me on to that. I'm like, well, shit, I get Jack in the Box here. You got to tip them something. They're coming to your friggin' house. Gas is not cheap out here. It's it's like $4.50 a gallon now. But you got to give them something. You can't ignore that.
Yeah, I was reading a article story
When
somewhere.
I find that $5 for delivery is perfectly fine.
Yeah. If you don't tip like around 20%, they don't.
They know what?
They think you're like an arser or something.
No. You just give them something.
But here in Australia, tipping is not a.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like here, tipping
we
doesn't exist. Yeah, we don't.
Yeah.
Well, even
I learned that when I went to Europe, when I was in Germany, and you tip, you just round it up kind of deal. But yeah, here in Australia, we don't really tip.
It's never mandatory, but it's just.
Yeah, I was listening. Yeah, they reckon apparently most people tip up to 20% now or something like that.
No, and Dustin has it in there right there where it's 15 and then 20.
Yeah, 15 is the norm, 20 is generally when you get good service. I mean, that's fair enough.
Yeah,
exactly. Drink girls, you kidding? Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, like if I go to a restaurant, and I had a really good meal and good service, I'll do that. I don't mind giving
it's a courtesy.
Generally,
it's a courtesy more than.
Yeah. That's only if I go to a restaurant or whatever. But other than that, tipping is. I mean, sometimes if you get door service or something, you might. But normally it's just done with card, so you don't. There isn't. Really
but
tipping.
here in Australia, I think they get paid a higher hourly rate. So
They do.
Yeah. So tipping is not.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes bars, restaurants, you might leave some. All right. Yeah, tipping 20% for delivery. I mean, Jesus, I'd want to get a low job for that.
No, I won't. I usually don't do more than 10%. Sometimes I custom it. I have been to fast food places where they hang the card server for your credit card out the window, and the first thing they want to do is ask you for a tip. And I'm not tipping.
Tip 8.90 equals 10. Yeah, Americans would be horrified not to even it up to a 10. Really? Well, that's all in Germany. Yeah, you would just give them 10. That's Trent Guild.
Yeah, here in Australia, we don't tip at all. Well, rarely.
Yeah, it's rare. It's usually in restaurants or, if you're in a nice bar and you're drunk, you might just, chuck in an extra few bucks.
But it's not expected here, though.
It's not. I don't tip because it's expected. I tip because it's a courtesy. That's all I do.
Okay.
Courtesy. I mean, that's a whole other thing. I mean, if you don't want to be that, you don't have to be that.
Jim, literally to the 10, I'm saying, yep, exactly, yep. That's yep. And when I was there, that's exactly what it did. If it was $8 or something like that, it would just be take the 10 or.
No, and then Dustin's right on that.
$10, you just take the 20.
Well, Dustin's right on that.
It's gotten to the here you would get asked to tip the idiot who poured you a coffee in there. So our people that are working don't rely on tips. They're actually getting a base wage.
Yeah. They're getting a decent wage.
And I can understand if you live in a place where you have to rely on tips, that would suck.
Everybody wants more money. It is what it is.
Oh yeah, well everything's fucking expensive these days.
Yeah.
Yep. I get a real blast wage at say Starbucks. I'll still ask for tips. Yeah, it's not a thing here. It really isn't. And some places they can't even accept a tip.
Well, if you read that it's mandatory, that's bullshit. It's 100% a courtesy. A lot of places you don't have to tip. They just ask for it if you don't want to do it. Uber, like from taking you from one place to the other, that I would highly recommend a tip. Just because the drivers are not going to want to come pick you up if they're not going to make a little extra cash.
Tip jar, yeah, doctor. Just leave a fucking hand grenade.
Dustin. That's freaking hilarious. I'm ready. Tip jar.
To get you back. Well, is that before you get your meal or after you get your meal, James? Because if gratuities are expected before you get your meal, then I would be giving them. Afterwards, if I've already eaten and I've walked out, then I'm all good. Especially if it was a shit experience, I'm never going to go back.
I got a taco place here in Arizona called, well, I won't say their name. But anyway, they got a styrofoam cup that they tape to the outside of the drive-through window, and it says tips on it.
Yeah.
No, I don't tip that.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of places here that you go to, and they'll have a big container with, you just put your change, and that's usually what you see, even in restaurants and stuff.
Yeah, but we've got skimpies over here. They do that too.
Yeah, that's if you go into a bar. That's fucking different. If you got a fucking skimpy on.
I think the Aussie mentality versus what goes on here in the States is totally different, where you guys just really don't give a shit. Where here we just kind of like, I just kind of want to go with the flow. I want what I want. And it just, you give them $5 just to shut them up. As sad as that sounds, that's what happens.
Maybe we should just pulling our dicks out and putting in just a tip to see what they say. Well, there's your tip. Aren't you supposed to tip your doctor after a prostate exam? The finger on the way out makes you wonder if writing him a card in purple ink with flowers.
Donald Rance always got the ones. The finger in the way.
It's kind of scary. I'm getting to that age where I have to get that shit done.
That's a lot.
Yeah, but they don't use the old, glove in the thing anymore.
Yeah, the old glove up the bum is still fucking done. It's not as much, but yeah.
You can still just get
prostate
blood test. You can just get a blood test.
Yeah, I mean, that's not that accurate. But yes, that is common. But you still, if you got prostate problems, they got to still do the finger up the bum. Enlarged prostate, and you got those kind of symptoms, you still got to have the finger up the bum.
Well, and prostate cancer.
I need to have a tip my urologist because I'm unable to pulverize my own kidney stones. Yeah. I can deliver food, I can drive a taxi, I can and do cut my own hair. I don't have fuck all hair, but I do cut my own hair, yes. And Dustin can relate because he has no hair, so yeah. It's easy for us follically challenged people to cut our own hair. It's very fucking simple.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Z-Man. Haven't seen you on stream for a while.
No. I finally had to go. I was out of work for a little while. I was out of work for a little while, and I had to go back. So they want me to show up. I don't know why. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's something about I don't know. You get paid for something, and you have to turn up. What's the point of that?
Yeah.
Drink on the bottom is just to make sure your donut hasn't become a bagel. Pretty much.
Oh, pardon me.
Pretty much. Fucking temperature has not shifted from 28 degrees the whole fucking night.
I see Dustin's comment where why tip someone for a job I'm capable of doing myself? I can deliver food, I can drive a taxi, and I can cut my own hair. But can you do it after you've had too many drams? Okay.
Well, can you do it at 2 o'clock in the morning when you're fucking 2 bottles down?
Yeah, I mean, come on, Dustin. We all know better. I got somebody that I work with, well, actually a couple people over the years that just, they get a DUI and they're no longer around.
Yeah.
And that's always a bitch.
Oh, that was the quote from The Office. Oh, there you go. See, I don't watch the I never watched the American Office. I only watched the English.
Oh, okay.
I've seen a few episodes of the American version, but I like the. Actually, I was never a fan of the Office UK or US version that much, to be honest.
So what's the difference?
A lot. It's English humor versus American humor. It's completely different.
So who's the guy you play all the time that's Europe?
Oh, Ron, what's his name?
No, the
Ron Swanson.
No, the one that shit pushes the girl off the quarry and shit.
Oh, the fish. You mean slaps him with fish, or?
Yeah, no, or they're both standing up there and arguing with each other, and he finally just and she's in the water. Monty Python.
Monty
yeah,
Python.
Monty, yeah, that's the fish. Yeah,
That's the fish dance.
Yeah.
Well, that's two blokes, but yeah.
A lot of people got
You go decent. The latest seasons started out pretty short. Oh, that's why I didn't. Yeah, okay. That's why I didn't watch the latest ones. Yeah, here it comes. That's two guys. That's John Cleese and fucking. 100% Ricky Gervais did note his bones on that show for sure.
Well, and then everybody knows the term full Monty. So
Yeah, that's not from Monty Python though.
no,
no, yeah,
no. Really.
What's it from?
Full Monty, the movie. But a bunch of guys got together, they were working class guys, and decided to striptease.
Oh, okay.
That was way out.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's way after Monty Python.
Okay. Let me go have a couple beers. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. Might have a beer.
Yeah, go for it, Ken.
I'm deciding whether I want to be a heathen and just have it straight out of the glass or pour it into a glass.
What beer?
Nah, it's a bunch, Stefan. I need to pour it.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah,
You gotta have those yeasty
Yeah.
beasts. You can't not have them out.
Yeah.
Especially in a nice cold glass. Yeah, the Full Monty is a very good movie. It is. It's a pretty.
It is.
Watch that. Yes.
Yeah, but drinking this, the UK do a really good stout. I mean, everyone thinks, when they think of stout, Irish, that kind of thing, but the UK, this is a UK stout. Really good.
Oh, I'm not arguing with you on that.
English stout. What's the brand called again?
So flavoursome.
Shepherd and Neem and Co. Double stout. Really good stout.
Cheers.
Yeah, it is.
Did anyone else understand a single word Simon said? I did. Only because I speak Munted Australian.
No, I understand it.
An American
Sometimes
answers with Bud Light.
Sometimes I have issues with Ken's accent, but
Yes, James Morgan, I did recommend an English stout. A shepherd. Not sure if you can read this.
Oh, I can fucking highlight that shit. If I can see it. There we go.
what is that?
Shepherd Neem Double Stout.
How big is that bottle?
It's a 500 ml. So
Oh,
half a
really?
liter. I don't know what that is in American. Probably.
Yeah, even fucking saying English stouts are pretty fucking solid.
Yeah, it's a good sized bottle.
Sheep theme. What a surprise.
Shepherd Neem.
Herpits, what fuck is that gun? Pile of sheep shit I smell on the top of fuck your lyric.
Hey, I'm wearing a Scotch Down shirt.
Scotch Down Under shirt. Yeah. No tablecloth, not.
It's always something.
Yeah, always something.
So that Buffalo Trace is good shit.
Oh yeah. Actually killed a bottle of Buffalo Trace from what they call it, that Le Munted whiskey, some French company.
Which was called what?
I'm trying to think of the name.
Man. It's one of my favorite breweries. I love their Spitfire Ale. Hey, there you go.
It was a French company, Le Munted whiskey or something like that.
So is it something you can buy in the store out there or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Donald, is that slightly redeemed, Simon, with these crappy fucking Canadian shit he was drinking?
Yeah, I did see their Spitfire Ale. Yeah. I think I'll try that next.
Oh, Donald, I know Donald likes that one.
Big Fire?
Where was that? Which store was that? I need to get
Murphy's. It's a Murphy's store.
All right.
I need to order it from Murphy's.
And I did have another what do they call it? A Hook Norton's. How you make a pale ale. Oh, there we go.
Fucking hell. It's done it again.
$5. Cheers, brother.
Cheers, Z-Man.
Yeah, that's
Cheers,
well
bud.
done, man. Well done.
I like it when he hunched down. That's what makes it fun.
It's fucking always fun when you drop those and I don't fucking expect it and my heart fucking jumps out of my chest.
Hey, it's a nice addition to the channel.
Fucking oath, there's no one else that fucking has that. I don't think they're tame enough. I don't think they want to die an early death.
I don't think that'll happen.
No. I need to get one of those heart rate monitors because it'd be fucking awesome to see my spike.
Yes.
One of those fucking Fitbits. It would definitely fucking spike. There's no doubt about that.
Yep. Yes, it would.
Yeah. This has redeemed Simon a bit. There you go.
Why is it redeemed Simon?
Yeah, what have I done?
Well, he was drinking some fucking pretty shit. Fucking Canadian Holston fucking crap.
Oh, Molson.
Oh.
Yep.
So if we were
I love
driving
you,
down,
Samuel Smith, James.
so if we were driving down the Canadian hole, would we say Canadian Mist is down that hole?
Canadian Mist.
I mean, it's in a big 1.75 liter bottle. It's in a plastic bottle.
Yeah, that sounds pretty shitty.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yes. Spitfire Ale is one of my favorite beers. Do it, Simon. All right, I need to order some then, because I can't get it here locally. You can't beat it. Yeah, I love Samuel Smith, Jones. I like Samuel Smith, and fucking the yellow one in the can with the B on it. I remember brand. Boningtons. I love fucking Boningtons too.
Yeah, body. Yep, that's a good beer. I like.
I love bodies. Yep, I do like a body.
Problem is, it used to be.
Ooh, I haven't had that one, but I want it. Yeah, I like Boningtons. Used to be able to get it here, but I haven't seen it.
Oh, on YouTube round. Yeah, that's long gone.
I love a Boningtons right now. I do like a bodies. Now you got to do Dram cartoon, ! Dram cartoon if you want the cartoon.
I do. So get ready.
You want the cartoon? Okay, you can have the cartoon.
I haven't seen it in a while. I don't want. Sometimes I don't want to do it because you're like, trying to fix stuff, and is it all one word? Or?
Unless you unbox some shit.
I do
but
Dram.
I'm streaming on 3 platforms tonight, and we haven't had a single crash. Now I've cursed myself, but
yeah, you don't want to do that.
Nah.
Is it that way?
Yep, that's it.
I love
it. Hey!
I don't know if I can. Let me see if I can picture while I do this. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, Nuki Browns, we don't get that over here.
Yeah, can't do that. Sorry.
And what?
All right. Oh, you do look cool.
I need to change it so when Carly's here and when we do the cartoon, it triggers both of us. I need to change that.
Can you do you and Carly cartoon or no?
Yeah. Yep. So just before they killed it, I found the one that does both of them. Canadian Miss is a whole other level of hell that Canadians should apologise for. It might qualify as a war crime against the world and be proven under the
It's the world.
Oh shit!
I had a buddy of mine probably 20 years ago that bought a keg of Budweiser and a bottle of Canadian Mist for a party, and it was the crappiest shit around. But it got
I've got to find some American beers for next Friday, since it's National Beer Day. Yeah, that's it. You got Fitty Zenbud. Fitty. James, I thought that's what it was. And we tried that, and it didn't fucking work. It broke the fucking stream. Well, it broke one element of the stream that bad that I rebooted the software, and it broke again. Reboot it and broke again. Reboot it and it broke again. And then the 4th time, it actually fucking worked. And we tried it 2 or 3 times. So I don't know how we got it.
Mark Emeneka. Cheers,
Hey,
mate.
Mark. Yep.
How long
Cheers,
does
brother.
how long does a cartoon last, Ken?
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yep. I always look better like this. Always better like this.
Yeah, that's why Carly fell in love with you.
Yeah, exactly. She saw this place and was like, "Oh, I like that."
I think a lot of people don't
Falls. Yep, it's way past April Falls here. We're on Sunday now.
5
Yeah.
minutes.
We are. Yeah.
Well, April Falls at midday on April 1st, but yeah. There's still some places in the US that hasn't gone midday yet.
Well, it's 9:30 a.m.
Yeah, you
Saturday
can heat
over
to
here.
April Fools yet. Yeah.
Well, it is April Fool's, so disregard.
What state are you in, Zealand?
Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah, we don't do daylight savings time, which is a bitch because I got a clock that does it. So I don't know, 4 months out of the frickin' year, I got to keep resetting it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
I
lucky.
thought about throwing it in the trash, and now everybody's the same. But I don't know. California, I think, is 1 hour behind now.
I think it's only. Well, who's left now? It's only James. You've switched over now, haven't you? I think everyone's switched now. Like everyone's in normal time now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because I know the UK was like a week or 2 weeks after.
Nah, I think it switched. Usually, I think it switched probably like a week ago.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought the UK switched like a week ago.
Yeah, but here in the States switched too. So, which is kind of cool because all the streams usually start at like 6 o'clock at night out here in Arizona. So it makes it funner to watch because you're getting out of work, come home, take care of your shit, pour a dram, hang out.
Last weekend of March, yeah, but I knew the UK was. I think they were a little bit later. I think there was another week on top. And James is in the real spot. He's in GMT, so that's where the world should take their fucking time from.
Yeah.
He's in Greenwich Mean Time. Scuzzy.
And new poor Dram.
Poor Dram will like pass out.
The hell's he doing now?
Yeah, he said he was pouring a dram. It's like, do you really need to disappear for an hour or however long he's going to take? It was 0:38 when he disappeared, so we'll see how long it takes.
Dustin needs to get on here at least.
Fell in Love reminds me of Tank. Are you talking about Tank the movie? Oh, I used to love that movie. That was so cool, isn't it?
Oh yeah, was that with James Garner?
Yeah, are we talking Tank the movie?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen that in a while. Yeah, Tank. He was in the army.
No, it's music. You fell in love with Tom Trooper.
Really? Thank.
I was thinking of the movie.
Now I'm gonna go look up Tank the movie.
Vic Bitter, mate. Carlton Draft. Indians know how to skull 5 VBs.
It's a Russian transvestite.
Good old VB. Vic Bitter, I got it now. Matter of fact, I've got it right now.
Like, for some reason. Yeah, look at Donald's.
Anal rag shithole. Cheers, anal rag shithole. VB, mate. Just got a call from the scammer who turned to be a Russian transvestite and went out to a man and I called them sucker cock for some reason. Judgmental bastards. Yeah, how dare they in this woke times? How fucking dare they? Yeah, nothing wrong with fucking VB. Good old Aussie fucking standard beer. I've smashed many a fucking VB in my time. Have you smashed many a VB in your time, Simon?
No, I don't. I don't touch that.
No, that's
fucking
right.
shit.
You're a youngin', aren't you? You didn't grow up in the real VB days.
Is there such thing as real VB left?
Sure, man. What about EB? Export.
Yeah.
How can you call yourself a fucking Australian if you haven't
Would
got
not
completely
touch that
fucking
shit with a
smashed
10-foot pole.
Fucking EB and VB and maybe export. Fucking bush talk, cat. Fucking bush talk.
I mean, that is just pure chemical fucking rubbish. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's fucking, yeah. I don't know, man.
If I want the biggest
Back in the day.
fucking hangover of my life, I'll drink that shit. But
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No.
Fucking A. You know what your problem was? You know what your problem was? You you stopped drinking. That was the fucking problem.
Yeah,
You didn't
exactly.
keep going.
That is a problem. You got to keep drinking.
Smash the number
just
of
to
VB. We actually get it imported from Australia and Canada. Hey, there you go.
Really?
Fucking
Right,
old
son.
on board. You smashed a fucking few VB. Matter of fact, I've got it now.
VD. I just love some VD.
VB, not VD. We love me some VD.
No.
Yeah, well, there's certain places you can go for that then, bud. But yeah, the VB you might have to. I think VB tended to end up with a lot of VD.
Exactly.
Donald has some contacts. I love it.
The VB in the VD.
VB to the VD.
If VB was the only beer I could get access to, I'd be doing this.
Nah, seriously, dude. Nothing wrong with a fucking few VBs.
Nah, fuck that.
Nah. I mean, it's not something I gravitate towards all the time, but I'll fucking smash a few VBs back. Don't worry about that.
No.
Now, they're all classics, mate. Fucking classics. Export.
I mean, MU
VB is
export,
great beer when you're
I'll
20 and more.
tolerate MU export.
Exactly,
VB.
though. Exactly. That's what I mean. Back in the day, in the 80s, we were all fucking young, dumb, and full of cum. We'd smash fucking many a VB.
Mm-hmm.
VB had a plant in Fiji, so there was FB. Imagine the same crap fermenting in rotten tanks in the tropics. Well, that's like fucking what do you call it? The Mexican shit. When they put the fucking lime in it. That's got rat piss.
Coronas,
yeah. Rat piss. Yeah.
Well, every guy thinks they got the girl. When I've had issues with my girl, I'm probably 5 years into the relationship, still not married, and didn't talk to her for a few weeks because she just pissed me off. So I had somebody call me up. I changed my phone number and I texted her back. She goes, "Well, who is it?" Blah, blah, blah. I told her who I was. And I said, "Well, I just want to get together." And she goes, "Well, you can't text me for a booty call." So I told her, no, that's not what I'm trying to do, but that's what I was trying to do. So,
I'm not here for a booty call, but
so now, 20 years later, I'm still with her. Once she did that shit, I'm like, and she's a registered nurse, so she's smarter than the average girl.
Yep. So she can do some nasty shit to you when you're asleep, so you don't want to fucking piss her off.
And any girl I had in here before that, they move in, they love the house. You can't live in here unless you pay rent. Well, I can't do it. But this one I got right now, I just fucking laugh at her.
Nice. VB started out an amazing night when I was 21 and resulted in a night of fun that started in the pub washroom. Hey, there you go.
So here's an unknown question.
Yeah. No, Corona's like fine wine compared to Fiji bitter. I can't say I've had Fiji bitter. Yeah, that sounds dodgy as fuck.
So I got 2 questions for you, Ken.
Shoot.
How long you been with Carly?
21 years.
And how'd you meet her?
At work. I was sent up here to work and manage a place, and she was there.
Just still for rip, are you? Fuck yeah. Just still for rip, fucking right.
And what told you? Hey, one more question, because everybody wants to know. What told you that you were hooked?
I don't know. That like my colleague, he told me that there was a nice girl up there, and you'd be a lucky man to have her. And I thought, okay, well, that sounds interesting. And then when I first came out, and I thought, okay, yeah, she seems pretty cool, but I wasn't that interested. And then I think that just let the expectation and the guard down, and I just started hanging out with her, and I thought, nah, she's pretty cool. She's pretty cool.
Cool. Yeah, that's a good note, man.
Yep. And that was it.
Mine's my best friend. Otherwise, I would have kicked her out long ago.
Yeah, don't give away too many facts, or you'd get some revenge.
So, one more question, Ken. How old's your son?
He's 10 in August.
Wow. Yeah. All of mine are grown.
Yeah, I was late in the spawning of my seeds.
But
time.
I took advantage of the kid games and going to parks and doing all sorts of shit you would do with kids. So, and we always blamed it on the kids. Well, do you want to go? And a lot of camping, a lot of hunting, fishing.
Yeah, we've done a bit of camping. I'd love to do more. If I was living down south, because I grew up camping and fishing and doing all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Can't really do it up here. It's not really the place for it. But yeah. Now he's gotten older, I could definitely, we could just fuck off for a couple of days and go do a bit of fishing and camping.
Yeah, that's what I miss.
Yeah. And he loved it. He loved it a few times because he likes the astronomy stuff because I've always done that. So he's super keen on that. I gave him a telescope for his Christmas or birthday just recently, and he's itching to get that out. So yeah, we'll go off. I just got to get him off the iPad. He's one of those modern day kids with a fucking glued in front of the fucking screen.
So when you met your wife, were you doing IT or no?
Yeah, I was still doing IT.
So what made you think that you want to do it as a business for yourself?
Well, I was employed when I came up here. I wasn't self-employed, and I got to the point where I was employed doing IT, and then that job went by the wayside. I was doing another job, and I thought, what the fuck is this? Why am I going out and doing IT shit and charging this amount when I get fuck all as in the wage that I'm getting is a percentage, a very small percentage of the amount that I'm charging the client. I thought, why the fuck am I being the middleman when I can do it my fucking self? So I went and took the plunge and decided to do it my fucking self. So I've been doing it ever since. You know, don't have to pay the fucking middleman. I get the clients. I fucking look after the clients, and then I invoice them. You know, got rid of the middleman.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a stable thing because you don't know when your next paycheck is, but the freedom that it gives you is along with the stress and anxiety. It's I think it's worth it. It's that life balance.
I've been working for the man for years, so I get it.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for 15 odd years, I'd say now. Yeah, I agree, Zenbud. I agree. I did say that the last time. I agree.
Simon,
place your bets.
Cool. Yeah, no comment.
Well, he's got super quiet. You know, the single syllables. You're doing good, Tom?
Yes,
you're just listening. Okay. Key is getting the clients. If you can do the job, you can do the job. That's a given. But if you can get clients in yourself, then it's no need for them. 100% Shuki, and that's exactly what I thought. I thought, oh, the fucking hell, I've got a great relationship with all these return clients that I'm dealing with. You know, they really like the work that I do, and I get along with all these people. Why the hell am I having, you know, working for the man when they're the ones that are getting all the profit and the kudos, and I'm the one that's doing the fucking work?
Yeah.
I like to think I fund your life, so I'll give it over. Yeah. I said before I couldn't understand his Munted ramblings. And I could definitely, like, I've never been one, I've been pretty lazy with my business. You know, I've never really advertised and pushed myself and stuff. I could definitely get a lot more work, and I could be stressing about trying to fulfill those clients and work hours and all that stuff. But if I'm above water, paying the bills, and have a little bit of play money by the side, then fuck it.
Yeah,
exactly. So I've worked for the state for 31 years. I retired out at 24, collected retirement, and now I'm working for another company that's actual part of a business that employs state workers.
Yeah.
And the issue with that shit is they make their money. They want you to do what they want you to do. And after a while, you just start to realize, you know, is it really worth it? And I've been in there for like 7 years. So now that's what made my 31 years. And then I just sat there, I think in 2000, when I became a ham radio guy. I met a couple guys. I met one guy that was a retired engineer that was converting LS engines, Chevy LS engines, and then making them work in, you know, newer, older vehicles. And we did like one engine a month, and you would get like, you know, there was X amount of profit off of that. And that he did it for like 5 or 6 years. And as the profits started to close, he asked me, you want the business? And I'm like, no, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with the headache of having to own a business and deal with the shit. But because of that interaction, and now I know the knowledge of that shit, so I can sit here in my driveway and have friends come over and, can you diagnose my car? I could plug in this shit and do my thing. So
yeah. Yep.
You think?
And that's like, I've always been tinkering with computers and shit, and even been employed doing that stuff, and that's pretty much going. It's like, yeah, I mean, friends and family always help fixing their shit, and then with photography, that was always a pastime, and then doing the astronomy shit, that was always a hobby. So I just like, well, fuck it, well, no, I might as well get paid for it.
Are you always installing speak shit or changing software as a whole, or are you changing the software?
Like and for clients or my own shit?
Do you go into the program and change the program?
Depends. I mean, typically it's just basic shit.
And I went through tech school, and this was in 1987, and we were doing DOS. And in order to get out of there, I can't remember what company had the Hero robot. You had to make it talk and do different things for you. And people don't understand that when you got to do shit that makes that robot do this or do that. I mean, it's off the charts. And nowadays everything is plug and play. And then, so I think like 88, I worked for a copier company, and everything was plug and play. So boards on the machine were broke, you just replace them. You don't do anything that integrates.
I do an eclectic bunch of stuff, so it depends on the client that I'm dealing with. Sometimes I have to replace hardware, sometimes I have to update software, sometimes I have to reconfigure their software. I mean, it's a whole mixed bag of stuff. Sometimes, like I also do hosting and website hosting and design and email hosting and stuff.
You're never changing program. You just plug and play.
Yes and no. Yes and no. It depends. It really depends.
So what's the no?
Some stuff might be a proprietary software, and I have to go in and tweak that software for whatever they need to have it tweaked for. Whether it's not functioning or they need a new function for it or something like that. It really depends.
So what tells you to know?
Second?
What tells you to know? Do you go figure it out?
I mean, it all depends on the always water before bed. Yeah, how much water? It all depends on what it is.
Enough.
Well, it depends what it is. I mean, sometimes it's plug and play software. It might be Microsoft Office, and I have to reconfigure, a new client, or it might be a server. I have to reconfigure the server. It really depends. Sometimes it's really old proprietary software that they use for a specific application that doesn't even have support anymore, and I might have to try and tweak it to make it work again, or hardware to tweak for that software. Like I've got a couple of clients that their hardware and software only works on old school machines, so I have to, if the old machine dies, I have to build a new old machine to work with their old software and hardware. So
I'll be back in a minute.
Yep. Yeah, it really depends. And yes, sculling water before you go to bed after drinking is highly recommended. Highly recommended.
I always do that.
Yep, fucking oath. And like literally scull a fucking shitload. You might be pissing all fucking night, but you will appreciate it when you wake up in the morning. That's one thing I've noticed since moving into this house, because I don't have the fridge right next to me like I used to in the old joint. It's on the other side of the room, even though it's only like 8 fucking steps away. I don't actually drink as much as what I used to. And if I do bring the water out, because it's so fucking warm in here, it heats up. You have too much to drink last night when everything you type is upside down. That is true.
How did you do that? For her.
Oh, well, there's one there.
Just that one. I'm scared if I stop.
Oh, there you
all at
go,
once,
Zimbo.
the
Thanks. That'll make it easy.
hangover will
So now you have too much to drink last night when everything you type is upside down. There you go. I don't even know how to make that happen. How to make it type upside down. How do you fucking do that? But that's pretty cool. But I've always been one of those people. I can read upside down text. I can read the backwards and fronts. I can text. That's all good. When you see those things pop up on social media with half of the letters missing and half the words, oh, there are online websites that will convert the text for you, and you just copy and paste it and slap it in. Just change your font. How the fuck do you do that in like YouTube chat though?
And that fucking owl is driving me crazy. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but it's fucking hooting.
We talking what kind of owl? Are we talking a shrieking owl or a?
No,
like
it's I don't know what they call it, but it's a fucking owl that just that's all I can hear.
Oh, okay. So that's like a Mopop type owl?
No, it's a hooting owl.
A hooting owl. Well, that's kind of. I want to know a bit more the type of owl than a hooting owl.
Well, that's all I can hear is this.
I've got barn owls here.
Ooh, that's all I can hear. Fucking owl.
OnlyFans and cocaine will make you type upside down. Yep, that'll do it. In a good way. The font as the kerning table with negative values. Yeah, but how do you change the fucking font though? Yeah, we've got barn owls here that they sound like demonic demons because they screech. Shit.
This is not screeching, it's just fucking.
Ken Kiss forgetting it's April Fool's Day and can't take anything we say serious. Well, it's fucking 1 o'clock on a Sunday, so April Fool's Day is long fucking gone. I understand it's still April Fool's Day for you, Eric, but for me, it's long gone. I'm just curious, how do you change your fucking font in YouTube though to do that? Do you just copy and paste it for someone else? That's the only way I know how to do it.
Ken, I'll be back in a second.
Unless you change your OS font. I like my woman, I like my chicken. With a little bit of fat on the end. Pudding dish. My scusi.
I need this train.
This is fucking everyone's out. April 2nd is make stupid comments in chat day. Hey, fucking any day here in Scotch Down Under is make comments in stupid day. Not too much and not too little, just enough to make me grin. There you go. It works.
What the fuck did not give you permission to go to the head fucking shirt bench?
I know. It's that under over 20. Yeah, what's the under over? He comes back. Yeah, I don't think he's fully there yet. I think he's still a little bit kosher. And Zenput took the win. That was no win on that. We'll do 104 for the time check. With the lizard drain. See how long it takes. I haven't done a single lizard drain. I've been going for 4 hours straight. Drunk all that wine, drank a little bit of whiskey on the beer. Okay, now you're getting fucking crazy. What does that say? Mooses. Something wrong. Are you just punching in from fonts from another website? Simon Munted. Just to get on the party, Simon is not fully munted, but if there's chances is lizard drain much more, he may pass out after a while. Yes. That's why we're going 104 as the time count.
He'll be all right.
We'll see how long it takes.
There he is. Maybe not.
So is it a website you're using for the upside down text? This is not useful for my inner ear. But if he touches his lizard much more, he may pass out after arriving. That is true. Eric!
I can't see anything.
UpsideDownText.com. There you go. Well, that later fucking explains. www.upsidetext.com.
Seriously?
What's up, Eric?
I can't see anything.
No, we can see
You
you.
can't see?
Good.
We can see you.
That is weird. Maybe. Have you got a cloaking device on?
I can have a cloaking device. I mean, I tried to get the one from the Bounty, but it wouldn't plug in properly. So.
Yes, but if I watch it on YouTube, then everything's in delay.
Yeah,
that's what I got.
Yeah.
You can watch it on Rumble. You can watch it on Kick. You can watch it on
What about
YouTube.
here?
You got 3 places to watch it.
Watch it on Grindr?
Nightbot. A steak pun is a rare medium well done.
The steak pun, medium well done.
This phrase is unstunning.
Yep, nice one. Daniel. Look, Eric clearly has phases on stunning. Oh, hello.
Eric.
Nightbot.
Yeah.
Donald Rance kicks Nightbot right in the digital cojones.
Was there a earthquake in the Telemuntro area last night?
Say what?
There was somebody that was on Whiskey. I think it was like Whiskey War stream that was talking about an earthquake in California.
In California? We
Yes,
don't have
sir.
earthquakes in California.
Yeah, and it was like
didn't hear
Telemuntro.
Dude, we have earthquakes every day. It's just a matter of how big it is.
So it was.
Anything under a 4 on the Richter scale is not worth mentioning.
So it was 4.5.
Nah. Okay, here's a 4.5. That's a 4.5.
I farted on my chair. There's a 4.5.
So the only reason why I bring it up.
Hold on, that's an exaggeration. Actually, 4.5 is it's so a big truck driving by your house. I can't hear him.
We're not talking.
Oh, James, that's not the stock room.
So
That's the whiskey track room.
A 4.5 earthquake, you'll go. Was that a truck that just went by? Or was that an earthquake? I'm not sure. Let's check the USGS website. It's so mild, and you get so used to it. And our building, modern buildings are structured for it. It's like not that big a deal. Now a 5 is, oh fuck! I hope nothing. Hope no bottles fall off the shelf. A 5, you're concerned about your whiskey, or something falling off the shelf. A book might fall off the shelf.
Cheers, Lyman.
7,
There we go. It was 6 minutes. 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Go.
Pretty much.
In the lizard drain.
If you get a 6 and up, you're talking buildings collapsing. You're talking buildings collapsing.
So my girl's sister lives in northern Illinois, and there was a tornado warning where they threw them all in the basement. So that shit was going on, and then I was watching Whiskey Wars, and there was somebody in there was saying California had a 4.5 earthquake going on. So I'm like, really? I thought it was something. Well, apparently it's not.
No, it's no big deal.
All right.
All the time. Don't even mention them. It's like, no big deal. Now, if people, they come to California, they move to California, and they never experienced one, that's something. But a lot of earthquakes, anything under 5, it's hard to tell whether you actually had an earthquake and it wasn't just a truck went by, or especially when you're on an upper level floor, on move. But the weird thing is sometimes there can be a slight boom. You can hear a noise to it because something in the ground is moving. So they can have a weird. And then you can have an earthquake that rolls. There's shaky ones, and then there's ones that it's like a wave. You just kind of go, whoa, So I don't know, on a completely different subject, have you heard there's this new Star Trek series coming out?
Fucking Academy, fuck off. 32nd century, fucking
I don't have another picture of it, but here's what the ship looks like. It's the USS Penetration.
I love that.
Oh, that's fucking it. Well, they're not even gonna fucking get onto a fucking ship. They're just gonna be fucking running around in classrooms, banging each other, and fucking whinging and complaining about their classes. That's all it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's actually technically, I guess it's a Schlong class starship.
It's a Schlong class. Yeah.
Anyway. Oh yeah, I got one of those.
Yeah, I got one of those. You got the XL.
I have the different size ones.
Yeah, you got the XL. Fucking point.
Yeah, so I got.
All my rest of mine are in boxes. So have you gone on to? Yeah. Oh, jeez. There you go.
Here's this one.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little inadequate now.
Yeah, that's what. So Star Trek nerds, yeah, they have Starship Envy.
Yeah, 100%. White penis feeling Trek, fuck me dead. Yeah, that's what it's gonna be, Donald. That's what it's gonna be. I'd like to enter her prize.
This one's from the Mirror Universe. This is a real smaller one, sort of a smaller one from the Mirror Universe.
So have you gone on to the new guys that are selling Eagle Moss?
So yeah, so the ones I'm looking for the USS Cerritos from the cartoon, and if anything shows up that's really, really hard to get, that you can't get from Amazon or any other stores, boom, they're gone like within a few minutes. So most of the stuff that they have, so most of the stuff they're selling now, I've already got, and it's already, you can get them elsewhere. You don't need to get them there.
Yeah, you need to subscribe to the email because they're bringing new stuff out every week or every week or
Right.
two.
But they come on. It's like Sunday at a. Oh, here's one. The one you just showed. This is the one you were just showing, I think.
On some, what happened, Zimble? Oh yeah, that's XL. Yeah, that's it. I still want to get that XL because that's fucking nice.
Nice. Anyway. Oh man. So there's these Star Trek. These guys have 3D printers. Somebody does up the drawings or whatever for the ships, and then I guess they buy them, and then they actually make them. And I mean, they look, some of them are looking really good. I'm not going to get into 3D printing and spend all the time, making them and sanding them and then painting and doing all that stuff. But the stuff I've seen in Facebook groups, they look fantastic. They look really good. So,
What the hell is that, Ken?
It's a Borg cube with a electronic candle in it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go.
Which is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
It's like a Borg cube fucking box that you can put knickknacks in, but it's a Borg cube.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. It's got different designs on it.
Is that? Oh, nice.
This is the USS Centaur, which showed up in an episode of Deep Space Nine when the crew, they had a Jem'Hadar ship and they were going behind the lines, and the captain of this ship, I think it was Charlie something, he didn't know that Starfleet was on board this Jem'Hadar ship. And so this ship is attacking the Jem'Hadar ship, thinking it's attacking the Jem'Hadar. Anyway, so they get to it anyway. So I think it was Charlie. I think was the name of the captain, whatever. Anyway, yeah, this was a hard one
I'm trying to remember.
He was a Centaur.
Yeah, I definitely would have that one because I pretty much got all of them before they went out of business. I got them all.
Yeah. It seemed like the
that's someone that designed something like, fuck this, I'm tired of making a fucking cube. Well, that makes sense for the Borg.
Some of these more obscure ships that people are selling, it's somewhere in Europe, like Germany or something like that. I don't see them in the United States available.
The Eagle Moss ones?
Yeah, some of like the more obscure Eagle Moss ships. For example, this is the Aventine. I've never, ever seen this one anywhere. I got this. I think I got this one from Germany. So some of these more obscure.
Okay.
This is this Star Trek Online ship. But
yeah.
I've never.
Towards the end, they started doing the Star Trek Online ships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if some of these ships were maybe limited release, whatever, and they were all they're all bought up in Europe or whatever.
Well, they all came out with, if you subscribe to the Eagle Moss subscription. So I got them all until they went under. I got all of them, but online, what they were actually selling on the stores, some of them were very limited.
Oh,
and
there you go.
You'd get some that were special editions. So if you're a subscriber and you got the limited edition ones, so like there was the original space station. There was like Deep Space Nine. There was a bunch of them that were limited special editions that you have to be a specific level of subscriber. I got all of them.
Yeah, I'm kind of late to the game.
Right, no regrets. You got to enjoy a good bottle of whiskey, James. That's what it counts. What was that, Eric?
Oh, I'm kind of late to the game. I didn't get into buying this till just before Christmas a year ago. Just before Christmas a year ago.
Yeah.
So on a completely different subject, have you had? You probably have the Dinkum Virgin Oak.
I haven't had the Virgin Oak. I've got the organic oak.
Yeah, so I get the Virgin Oak. So I just posted my video on Dalwhinnie Distilled Edition posted today, and in the middle of next week, Wednesday, on my video, I do a video just on Wormtongue versus Shell Tube, and then it'll be Deanston. The Deanston Virgin Oak. So I generally don't like young whiskeys. I've tasted a number of new makes. If I'm tasting a whiskey, particularly Scotch, and it seems very new makey, whether it's the green notes or that aspartame powdered sugar character, I'm just like, put this sucker back in the barrel. It's like eating bread that still tastes like dough. You know what I mean?
Yep. I get you.
I'm done.
Yep.
Put it back in. Put it back in. Of course, Dustin, man, he doesn't want a whiskey until it's 40 years old, and
you know,
It's
tastes
got to
like
be
it was
49 and 8 months. Yeah.
came out of a pirate ship in the 1740s or some shit. You know.
Love you,
He likes his
Dustin.
whiskey. He likes his whiskeys like his women. Oh.
Been around the block a few times. No, their way around.
Anyway, but I gotta say, it's a non-age statement. I think it's around $40 US, somewhere around there. Really affordable. This is and I can tell it's youthful because it has that fresh brightness and so forth. I really, really like this whiskey. It doesn't have any new making characteristics. To me, it's, if you didn't notice the malt, so what's the primary ingredient? You know, malt versus corn versus whatever else, and then you have the cask characteristics, which get more and more of different aging. It has all the cask characteristics of a bourbon, and yet it's a malt. You don't get the corn characteristics. You don't get the corn characteristics of a bourbon.
That version oak.
It's almost like it's like a hybrid between a bourbon and a Scotch in terms of the cask characteristics, and I'm really digging it. I'm really liking it. It's the first time I'm going to say I think this is a young whiskey that doesn't need to be put back in the cask and has something to offer just exactly where it's at. That I really, really like this whiskey. So.
Yeah, I haven't heard anyone say any bad things about that one.
No. Yeah,
yeah.
So it's done in you know, I think first full bourbon cask and then done in virgin oak, and I think the youth. I'm just talking out of my butt as usual, but I think the youthfulness of the oak rightly mirrors the youthfulness of the spirit, and so it works well, and it's sort of a Scottish cousin of a bourbon, and that's sort of my take on it. That's my take on it.
Yep.
So for an affordable whiskey, it has a lot of fresh fruit characteristics, and the you know, the vanilla, the
Nick's Backyard DS.
Cask characteristics out of a bourbon. I really, really dig this whiskey.
Cheers, Big Vic.
No, I heard great things about that one. I've only had the 12. I haven't had any of the wine finish ones, but I hear really good things, especially the I can't remember which one it is. The really good one that was really fucking popular. But the organic one I actually really enjoy because it's got a really malt forward characteristic that I really like. And again, that's young, but it's very tasty. It's very tasty.
Right.
It's well done.
Yeah, I'll be revisiting Deanston in my next trip. I'm just working on the final parts of the return, my next trip to Scotland. We're looking forward to that. So
that's coming close. That's coming up close.
Yeah, 2 weeks in July. Lord willing, nothing goes wrong. I don't want to get sick or any of that crap. You know, I just went through COVID a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, you were all fucked up.
It kind of sucked, but my experience, it wasn't as bad as I think a lot of other people went through. I spent 2 days on the couch, wrapped in blankets, freezing my ass off, even with all the heaters on, with a fever of 101.7, and not basically on television for 2 days. You know, but that was as bad. That's as bad as it got. I've had worse flus and colds. And I didn't lose my sense of smell and taste. That was my biggest concern.
Pretty much the same experience that just Roy just had, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because he canceled the live stream because he got the fits.
Yeah, 2 weeks in a row, he was all fucked up. Yeah. You're like Granny Mont, decent organic is right there. 100%. It is a great, like if you like that malty, grainy fucking malt flavor, that organic is in oodles. It's good.
I think for bourbon lovers, I think for bourbon lovers who don't like Scotch, I think that's one of the main characteristics that they don't like. They don't like
correct. That's what I was saying. If you like that, because they don't like that malty flavor. Yeah, it's definitely if you're a drinker and you want to explore Scotch whiskey. I wouldn't go with that forward malt flavor.
It reminds me of a little bit of Cheerios before they become soggy in your cereal in the milk. It reminds me a little
Yeah,
bit
see,
of
I've
that.
never really done the Cheerio breakfast thing, so I can't relate to that. But
Eric, what was the first Scotch you ever tasted?
I don't remember what it was. I would have been in high school and at a friend's house, and we snuck into his father's collection when he wasn't there. It tasted like I know it was peated because it tasted like. So we used to go up on the roof and clean out the rain gutters before the fall, and so you're taking all the muck out of the rain gutters.
yeah,
and
the
all that.
moldy, rotting muck.
Before the rain starts, and you're taking all that shit out of there. And the first thought was, oh my god, it's like the shit out of a rain gutter. So it must have been peated. It must have been peated.
So mine was the Lafroy 10, and the peated part just wrecks the back part of your palate. But then I kept hearing people doing Glenmorangie 10, and I looked at it on YouTube, and I looked at how there was barrels rested. They weren't on the rick house, they were rested on the floor. And I was like, well, if they're going to do that, it's got to be good shit. So now I know that there's better shit that's not so peated.
So, but it was that experience that is the reason why I didn't get into whiskey until I was 50 years old. Yeah. I didn't get into wine until I was around 30, and I couldn't afford. Before that, I couldn't afford good wines. But I didn't get into whiskey until I was about 50 years old, and I wasn't looking to get into whiskey. Because I was studying for exams, and one of the blind tasting it was on a spirit course I had to take, and it was because my memory from my teenage years was rain gutter water. That for me, Scotch was rain gutter water. Based on my limited experience.
So did you start out as a Glen or a wine?
No.
Wine Solomon.
I've told this story so many times. I try to not tell it very often. So it just gets oh god, here goes Eric with that story again.
Yeah, whatever.
This is what happens when you get old.
For those that haven't heard it, you gotta say it again. For those that haven't heard it.
It's just what happens when people get old. They just keep repeating the same damn stories. I was like, okay, there goes the ramp.
People want to
tell that story again. Jeez.
Yep.
So here's the story.
And within the same 5 minutes, the same story 3 times. Yep.
In fact, there was this family I knew. Anytime I started to repeat a story, they went like this. That was the hand signal to tell you you're repeating.
You got the secret
We've heard
message.
this twice. We've heard this 3 times. We've heard this 4 times. We've heard this 5 times. And then finally they go, okay, stop, Grandpa. Stop telling the story.
Yeah. Just enough.
So I didn't get into wine until I was about 30. I'm 56. I'll be 57 in July. I didn't get into wine until I was about 30 for some different reasons. I was raised somewhat fundamentalist Baptist, and what we had for communion was grape juice. When my theology changed, and then I'm in Presbyterianism and Anglicans, they use real wine for sacramental wine. So I'm like, oh, okay, I can drink wine. That's fine. And I was in seminary, and so went to a restaurant, thought I ordered some wine. The wine menu might as well have been written in Sanskrit or some language I wasn't studying at the time. I didn't know what was what. I thought, I'm gonna learn about wine. Went out to the wine country with a friend of mine. I fell in love with production and the beauty of the wine country, not the wine. The love of wine came as I continued to go out to the wine country and learn about wine production. Jump forward years and years and years later, 20 years later, I'm studying for the Wine Spur Education Trust Diploma. It's a 2-year program. Business, production, table wines, sparkling wines, fortified wines, and spirits. Today, spirits is no longer part of the program. They separated it. Like in college, you take a class because it's part of the pre-required classes. Okay, I gotta
Yeah,
fill
yeah,
I gotta fill a science requirement. Okay, I'm gonna take an astronomy class. That should be easy because it'll fit the.
You still haven't explained why.
I'm an old man. Remember, you forgot. I'm an old man. Old men repeat themselves, and they tell long stories.
You gotta get the full story.
Yes, because we used to tie an onion around our belt because that was a style in those days. Okay,
That's exactly right. You gotta ward off those demons.
So you're a veteran, right?
Yes, I'm an old Marine Corps veteran. Okay. So another guy I'm studying with for the WSET diploma, he says, okay, don't buy a bunch of bottles of rum and whatever. Just you can get these little mini bottles. So they had at the liquor stores, they had a bunch of different mini bottles. So I'm getting a vodka, a gin, a rum, a bourbon, And one I was able to get a mini, excuse me, of a mini was a Macallan 12-year-old Highland single malt Scotch whiskey. It was a Macallan 12-year-old single malt Scotch whiskey. When I opened that and poured it, smelled and tasted it, I was like, this is not like the Scotch I had back in the teenage years.
Cool.
This is no gutter water.
Yeah. This is no rain gutter water. And that's what sparked. I was like, wow. So the next thing I did is I ordered 108 mini bottles from the UK because you could get more from Whiskey Exchange and those kind of. There were more available, so I ordered 108 minis. And I was doing a wine. So I had a wine keeper channel.
Get 108 minis. Wow.
Hey, Eric, look at the chat. You got a sugar kitty giving you a cheers.
I'm looking at it, but it's delayed.
No, hey, just look at it. They're all thanking you for what you do, and I'm gonna say the same thing to you, because we all want to know: does it taste good or does it not?
Right.
We don't give a shit about fucking where it came from and all that. Does it taste good?
I do.
Okay. What is the name of my channel, Z-Man?
Who? Who's asking that?
What?
Oh, the Whiskey Studies, yeah. So.
Yeah, it's not a whiskey review channel. It's a whiskey study channel. Okay.
Yes, sir. And hey, I'm gonna sub to you, so don't.
So my wine channel was started in studying for the WSET for wine. It was a wine studies. Now I haven't posted anything in a long time, so it's always had that background. So there is a reason before that. So when I was studying for the Quartermaster Sommelier, become a certified sommelier, I had a study group. We were in class, I don't know, 9 to 12 hours a week, and then we studied together on weekends. And everybody would bring a bottle, and we're blind tasting each other. My YouTube channel for wine, in order to go on study for the WSET, was most of the sommeliers I know, they work, late shifts. They're getting off work at 2 a.m. I work banker hours more or less. They're working weekends, and so I have nights off and weekends off. So it's a little hard to get together with them to study for wine because of our work schedule. So that was what launched the YouTube channel for wine. It was a way of me put notes together, review a wine, memorize a wine, learn about wine, share it. And I actually use my own videos as a means of study because I go back over it and cover and just it's like flashcards. You got a flashcard, you got a flashcard, you got a flashcard.
We're learning a language or something like that.
Yes, or learning a language or something. Right. So I use my own videos for that. Now, if someone else wants to watch, that's an added bonus. But it's really, for the most part, for me, studying wine or whiskey. Now, what I've done to make it more viewer friendly is they used to be 30 minutes long. I got them down to under 15, typically under 15. And the video and the audio, I pack more information in 10 minutes, I would argue, than anybody else out there. But the consumers, mine's not a consumer-oriented channel. If you just want, hey, I want to know what to buy and not to buy.
I would disagree because I like all your stuff with the history and everything about the distillery and the bottles, and I like that.
I totally agree with Ken.
But if you just want to know what to spend your money on, you could fast forward through all the history stuff and just
no. To me, that means nothing. I want that. I want to know about where it comes from and the history about it, and I like that whole experience. Yeah, I like that.
You don't give a shit.
What?
No, he just said he likes that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he said he didn't. I'm sorry.
No, he said he likes that shit.
Oh, okay. I thought he said he didn't.
What I don't like is the people that are sitting there and screwing with creators, and then just bad mouthing everything they freaking do. And then if it's not like 15 minutes or less, it's ridiculous. So do a review, do what you want to do, and we all want to know, is it a good buy or not a good buy? That's all we want to know. That's all we want to know.
So if you watch the news channels and so forth, what sells is violence, blood, and scandal and negativity.
So what's your point?
About the news industry, there's something about humans or our culture that people thrive on negativity, and so they tune in for that. And so, oh yeah, man, he tells it like it is. No, he's just being a jackass. He's just being a jackass.
No,
you know. And I gotta say, and I'm not gonna throw people under the bus, but I watch a lot of whiskey tubers out there who are just straight up talking literally, well, not literally, but they're talking out of their ass. They're talking out. They don't know what the flying monkey butt they're talking about. If they would take 30 seconds to look something up, they wouldn't be spewing this bullshit. Okay, and so when I hear,
so what makes the ultimate whiskey tuber?
For me or for you?
For you.
Okay, so because what you were looking for and what I'm looking for could be completely different.
Now just spit it out there.
Okay. Someone who knows what the hell they're talking about, and someone who knows what the hell they're talking about. They actually have some blind monkey butt. Yes, that is peated. So someone who knows what they're talking about, they do at least do a modicum amount of research, so they know what they're talking about. They've tasted that. If I had to do it over again, I would have got into whiskey for a year before I ever did a whiskey tuber video. I would have studied whiskey for a year before I got started with it. But it's been a journey and exploration and so forth. So someone who does at least a modicum amount of research to know what the hell they're talking about, and someone who has gotten down to, I don't have a bottle here, but at least down to the label before they decide they're going to make a formal opinion on it. You know what? I taste a whiskey neat. I take the neck pour and then neat. I try a little bit of water. I try a little bit of ice. I try a number of different ways. I generally got it down to about the label, which is about a third of the way down, give or take. And before I formed an opinion of it. One of the things I appreciate about Roy Aquavite is his bottle's empty before he has anything to say about it.
It's his second bottle. Or third bottle.
Yeah. He's spent some time with it. His problem is he's too much of a gentleman. He's too polite.
Yeah.
He's just too polite. Now, okay, someone who knows what, so they actually spent some serious time with it. Now, give and take that. There's a whole nother type of whiskey tuber, which is entertainment. They're funny, they're entertainment, they're engaging, But you watch that for a completely different reason, right?
Yeah.
So the Scotch test dummies, they say, we don't do this, we don't do the research, so you have to. That's freaking hilarious. I watch them for entertainment, not to get some sort of insight. And although I bought bottles because Scott liked them, and I think we kind of line up a lot. But I watch them for entertainment. You enjoy
the repartee between the two of them,
There it
you know?
is.
And so there can be other channels like that. It's not about learning or trying to figure out what you're going to buy. You know what? And I love those guys. Those guys are friends, you know. And so it's just it's different. Someone who is here's the third. Someone who's willing to review whiskeys that aren't necessarily going to get them the most likes and views and subscribes. You know what I mean? So, if you are so focused on building your channel, your tendency is going to, well, if I review this whiskey, it's hard to get, it's very obscure. I'm not going to review this because it's not going to get me the views and subscribes that I want. In that case, if you do, a whiskey tuber can do whatever the hell it is they want. Okay, you do whatever you want. If that's your focus, I understand some people are trying to turn to a business, and I understand all that. Then it's really not about the whiskey. It's about the views and likes and the subs and all that. And my channel's not been about that. There were times in which I would start to lean that direction, and then I pulled myself back. Said no, stay on target. Stay true to the mission of what it's about. It's about
Ken, sing on me.
So recently, Ralphie did a review. He did a review of Rasse, of a rat. Yeah, there you go. He did a review of a Rasse. You know, some of those whiskeys out on the outer island, so on and so forth, are really, really hard to get. Now, those I am going to go. Eric, make a mental note when you're in Scotland and you go to a shop. Look for those because you'll never see them here in the United States unless maybe you can order them. Have shit.
Not Merkels or Ramses or all those.
Or go visit the distillery, or Blair Athol are also hard to come by.
Yeah.
And some producers. There's a Scotch shop in San Francisco. I'm going to go do a raid on. They tend to be overpriced than typical shops, but that they also have extremely high rent in San Francisco. That if you want to open a business, it's $30,000 just in the amount of paperwork you spend just on paperwork to get a business started. So yeah, it's freaking nuts. And then you got people outside your doorstep taking a shit on the sidewalk, or setting up a tent. Anyway, so it's called The Whiskey Shop, San Francisco. So they do get the bottles that you will find in a whiskey shop in Edinburgh or Glasgow or somewhere in Scotland that you're not going to find at the typical shop here. So I'm sorry, I was looking at their list of what they have and what I'm looking for. I'm going to make a trip up there and spend some money. Bladnoch in particular. I think Bladnoch is really going to be on the radar if it's not already, as people are going to be buying it up. People are going to buy it.
I mean, for me personally, I've got 5 bottles of Bladnoch. I love Bladnoch. I really do. For a Lowland distillery, they are kicking some ass.
Yeah.
They make really good stuff. It's a little pricey, but I think it's well worth it.
Yeah. So, but that's what I'm looking for in a Whiskey Tuber channel. Other people, you know what? They're focused on just buyer recommendations. They're focused on just being entertained. Or a Whiskey Tuber who's built a really good community, and it's about getting yourself a glass, you're hanging out, and everybody in the chat, and you're hanging out and you interact with people in the chat. So they've done a really good job of building a little community around their channel. Hey, every Wednesday, Jason, the Mash and Drum, every Wednesday night, he's there. The Scotch for Dummies, more or less, but almost every Thursday night, same damn time, they're gonna be there. And it's a roundtable discussion, and it's about hanging out. You see the same people in the chat all the time, and they've done a really, really good job of building a community. I am not consistent in my live streaming. I tend to cover the history. I do a bottle, and then I'm gonna do a live stream that sort of comes on the tail end of that sort of reinforces what I already covered. That's because if you're studying, that's how you learn. It's about repeat. But there's people who've just done a fantastic job of building community. Now, that I'm not bourbon folks at the moment. I like a bourbon, but it doesn't do anything to tune into a bourbon channel where they just go bourbon. After all, I'm like, take me back to Stalin.
Yep.
You know. So when I say what I'm looking for on a YouTuber channel is what I'm looking for, and not what Ken's looking for, or Z-Man's looking for, or anybody else looking for. They might be looking for something else, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I watch all different types of channels, and like you say, I mean, sometimes I just want to be entertained. You know, I might watch the Whiskey Vault with their silly videos that they do, or I might go Mash and Drum or your channel, nerd out on a bottle. You know, I really want to know about that bottle and the provenance and the history, or sometimes I just want to see someone do a flight of a specific bunch of bottles and what they think of it, because my palate aligns with them. It depends on what I'm looking for.
Yeah. So I had Daniel on Whittington on last week on a Friday, and I was really, really thankful that he came on. But I could tell this was Friday and it was end of the week, and he was tired. He came on because he was doing me a favor coming on and stuff. But I could tell, man, he's tired, man. He's ready to go. But I was glad he came on, and I'm going to be teaching down at the school in May. But I also, one of my purposes was also sort of get the word out about the new classes that they're doing there. But if Daniel and I had a YouTuber channel, it would be nothing like the Whiskey Vault or the Whiskey Tribe. It would be the nerdiest, geekiest, bald head.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Get right into it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So there are times which, I come across something. I'm like, regarding whiskey. I'm like, what the hell? What is that? And so I can't find it in my books. I can't find it on Google and information. I'm like, what the hell is that? I don't know. That doesn't seem right to me. I can pick up the phone. Hey Daniel, have you heard of this? Yeah. You know about? No. He'll be like, no, but I know who I can ask. And so he'll call someone and someone else. We're talking about the most minutia of whiskey information and knowledge. Beyond what probably anything we'll show up in an exam. And how about this stuff I want to do? So just did Dalwhinnie's. I need to get something to drink. I'm coughing. I just did the thing on Dalwhinnie, and there's two things when people talk about Dalwhinnie. Two things they talk about. They talk about the fact that they had gone from worm tub to shell and tube and back to worm tub, and then they talk about the elevation of the distillery. Yeah, it's not and between Berval, it's like 6 feet difference or something. Berval or Dalwhinnie.
Yeah, they're always saying I'm high, we're lower, blah blah blah.
You don't hear anybody talk about how great the whiskeys are at Dalwhinnie. They're good. I like them, but they're not mind-blowing. People talk about these other things. So I have my video that's posted on Wednesday is on shell and tube versus a worm tub. And so as I'm searching around in the tubersphere, I hear, I'm not going to mention names, people saying certain attributes about worm tub. I'm going, no, that's bullshit, man. That ain't true. That ain't right. That ain't true. That ain't right. And what hasn't happened is, and I would love to do, I'm going to get a lineup of whiskeys, all of which were shell and tube, another lineup of whiskeys, all of which are worm tub, and do a comparison. Try to get similar cast, bourbon cast, sherry cast, so that it's more close to the ABV, so they're more similar. Can you figure out what is distinctive about this whiskey that is derived from shell and tube? Can you figure out from this whiskey that is something that's distinctive about this, that is worm tub? And if you can't, then what's all the hullabaloo about this distillery so awesome because they're using a worm tub versus a shell and tube? If it's not so distinctive that it's that very much, so these everything you do in whiskey, it's just a little nudge different, a little different. Maybe it's cumulatively with everything else, making them just a little bit different. But anyway, that's so. But you'll never see anybody talk about that. You never see anybody write about that. You never see anybody do it. But if you want to go super nerdy and geeky on whiskey, that's like the kind of thing I want to do. So.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, from my experience, yeah, worm tub does give that extra little bit of waxy oiliness, kind of that interaction with the copper that just gives it a little bit of an X factor that I like. I definitely like.
So
it's almost close to an unami kind of thing as well, but it's not exactly like that. It's
Is Z-Man sleeping?
No.
I thought I heard him snoring.
There he is.
What's up? All right, it's late enough in the day I can have a beer.
Has Eric stopped talking yet?
I don't think so.
What are you pouring?
So Simon was talking about stouts earlier, so he got me thinking.
I'll be right back. We're going to get something to drink. I'll be right back.
I'm pouring a left-hand milk nitro stout.
That sounds like a chemical you should be using in a lab. Left-hand milk nitro.
They're sleeping. No.
I don't know if you're wrong. But Left Hand's always been a decent little brewery, so nothing fancy. You know, I think this is like what we got here. Oh, it's 6%. It's a little higher than I thought. I thought I was going easier.
6% is always a good number.
No, 6% is fine. But for some reason, I was thinking it was going to be 5.5 or 5.
Ah.
Actually, their logo is basically 5 hands.
Yeah, it is. There you go. There you go. It's 5 fingers.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. I'm going to start calling them 5 fingers. Say, I want a 5 fingers in it.
It's now known as 5 fingers.
Yep. Sorry, guys, you got rebranded.
Yep. And 5 fingers should get royalties.
So what are your thoughts, Ken?
Nightbot.
Is it chasing the YouTube
High
algorithm
high fives, Dustin.
and making some shorts?
Say that again?
Is it worth chasing the YouTube algorithm and going after the shorts market? As much as we hate and detest their existence, it is what YouTube is pushing now.
No.
They are pushing it. If your goal is to get eyeballs and subs and get forward in YouTube, then yes.
I mean, they're now allocating half of their ad revenue to it.
Yeah,
it's not a small number if you can actually get people to watch them.
No, it's not.
They just want their money, Dustin.
Well, they want their money, but you know what? I mean, like, not that Mike and I make much money off of it, but I mean, if we doubled our YouTube ad revenue, I mean, now we're talking about a couple bottles.
Are you going to use is the content going to work as a short, or are you going to use the short to point people to the?
What I was thinking we could do is just like cut to like every video could have basically 2 shorts made out of it. One with Mike telling it what his thoughts are, like final thoughts, and one with me doing final thoughts, just real fast. Here it is, and just make it.
This is okay. So this is a 25-year-old blah blah blah. Here's what I think.
Basically,
so at the end of your video, where you both talk about it and round it off, that's your video. Okay, yeah, that could work.
Yeah, and then you make it vertical because we already basically it's 2 people, so you just cut to 1 person. You cut it up. You speed it up to 1.25, and you call it a day.
Yeah.
So, I did shorts. I did shorts for a couple of months when they first started out, and the main thing is I found in the way in which I did them, the time it took to put into them was almost as consuming as just doing regular videos.
Fucking joke.
Yeah, I can't do the short shit.
I don't watch it.
I don't want to watch it. I don't want to sit. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to know anything about it.
I'll watch it as to support the content creator, but otherwise, it's a freaking joke.
Oh, I hate them. It's a terrible format. It's worthless.
It will do, if you want to have better edited videos, it will do this. It will make you a better editor because you got to get everything within 58 seconds, and you will learn how to do really, really good cuts. So it'll do that. I'm going to go back to doing shorts, but for one reason. My shorts will be like flashcards with a short question and then an answer. You know, who founded this distillery? Boom.
So if you're gonna look at it as a content creator and think that it's better video, it's not. It never will be. And these idiots that are like sitting out there that they can't watch a video that's no longer than 20 minutes.
Well, the other thing is it caters to the people who don't know how to hold their phone correctly. This is the incorrect way to hold your phone. This is the correct way to hold your phone when watching a video.
Whoever invented the fucking phone with the landscape
really not complicated.
Video should be shot.
And by the way, look at this. I can one hand easily hold my phone, and look, I can swipe. There's no reason why these things are vertical.
No, I disagree with you. You have to hold your phone the same way you hold your beer.
I'm sorry, but you know what?
Nope.
I ain't putting my phone to my mouth because that's nasty.
And that means you haven't drunk enough beer because you're not horizontal.
Content creators need to stick to their guns and put out the content that they fucking want to put out there. Because I've watched other creators that are not doing shorts, but they're still doing 20-minute videos. And then they're sitting there talking about what it takes to create the content. And as an example, which would be fishing videos, I mean, shit like that.
The problem is YouTube's not pushing people to watch that content like they used to.
But they want you to do your thing to make your money. Right. Which is fucking ridiculous.
Well, the problem is they're not. If YouTube doesn't push the content, it's good. If you're going to watch, channels are going to start dying that don't move to that because they're just going to stop getting views. That's the unfortunate reality.
But from my purpose for studying,
they're going to die because of what?
Because YouTube's not going to push your content. You're just not going to get new viewers.
So tell me what it takes you as the creator to push your content.
I mean,
you want to know?
Right now, it's mostly the thumbnail, clickbait, titles. Obviously, having content that people come back to matters, but the big challenge is to get people to actually watch your video. That's the big challenge.
So the biggest thing to promote your channel is to make it viewer-centric. What do people want to watch? If 90% of the general populace are freaking morons, then you need to make videos for freaking morons. That is the truth.
I don't want no morons. I don't want
but
morons.
90%. But if 90% of the viewing population are freaking morons, and you want to reach that base, and you want because you're gonna get a lot. I'm just gonna throw a number. Let's say there's 10 million people who are into whiskey, and 90% of those are morons, and you want a 9 million subscriber channel, then you need to create your content to reach those 9 million morons.
Yeah,
and then you can have a 9 million moron march and give them shout outs. And give them shout outs at the beginning of your video.
Hey, I mean, we know the channels that do that.
Yeah.
It's whiskey.
And you know what? If that's your goal and that's what you want, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not going to judge you for it. That's just not my goal. That's not what I want to do. So anyway.
Yeah.
So all of you that are or that are all creators, tell me what it takes to get your support on YouTube.
I mean, sometimes it's just dumb luck.
No, just give me the rules.
Okay.
Don't live in arse end of the world in a stupid time zone.
Fucking
That's number one.
That's not what I'm looking
Don't do
for.
Scotch, do bourbon.
I want to share with you a beer real quick.
I want shit from like Top Shelf Dustin.
Okay.
Dustin.
I'm just going to show you before I open it. So my next door neighbor, I have a new next door neighbor, and he works for a local brewery.
Got a grape on it.
brewery.
You guys are still here.
He anyway, so he gave me a couple. We're talking about beer and so on and so forth. So he works for a local brewery. So give him a little shout out. If you ever hear in Half Moon Bay, it's called Hot Dogma. And I told him, I'm not a big beer drinker, but tend towards porters and stouts. So he gave me look at the size of this freaking can, man.
It's fucking huge.
I don't have Donald Trump hands. I got good sized hands. Sorry.
I was looking at it when you picked it up. I thought it was a big fucking whiskey in a water cooler. I was like, it's fucking huge. Fucking.
Yeah, that is a big can. What's the ounces on that? 24.
So this is a coffee stout. This is a coffee stout at 9.2 ABV. They call it a venti large coffee stout. Anyway, so if anybody's ever visiting and you want to go check out a brewery, there we go. All right,
that is a large beer for one person.
Yeah, that's like I don't know.
9%.
So, oh shit! You just blurted all over the place. All right, so
it's a boy.
So there's understanding the platform of YouTube. There's understanding the platform of YouTube and all the behind the scenes stuff. There's understanding the market of viewers, consider your viewers as consumers, and what appeals to consumers, and then how do you set things adjusting so that you rightly utilize the platform and rightly communicate to the viewers.
I want to hear it from Dustin.
Back. Anyway. But that's the short answer.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Eric's saying there for the most part. I mean, you cater to the audience if you want to grow. The fastest way to grow is to cater to your audience. Now, you can always go the opposite direction and basically say, I'm going to create the content and the people will come. And that sort of works, but it's going to take a lot longer. I mean, in terms of like how to get views, obviously, again, the thumbnail is huge. Now, of course, in the whiskey tube world, picking the right whiskey is a huge deal. Brand new whiskey that just came out is going to do a lot better than a whiskey that came out 6 years ago and no one can get.
Like Ardbeg committee release. If you can get an Ardbeg committee release before anybody else does, bam, that'll explode.
Oh, huge.
Yeah. You'll get 1,000 viewers that you wouldn't have gotten, no matter how bad your thumbnail is.
Yeah, because people are searching that shit.
Yeah. Similarly, like, there's big brands that always will do well. Like, if you wanted to have a channel that'll do well, if you could review every Macallan that comes out, you're going to get more views than anybody else.
You're a winner.
Because despite the fact that most of the whiskey geeks are not big Macallan guys, the viewer at large is. So,
it's called SEO, search engine optimization. What are people Googling for?
Yeah. And I mean, sherried whiskey. If you're doing Scotch reviews, sherried whiskey is king. Heavily sherried whiskeys do the best. Then you've got certain brands like Ardbeg that Eric mentioned. You've got Balvenie does pretty well. Now, if you get into bourbon, I think we all know Buffalo Trace does well. If you can be the first person to get something new, like say, like Mike and I, we were the first review of Fable and Folly. That's Orphan Barrel. That got 3,800 views. We don't get 3,800 views on a random review, and we never get high views on our American stuff because our audience is skewed towards Scotch, who's subscribed. Now, if I want to grow the channel, it helps to do non-Scotch reviews, but they're going to get less views in the short term, but they will probably add more subs long term. Just kind of, there's a little of that back and forth. But the other thing is, at some point, some people have to find you to watch you, And right now, if YouTube's pushing in the algorithm, if they're going to push something like the short, that's your best way to get eyeballs. right now, unfortunately. And then
Well, whiskey
sometimes-
tube is always on the back foot. It's such a niche thing.
Yeah, well, and then the other thing you run into is sometimes you get fucking makes no sense like impressions on certain videos. Mike and I put out Macallan Edition 4 and Macallan Edition 5, 2 weeks apart. Everything about the thumbnail, the description, everything was virtually identical. The length was basically the same. They only did, one got 1,500 views like that, and the other one got 500. And the difference? YouTube pushed one, didn't push the other. That's it.
Okay. So there's other things that can play that you might not be aware of. So, for example, does everybody know what Food Quig's #1 video is?
Of course.
Oh, the one where his missus walked out on him, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because it got posted on Reddit.
Someone put a link to it on Reddit, and that's what made that take off.
Yeah, if you get your shit embedded, then you're all good. Yeah.
So one of my largest videos, it did nothing for 6 months. It took off at the holidays. It's a video on whiskey and Coke. And so I did a comparative of various whiskeys, what goes best with Coke. I recorded and posted a video in the summer. It took off just before Christmas. Why? Because holiday parties and all the rest. People are like, hey, relatives are coming over. We're having a holiday party, whiskey and Coke. That's going to be a common thing for holiday parties. And boom, it took off. It's now one of my biggest videos. I'll put a little bit of communism in there.
A bit of communism in there, yeah.
Okay.
I put a little bit of comedy in it, but it's really that the timing was the holidays. It was about the holidays. Whiskey tubers, summertime, if there's no COVID, no pandemic, and the weather's good, your live streams will drop because the sun is out longer. People are outside playing. They're not sitting around watching YouTube videos. During COVID pandemic, everybody's in the house. People watching YouTube.
That was huge.
That was a time to get going on a YouTube channel because people are prisoners in their freaking houses due to the Fauci virus.
Yeah. I like that.
Eric's like, I haven't been political enough yet. Let me get really political.
Let me drop one.
If you're gonna have a beer in the morning as a coffee latte stout,
I think you got it right there.
Yeah, well, that's kind of why I did the milk the nitro stout. I mean, I like coffee stouts, but I didn't see one today. Otherwise, I would have picked one up. But I was also trying to get something where I could have 2 beers, or as you're going to call it, half a beer, because.
Okay.
Shit, it's essentially a socialist metaphor.
I look at your top videos, Eric, and I mean, it's straight up the obvious clickbaity type of videos. First video, top 10. Second video, top 10. Next video, whiskey and cola. Next video, top 10. Then you have big name Ardbeg versus big name Port Charlotte in a versus. Always do well. Yeah, and
when you look at those top videos, the people that are clicking on those are not whiskey geeks. That's your bog standard consumer.
Top 10 lists do really, really well. And some of the bourbon channels, it almost seems like to me, like 50% of their videos are top 5 this, top 5 bourbons under $50, top 5 bourbons over $50, but under 75, and are good to drink on a Tuesday or some shit.
Yeah,
because that's your generic. You're not your whiskey yet. That's your generic consumer who wants to know what to buy for themselves or for a friend or a gift.
Yeah.
They want to know what to get.
So once in a blue moon, I'll do a top 10 or top 5 every year. I do my top 10 for the year, but I don't want to be a top 10 list channel. It's about the whiskey, but if your goals is, my goal for my channel is to get drunk live every night on YouTube.
I think you'll reach that. That's an easy goal.
I think you described Scotch Down Under.
Have a good time. It's not my thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at, like, for Mike and I, the top video the two of us have done together, top 5 single malt Scotch under $500.
Mine's the High Beaky Harmony, and the second one is fucking Dimple, 12 and 15.
Now, you know what's funny? So this is before I was with Mike, and this was back when it was Mike and Billy's reviews. But number 4 is Wild Turkey Honey. And the best part is Mike had to turn the comments off because everybody was just shitting on him. That's not how you drink it. You're not supposed to drink it like it's a whiskey.
So Dustin, just for shits and giggles, you should do a video. Top 10 whiskeys under $3,000.
There you go.
And you know the thing is, Mike would get super excited about that list.
That model worked for Whiskey in the West. Stream till power blackout. Yep.
Well, yeah. And, the funny thing is, the top 5 under 500. We keep getting people asking us to do a new version of it because they're like, "Hey guys, everything on this list now is over 500. We need to do
over
it."
500. Yeah. Yeah.
And the funny thing is, Mike and I both talked about it, and we're like, I don't even know what I'd recommend now because 500 really doesn't get you very good whiskey anymore. Like, when you're talking about like truly like epic whiskey, $500 doesn't.
$500 ain't gonna cut it. Yeah, $500 not gonna cut it.
Like, now you really have to go to $1,000 to start getting into the epic stuff. It's ridiculous what's happened in prices.
Top 10 whiskeys worth mortgaging your house for.
10 whiskeys.
Do you have the first one you'd like to sell? Do you have some spare organs that you don't need?
The top 5 reasons I have credit card debt.
Yeah. Multiple credit card debt.
This is why my credit card to available credit is at 85%.
Yeah.
Like
so eventually I'll go back. I'll do shorts, but there'll be flashcards. There'll be flashcards that if I want to, I can go on my phone and have 5 seconds in between the time you ask the question and then when the answer shows up. And I will use it just like I use flashcards when I'm studying for the quartermaster small A exams. Is I'll go and it's just a way of drilling it back into my head. And anybody else who that's their focus, whether they're taking an exam or not, that's what it'll be for.
That's a cool idea.
There's some people, yeah. It's basically a flashcard, and there will be this very, 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 very small group of people that they'll gravitate towards that. But if I wanted,
but one of those might be. One of those
if
might
you want a large channel, if you want a large channel, you want to make a big business out of it. Don't do a whiskey tuber channel. Do a cat video channel.
Yeah, well, just get a Sheila with big tits and you're all good. No.
I keep telling Mike we need to just hire a girl to just like bring us the whiskey in a bikini.
Yeah, there you go. Yep, that's it.
Like, just imagine I'm like, all right, Mike, let's get the whiskey. And here comes some.
She comes in and pours it for you. Yep.
Yeah, she comes. Oh, so she just brings it to us with 2 glasses.
There you go.
Yeah, that'll work.
And then while we're doing the video, she can just do yoga in the background.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, that's it. I mean, whiskey tube is such a niche thing. You're never gonna make a killing.
But look at that new guy who just kind of blew up, Bruzel or whatever.
Bruzel, yeah. How the fuck does he get so fucking big?
Because shorts. He started off on TikTok and he just took his TikToks over to YouTube, and basically all the guy does weird shit like makes bourbon and Coke with Pappy.
Yeah.
Like he just does stupid shit like that. It's a lot of like high energy. All right, guys, we're gonna talk about the best whiskey under $20, and he does it in 30 seconds, and that's. I mean, again, he's not a pretty dude. He's a big old boy.
Oh, yeah. But and if that's what you want to do, the Lord bless you. Go for it.
Go for it.
It's not a way to make. I mean, whiskey is definitely not the way to make money. It'd be better to do it about almost anything else. But also, people trust people based on looks. On YouTube, even if you're not pretty, like for example, like Ken, we're both into watches. There was a guy, African American guy. There was an African American guy who was trying to do videos on watches. I think he did a decent job, and his videos would not blow up. Then he does a couple videos on rum. All of a sudden, those blow up. Why? because he looks like a rum drinker and somebody who might know rum well. He doesn't look like a guy who knows water. Doesn't have an English
gotta be a
accent.
fucking rich snob, yeah.
He doesn't have an English accent, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
He doesn't come off like some of those douchey guys who are wearing their Rolex and have, weigh 160 pounds and have an English accent.
And are bald and have beards.
Or a fucking a whole box of Richard Mills and Pateks or something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's a thing. Like people. So like I guarantee you, if Mike and I had a British accent, our channel would do better because we focus on Scotch, and people trust the opinion of Scotchmen over Americans. It's just true.
Yeah.
Just like
I think I might be playing the angle of here's an old dude who might know what the fuck he's talking about, and he uses long words that nobody else can pronounce. So maybe that's the guy who's watching.
Well,
us old geezers that have been around the block a few times and drink whiskey, we might have drunk a few whiskeys in our time where we might have a little bit of a perception on certain whiskey.
Well, when this guy came out with this really cunty coin here and like had all this like ridiculous certifications and other stuff, and by the way, first and only person ever to use the same red Springbank uses on their 25-year-old just to add to the douchiness. That worked well. But then that son of a bitch was like, you know what? I need a bigger coin because it's harder to read.
That's because we're getting old and we can't read it.
I will say this: I think you actually look younger on the newer coin, Eric. I think the beard actually took away your age. Like this is just an old dude. Like this guy's falling apart, man. This guy looks like he knows something.
Yeah,
he's a little younger.
He's been out in the woods.
Yeah, he's been out in the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, but people are surprised that I've only been doing whiskey for 6 years, but I consume information very quickly, and my analytical skills background carried from the wine world. But.
So you're talking about the other two guys here, James? Not this fucking idiot.
Refreshingly sophisticated.
I like that.
Yeah, refreshingly sophisticated. Yeah, refreshingly.
So here's the biggest fail I've seen on one of these coin things. Let me see if I can get a little light here. Let's see here.
Someone show us that shit.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get like a little bit of white color here.
I think to sort of counterbalance all the information and geekiness, that I try not to take myself too seriously and poke. I don't run down other whiskey tubers. I make plenty of jokes about myself.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm the most.
So this is the coin I got doing a barrel pick at Yellowstone Distillery, which is cool. The problem is,
it fits inside. Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't go in, but it doesn't really top it. They decided to be a coin just smaller than everybody else's, so it doesn't work as a topper.
Yeah, that's a little dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm like, guys, I remember, and the thing is, when we were doing the tasting there, they gave us baby Glens for the tasting. So we had like all these baby Glens. Like, yeah, it's a whiskey topper. And I showed him how it worked. He goes, oh, that's great. And then I put it on a real Glencairn, and I'm like, son of a bitch, you guys decided to make it just enough too small to make it not really worthwhile. And so as a result, here's what I think of their coin.
Slunch of dummies.
By the way, if anybody didn't buy one of these from Scott and Bart, if they still have any of these, go get them. I mean, this is just the best coin ever. I should have bought a couple just so I could like line them up.
Yeah.
Like, I think this is actually like, this is like one of the, because I've got a couple of coins from Scott and Bart that I think they sent me because I sent a super chat or I did something, or like I came up with something that they used, so they just sent it to me for free. This is the only one I actually paid for from those two. And I was just like, as soon as they announced it, I instantly bought it. I was like, done.
So, but that one, it looks like Homer Simpson is flipping you off.
Yeah.
100%. I tell you what, man. I really hope whatever whatever things are going on with, I think it's mostly Bart's just kind of busy life, but whatever is keeping him busy. I hope at some point it comes back a little bit so those two can start doing streams regularly, because man, do I miss those guys streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of, Scott retired. He's doing the SMWS thing. He's doing live streams once or twice a week with the SMWS. I think that's kind of taking up a lot of his bandwidth, and he has to take. I think he takes at least 3 days off from non-consumption, to save his liver or whatever.
Which makes sense.
And then so just then the schedule with Bart and
but I mean they stopped doing lives before all that happened, because I think Bart had some stuff with his kid, and then of course I know Scott's going through all kinds of personal stuff, and I think he's put this out there in public, but his wife left him, so that's a whole other giant, I'm sure, life-changing event.
Yeah.
But it would be great if those guys got back to doing, because they used to, they were cool in the beginning. They were how I learned about a bunch of channels that I'd never heard of. I think I learned about you through them. In fact, honestly, Keith Bolted Man Cave, I met him through those guys, which then led to me meeting Mike. So those guys, really expanded the community for me without trying. They were trying, but it wasn't wasn't forced. It was just let's make this a bigger community.
Oh yeah. Scott and Bart were very much on the frontier of that, of promoting other channels. By the way, Scott does have a girlfriend, or at least he did last time we met up.
I'm sure. Let's be real.
His girlfriend was into wine. She was asking all kinds of wine questions to talk to her about wine. So.
Yeah, I would say Scott is probably a pretty good catch. I mean, with the guys that retired from the military, he retired as a captain in the police force, and then he went and got a side job just to drink more. And he's in great shape. He's in great shape. He's probably rocking it, man.
Yeah.
And he has a very I don't know if people know that he has a very distinctive Kansas accent. That accent he has, that's a Kansas accent.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I was on a plane one time. In fact, I was flying out to Kansas, and there was this young guy next to me, and I'm like, "Holy cow, this guy could be Scott's son," because he had that very, very similar accent there. But Bart doesn't have, because I think he's originally from Colorado.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, those two guys. I mean, I would love to see more lives with them, because, like I said, they're the best, and nothing against SMWS, but I have no interest in them in general.
I have an interest in it, but it's a limited scope. It's what in particular I am looking for that I can't get elsewhere. Mostly distillery releases that don't release their own bottlings, and so there's about 30 or so distilleries you can only get through SMWS or some other independent, and that's the limit of my interest. I don't need to buy an hardback SMWS or a Highland Park.
Check this
out.
out.
Not that they're not good bottles. Not that they're not good bottles. It's just that to meet my needs or whatever, what I'm looking for, that's nothing. I don't need a SMWS for that. Oh, there you go.
There we go. So you see that little M there next to Speyside 17?
Yeah.
That's for Macallan.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so instead of buying a Macallan and mortgaging your house, $170.
Yeah, then.
The big problem I have with SMWS is that they I don't think they buy barrels from other distilleries. I think they're buying distillate and they're barreling it themselves. And the reason I think that is because I get distinctive characteristics on every whiskey from SMWS, regardless of the distillery, which makes me think
I haven't tasted enough of them, but I think they might actually be doing both. If they're only doing distillate, you can't say it's from that distillery.
You can.
Well, actually,
you can.
Well, actually, because they don't put the distillery on the bottle. They put their weird ass.
Their number, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, the weird ass, monkeys flying in a garden or whatever. These weird ass names they give to the whiskeys, and they don't put the distillery name on it because they can't.
I don't know. I'd have to.
I think you have to pay. I think you just have to pay more money to put their name on it too. In a lot of cases, like for example, the reason why that doesn't say Macallan, I almost guarantee it was because they didn't pay the Macallan fee.
Yeah, don't doubt it. Don't doubt it. Yeah.
It would have been a zero at the end. The price on that would have had a zero added to it if it said Macallan on there instead of Speyside.
True.
So
true.
I would think if they're only buying distillate, their whiskeys would be it would almost like it'd be as if they all taste the same.
I think they do. I mean, that's my problem with SMWS is, to me, unless it's peated, or because I've almost exclusively had bourbon casks or hogsheads that were ex-bourbon casks from them. I've had only 1 or 2 sherried whiskeys, and I've had only 1 or 2 peated. And I've probably tried 20, 30 SMWS bottles because I just get samples from people all the time. And they all have so many distinctive similarities in flavor and profile that I honestly think if you gave me a lineup of stuff, I'd pick out that it was SMWS before I'd pick out the distillery. Especially on Speyside malts, especially Speysides. Which I think in general, Speysides are Speysides are hard to separate and differentiate sometimes.
So, and if you like that character, that's for the sake of argument, because we can't prove it at the moment. Let's say you're right, Dustin. And if you like that, then there's nothing wrong with that, because it's cast strength, non-chill filtered, yada yada, and all the rest of it. And so you become an SMWS fan, and be buying bottles because you like the profile, not because of where it actually came from.
Absolutely, and I think they do a good job with their whiskeys and their profile. And don't get me wrong, I think Signatory, a lot of their whiskeys start having a similar flavor. I can definitely start picking up on they have certain sherry casks that as soon as I taste it, I instantly know that's a sherry cask that was sourced by Signatory. There's just certain characteristics, and Edgedour, which is owned by Signatory, they use those same sherry casks, and it's one of those things I'm like, oh, I don't care. Like I had a Strathmill, for example, that was incredibly dark, and as soon as I tasted it, I looked at somebody and I said, that's got to be from Signatory. It's got to be those same Edgedour casks, and the guy's like, it is Signatory. I was like, I figured. So, and you know, I know for a fact that there's certain people that pick up a flavor profile on Compass Box no matter what's in it. I personally, I can't pick that up myself. It's not something I've caught, but I've given people completely off the wall Compass Boxes, not their generic stuff. Like a Velicor, for example, which was Highland Park, Macallan, and then 2 different sherry blends. And that person instantly said, "Oh, it's Compass Box." I was like, "Seriously?"
So let me ask you a question. And this is just a thought. We're all speculative and at the moment. There is the terroir of the creator of the blender. I think if you had a whiskey that was blended by you take a really good Japanese blender, someone who puts them together, and then you take an American or a Scot and how they would put it together. I think the one that was blended and put together by a Japanese blender would have a distinctive profile than one that was maybe put together by Nancy Fraley or someone in Scotland. Because there is a signature of the blender as well. However, SMWS are all single cask and not blended. But
the Compass Box isn't a single blender either. Compass Box has different blenders now.
But are they following the way of the master? Are they all Padawans of John Glazier?
And that would be super speculative. But I know, for example, that Velicor, for example, was a different blender. It was not John. But I'm wondering if, it's, of course, then again, maybe John's picking the casks and he's looking for a profile. And it has nothing to do with the terroir of where Compass Box stores the whiskey, but it has to do with John picks a profile at 3 years old or something, and he knows how to pick.
It's similar. It's similar to if you go to a bar or you go to a restaurant, and if when you go to enough, who's the chef tonight? Oh, it's
schmuckatelli,
Yeah.
then I'm not near it. But if it's Francois, blah blah blah, okay, I'm eating here tonight because same ingredients, same everything else, but a different chef makes a huge difference.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll get the burger. Tonight's a burger night. Tomorrow's a steak night because it depends on who the chef is.
Well, no. I mean, no. I'm talking like same ingredients, not just.
Well, no. My point is, one chef might be good at steak, but the other chef's good at burgers.
Right. Or who's putting a cocktail together? You can have three. You can have a large bar. There's three different guys who do. I always get the guy with the spiky hair because I like the way he does it.
Well, I mean, if I forget high-end dining, I remember we used to have a cafeteria where I used to work back, before COVID when you worked in an office. And when one guy was working and I went for breakfast, man, I was getting biscuits and gravy because that man knew how to make a biscuit. When the other guy was getting biscuits, nope, his biscuits sucked.
Same thing in the Marine Corps. I would go to a different. So I spent 2 years with the Air Wing. I lived in the 22 area of Camp Pendleton, across from the airfield. I would drive to the 24 area to go to that chow hall because they had better cooks. And particularly, buddy, the biscuits and gravy, or shit in a shingle, was better in the 24 area than the 22 area. And the funny thing is, the 24 area was across the street from the commanding general's house.
Nice.
It was like a ranch house that he lived in. And so, I'll tell you a funny story because that's what we do when we get old. I went in there one day in the 24 area chow hall. And I was like, "What the hell, man? What happened to the?" And I talked to the chef. I said, "Oh no, the cook. Hey, what happened, man?" And he goes, "Well, we got inspected and we weren't following the regulation recipe." I said, "Man, it was better before." He goes, "I know. Now we have to follow the regulation." I went back a couple weeks ago, had it again, and they put it back to the non-regulation. Hey, it's back. What happened? He goes, "The commanding general came in. And he didn't like it."
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So it could be just a hint of pepper or spice they use or whatever else.
It's that little X factor. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, one guy knows to, this one you actually cook it 20 seconds less than the other guy who does it, and that 20 seconds just changes the texture. Yeah, I mean, it's little subtle things.
Yep, just that little thing.
But to bring this up to whiskey, I mean, how much of a profile of a distillery changes when the distiller or the blender who's putting things together take Glendronach, and we have to kind of wait and see, or Glenallachie, wait and see. Okay, what's the impact going to be now that these changes have taken place? Or Dalwhinnie,
Glendronach's unfair because they also changed from coal fire stills to non-coal fire stills. Like everything changed with their distillate once that magical 6-year closed period went away. Like everything about their whiskey changed, and way for the worse.
Yeah.
Which sucks because Glendronach was such a freaking epic distillate. And it was so distinctive. Like that's one of the few distilleries that I feel like doesn't use a heavy peat. Like they weren't heavy-handed in anything they did. You could just pick up that was Glendronach so easily.
And I'm not a beer drinker, but I can say, calling it a coffee malt, I can kind of get that. But I've had I'm not a big beer drinker, but it reminds me of almost like a chocolate malt.
Well, they use chocolate malt in it for sure, in all stouts.
Yeah, that has that chocolate.
Well, something really cool, Eric, and I don't have it right here by me, but so some of the distilleries are now hiring people from the brewing world, and they're bringing in stout mash bills into their bourbons.
Oh,
cheers, James.
So they call this hop dogma, but it's not super hoppy. I'm not into real hoppy.
I thought that was an IPA when you held it up. Like it looks like an IPA. That's terrible.
That's what I was thinking too. Yeah, I didn't know it was a stout. Yeah. All right, bye, break.
But yeah, I'm actually really liking some of the stuff that's happening with those stout malt, mash bills, where they're using oats and chocolate malt and things like that, it's adding a really interesting extra profile to some of these bourbons. And I think we're going to get some really cool stuff over the next couple of years as distilleries continue to experiment.
Well, his name's Phelps. No, Andalusia. The head guy at Andalusia. He came from a beer background, and so he brought more of a brewer's. And they do all malted at Andalusia down in Texas. God, I hate when my brain goes blank. And his first name, Rye. Oh, what the hell's his first name?
I'm not sure. Honestly, the one thing that sucks is Texas whiskey doesn't really make it for the most part around me, so I don't see too much of it.
Yeah, unless you're in Texas, it's a lot of it's not going to get out of the area.
Yeah, and what we do get here tends to not be their better stuff. Shockingly, Garrison Brothers makes it here, but it's amazing how distillery somehow gets all over the place. And it's like, I wonder if they're not selling out in Texas.
So my number one whiskey for last year was Andalusia peated. They use an Irish peat, and I know it pissed everybody off because they can't get it. I'm sorry, but it was my number one of the year. It's not your number one of the year. It was the number one of the year that I reviewed for the year.
Yeah, we were talking about last night on Whiskey Wars. We were talking about the Balcones cast strength peated, which used Scottish peat, and man, was that some good shit.
Yeah.
That was a great whiskey. Yeah. But again, you couldn't get it anywhere but Texas, and I got samples from Whiskey Crusaders Matt. But without that, I never would have tried that. And man, was that a hit!
Actually, I bought my peated here in California, but it was a very limited release. I just happened to get here in California.
Yeah, I think Balcones single malt's a good whiskey, but some of the special edition stuff they do is so good. And the malt is fine.
The Brujeria, which is their sherry cask, you take 50%. And I talked to Emma, who's a blender there at Balcones. Excuse me. You take 50% of the Brujeria, the sherry cask, and 50% of the peated, and you'll jizz in your pants. It's that good. It's really, really good. I told him, hey, and I just said it to Emma. I said, Emma, this is something you got to do is sherry peated whiskey. She said, oh, well, think about it. I'll pass it on. But that's the next spectacular dram.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of there's a lot of the distilleries doing a lot of cool playing around. Like that chocolate malt I was talking about, that came from a New Riff, just 20 minutes south of me. And they've done some other, they've done peated bourbon, peated rye. They've done sherry cask finished 100% malted rye. Like they've done some cool experimental stuff that obviously doesn't make it very far past me. But man, they have put out some really cool experimental stuff. And I think a lot of breweries are doing that, or distilleries are doing it. Problem is distribution.
Yeah, I've not had any other stuff. So I'm trying to picture in my head, take a bourbon profile and add a peat to it. How well does that work, do you think?
The rye I thought was phenomenal from the get-go. The rye was incredible. The mixture of rye spice and the peat, and they're peating the back setter to give you an idea of what they're doing.
Doing what?
They're peating the back setter.
Okay. So they're not using peated grain.
I don't understand I'm not well enough versed in distilling to really articulate what they explained to me, but it's the back set that's peated. So I don't know if they're adding peated grain to the back set then rerunning it. I'm a little shaky.
So imagine if you're making bread and you have your starter in making sourdough and your starter was peated.
Yeah.
That's basically what I'm trying to use a bread analogy. If you're saying bread making, that's basically what they're doing, which is interesting. It's a different way to integrate that character. So obviously you have peated barley, and then if you've ever had, they use casks that were previously contained peated whiskey in it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're driving something off of the cask.
G'day.
What the fuck was that?
Aaron Hardiman.
If you type exclamation mark rip in the chat, that comes up.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Isn't the
So-
back seat tails? Maybe it is long tails, cutting into
So-
the tail.
It require further research.
But as far as the bourbon goes, it took me a while to warm up to that. It took a long time for it to open up. But once it got opened up, it just made the finish on it really long.
Is there-
and interesting. I mean, it still tasted like one of their bourbons.
So to answer the question regarding the back sip, so in your first distillation, there's a certain, in doing your cuts, you have your heart, and then you have some of your tails and your heads, and the tails and the heads are going to make it way over into your second distillation. You're going to run that again. So so you take your heads and you take some of your tails and your heads, and you put that back in. You're going to run that one again. So that's where we're getting that from.
Yeah, I actually watched Faz actually doing his distillation last night, and he was showing me as the tail started coming into it, and started showing me how the oils were coming through and how it was getting heavier and murkier. So I actually got to watch it live from obviously micro distilling, but still, that was kind of fun to watch last night.
Nice.
Nightbot. 5 fingers,
Yes, sir.
high fives, Aaron Hardiman.
Because it's one of those things I've had people explain to me what the cut is and all that other stuff, but I've never actually gotten to visually watch it. And I was like, that's pretty cool.
So I'm so when I go back to Scotland, I'm going to spend a week at Springbank, and my hope is I won't be so busy do this that I'm not actually able taking notes, because there's book knowledge and then there's practical knowledge. I think this will be the best educational experience I've ever had, and be able to cement in my brain certain things about production that I won't get that I haven't gotten out of a book.
That sounds so fun.
I'm hoping it won't just be a whirlwind a week and then I'm trying to remember what the hell it is.
And hopefully you're able to walk away with tons and tons of Springbank whiskey.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah.
Well, even if you don't, you get to try some shit out of the barrel.
Yeah, I did find a place, Ken, I can buy a sample of the 30-year. I'm debating it. It's not cheap.
Ooh.
I want to say it's like 100. I want to say it's 130 euros.
If I recall correctly, I think graduates get to take home a bottle of something. Maybe they had a roll in. Maybe you were involved in the bottling or something like that, and taking out the cask and bottling. And so from your class from that week, I'm going by memory. I could be talking out of my ass. I think you get to take home something that you had bottled that week, and you get to take that home. So that'd be cool.
I mean, that'd be awesome. I would much rather do that than oh hey, we'll let you buy a bottle of the 21-year-old. Like, it'd be way cooler to have a bottle of yours.
Something you can sip on or just keep as a keepsake, and that's when I went and I did this.
Yeah, I mean, I know if you just go there for the tour, you can they let you hand bottle whatever you want from what they have available. But that's cool, but it's you're just basically pouring out of the barrel. I mean, it's not like a.
And a lot of distilleries do that, but it's still cool.
It's cool.
Not as cool as spending a week there and actually getting your hands dirty.
Yeah, and I mean, you can go, and those end up on secondary. I mean, I can go buy a hand bottled Springbank or Hazelburn or whatever anytime I want. And they're not cheap, but they're not brutally expensive either.
Right.
But
and it certainly doesn't have the same effect of hand pouring it yourself.
True. But my point is, it's not even it's something that's so exclusive. Only you have to go there to do it. They're available.
True.
You can get one. It's not like you're getting some kind of truly unicorn thing that's not available. They're out there because people just go to these distilleries now to make a buck.
Yeah.
So I toured Springbank.
There's going to be somebody doing that.
They weren't doing any self pours, but apparently, from what I've heard, is in the morning there's a line of people out front looking to buy stuff.
Phil and Depot were in that line and did some videos on it. a while
really?
back. Yeah. And so yeah, like, and I mean, it's cool. They've got lots of like single barrel stuff that you can pick up there. Like, yeah, I think they probably could have. I think they picked up like a Hazelburn 10 or a Kilkerran 16 or something too. Like, just market bottle. But they had like some really interesting single barrels that they could pick up. So that was cool.
Nice.
And then I think they did. I don't think they did what you did, but they did they did an expensive tour there, like a $200 tour or something, and they got to they blend their own whiskey. So they actually got to make their own whiskey from they had okay, here's a 16-year-old sherry, here's a 10-year-old bourbon, here's a this, and this, and they could actually blend different ratios and figure out which one they liked best and made their own. Now,
So they may have changed the tours. They may have changed the tours since I was there. So they have different options. I don't recall anything being like that when I was there, being available. So that they may change it to more depth tours. So that'd be cool.
So yeah, I mean, I would love to try Philandepa's handmade Springbank, just because that's just I'd like to see it. Also,
unique. Yeah,
I've always found that Phil's profile in whiskey, we have a lot of similarities and we have a lot of distinct differences. Like, we're both giant fans of Springbank, but I love a lot of sherry, not too much, but we both also agree, like, once it gets too dark and too oaky, we hate it. Right. But it's like he's much more on the bourbon side, and I'm kind of more here. And it's just funny because I never know what Phil's gonna like and dislike within brands we both love. It's just it's kind of fun to see that, because I've never had somebody with a profile so similar yet distinctly different than mine. It's like
so I would say the two whiskey tubers I find most in common with is Jim over at Whiskey Novice. Who's over in Ireland. Yep. And he has a real long ass beard. And then Whiskey Jason over in Germany. And we may differ on our notes and how we're describing the whiskey, but our overall assessment tends to be very similar. Particularly if it's a whiskey we're going, no, this is frickin' plunk. Our descriptions may be different, but we're both getting the same conclusion. Yeah, this is frickin' plunk. And he's willing to call it out.
I just watched Jim's thing on the 22 Bunnahabhain cast strength. He was swearing and saying that's so fucking good, just fucking buy it. Yeah. I was like, yeah, man.
I've had Jim on my channel. He's probably been, no offense to anybody else, probably my favorite guest I've ever had on my channel. Just hanging out with him and we can shoot the shit forever,
Whiskey Jason is honestly hard for me to understand.
So I grew up
between Connoisseur and Lush. I mean, I just watched Jim's review of this. He didn't like this at all, but I actually like this because this reminds me of old school Glenlivet 12. And he's not a fan of this.
Jason's actually an American.
I know.
He moved to Germany and he picked up that strong accent. So I grew up where my brother spoke German. One of my brothers, his bachelor's and master's degrees in German. So I'm kind of used, and I'm a big Arnold fan, although he's Austrian, not German.
But he's got so I worked with a guy who was, actually, he's from New York, but his parents are German immigrants. And then he lives in Ohio now. And he had this very distinct, heavy German accent from his parents with a little bit of New York. And then he mellowed out from living in Ohio. But but his German accent is, and if you're in the Cincinnati area, we've got a lot of German heritage here.
Shit, huge.
The first opera house, which is outside of Germany, was in just south of Cincinnati. So there's a lot of German culture. So you hear German accents here.
That house is fucking huge. That one in Cincinnati.
Oh yeah, it's a big place. And
I'm trying to picture a German with a New York accent.
It's mostly German, but he'll say a few things like a New Yorker.
Okay.
And when he does it, he sounds like a New Yorker. When he does German, he's German.
Okay.
It's an interesting little kind of it's funny because in a sentence, the accent will change occasionally, for certain words.
Right.
It's not like they blended. It's just certain words are New York and certain words are German. But like to me, Whiskey Jason's got a much harder to understand German accent than I'm used to. Like it
Well,
for some reason is
his voice is somewhat monotone. It's all lower, mostly lower to mid. He doesn't have higher notes in his vocal range.
Yeah.
So so the way I do my videos, I actually speak in a particular way. I enunciate and I punctuate the way in which I say things. I'm being a little bit overly robotic at the moment, but I say things in a particular way. And I've had actually non-American, non-English speakers say that they appreciate the way I do things because I articulate what I'm saying. And the problem is with his vocal range, it's somewhat very narrow. It's a narrow vocal range.
Oh, hang on.
And you're right.
History.com, like Ben and Hurst Lunik, they're infamous for the
So, the mouth noises and okay. So, son's name. What's Lunik's son's name?
Oh,
Ben.
Okay, so Ben, and it drives me up the freaking wall. So with Horst, I can't stand the mouth noises. It's almost stereotypical. It's like a. So Jeremy, Social Super Club, he says when he says about, he says about. And if you watch Trenny and C is their way they talk. It's the stereotype Canadian accent, which I actually find funny and endearing.
I was gonna say I find it endearing.
Yeah, Horst has the mouth noises, but Ben is the stereotype where the English isn't his first language, so there's a slight time delay doing in English. And so French people do this too, dressing up the freaking wall. When they have that time delay and they're doing the conversion in their head from German to English, they have to fill it in.
Yep.
And so they say, yeah. So, they have these stills, yeah. And then they put in the spirit.
Have this still, yeah. And when you do the distillation,
I find those guys much easier to understand than Whiskey Jason.
Really?
Whiskey Jason like throws me off, man. Whereas those guys who are Germans who don't speak English as a native language, I mean, Whiskey Jason teaches English, and I'm like, how? He doesn't sound. It's just hard to understand him.
So we have a French whiskey tuber who does things in English.
We have Greg right here. Greg's whiskey guy. He's
Greg. And I love Greg. He's a great guy. The guy's very knowledgeable. But it's the same thing. It's better to have a gap. Feel free to have a gap where you're not making any noises while you're doing the conversion in your head from French or German or whatever language into English.
It's the brain thing. When your brain is trying to translate that thing, whatever thing you come up with is what you will say.
I don't feel comfortable. Andrea Bocelli. I'm a big Andrea Bocelli fan. His English is not good. He sings mostly in Italian and he does some Spanish as well. When he's interviewed, he's not comfortable talking in English. He has these fillers. It's a filler. It's similar to when English people are going.
Well, I was just going to say, Eric, you're doing the same thing. You just did 3 or 4 different ums because you were trying to think of the name of somebody.
But that's live. I'm not doing that in my videos.
I understand that. My point is that's a natural thing people do, and you're right.
Absolutely.
It's not just a translation. It's not just translation. It's also we just in general are trying to go pull words out that we can't remember, come up with a thought.
So there's a north, somewhat eastern region in Italy called Alto Adige, and so it's on, the Germanic and what the other freaking country is.
I was going to say that sounds very Germanic when you said Alta. That's odd.
Alto Adige. So Trentino Alto Adige. Watch videos on by winemakers from that region. And it sounds like if Arnold Schwarzenegger spent some time in Italy. It's
nice.
It's an interesting. Yeah, it's like an Italian speaker, but with a German with an Arnold Schwarzenegger German accent. Pretty funny.
Arnold.
I know. So,
The
yeah, so nothing has to do with the accent.
when it was. And
if you
these,
have the ability
these
to edit,
when they said coming was the best thing. That was, it's like when you get pumped, it's like coming.
Yeah, Hagen's right. For some reason, different English speakers, we pick different sounds and words to use as our filler, which is kind of funny. I will say, for some reason, the American seems like the least intelligent of all of them. It's just like
that's. I mean, across English, and are the biggest ones. They're the biggest filler words.
And then, of course, there's just people throwing in like, and not meaning the word like, but just, I need a word, I don't have it.
Like is a modern day thing that it's not actually a filler word. It's more of a preconceived. Yeah, I'm with you on like. That's more of
like
a.
Like to become a filler for some people, though. It's which is odd.
Oh yeah.
Particular Californians. And I am one.
I like this mythic is like it's really good and like I remember this from when I was
saying like isn't so bad until you say it 3 or 4 times in a row. Like it's like
I was at a meeting.
Like Donald like sorry
Sorry
It gets worse.
Sorry,
I was at a meeting. I was at a meeting
this
week.
Huh?
So I was at a meeting this week. I was at a meeting this week, and there was this lovely young woman who was very knowledgeable, and she was a Californian. Not only she had like, she was using up top. Up top is where you go up at the end of your sentence. So like, we're going to the store, and then we're gonna buy some bread, and I had to get some milk.
So she basically.
Except for now add technical mumbo jumbo to it because you're working for NASA. And so, like, totally, like when the booster rockets are going off, it's like, fucking stop it. And I can't leave.
So like we gotta bring
you're like stuck right there all day because this is what you have to listen to forever. This is so
that just sounds like she's undersexed and overworked. That's it. Like, period.
Well, oversexed, underworked.
It's so like astronauts are up in space.
Basically half of the world.
Go to the shuttle.
Well, but particularly that kind of like California soccer mom, upper middle class, cardigan wearing, Volvo driving, twit. Like just,
Donald.
I just can't. I can't stand it because we have the same thing here. It's like, well, you know, you've got the whole thing, eh? And it's like, get fucked. Like, just go away. Like,
yeah, that's when you look at them and just say, you know, if I have to listen to you talk anymore, I'm going to find your mother and I'm going to slap her once for not getting an abortion when she needed it.
That, or I'm just gonna find your entire family and round you up and burn the house down. Like, fuck off.
I'm gonna go away.
That's it.
Like, so the problem is if that's a YouTube channel or a TV channel, you can change it. But when you're in a meeting and you can't leave and you don't have anything you kind of want to go. I'm stuck. I'm being tortured.
You know,
Stop, please.
Where's my hip flask with cast-strength whiskey?
Yeah, that's like being waterboarded by like Al Qaeda. You're like, stop, please, no, God, and you can't do anything about it. Like it just,
It'd be kind of like listening to a real debate between George W. Bush and Donald Trump.
Well, at least W would be funny because W would be like, don't underestimate me. I am the decider. It's like,
all
right, cool.
And well, I mean, don't get me wrong. Donald Trump is definitely funny when you're not taking him seriously.
Okay.
Maybe some weird ass shit. At least it'd be entertaining.
Hanging AZ says women in general have a different cadence than men, high to low. But I've been places where it was a dude, and it was like when they're not talking, and their mouth is like, dude, shut your fucking mouth. You don't need to hang it open. And then when they are talking,
mouth breathers. Gotta love a mouth breather.
I mean, I've been in a meeting where, you know, the woman had the cadence of Adolf Hitler because she was just like spewing from the pulpit, just going, you go this way, you have to do this, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, holy shit. Wow.
hey, Donald, next time you meet her, get her phone number and give it to me. I want to meet her.
You know what? Honestly, I don't dislike anybody that much to give you her phone number because she could make cockroaches, you know, do the goose step. It's just so fucking awful.
I bet you she's great in bed.
Shut your gobstopper, lady.
Yeah, she might be, but I don't want to find out, man.
I bet you she's
she looks.
I was gonna say, but the problem is she falls asleep on you. You're not getting up.
That, or she looks like the kind of woman that would like whip you and then break your cock off and stick it down your throat, like.
Some guys are into that.
Okay. See,
yeah, like, she's got that whole, you know, kind of, you know, Hitler, Stalin vibe about her, like. Ugh.
She has the body of a 7-year-old Russian woman.
Much new, faster.
You will fuck me now, snap.
This is why I love the Hortons breaks, because, you know, they're the highlight of my day.
Yeah, when you come in on the stream and we're talking about sheep shagging and coming about.
Yeah, or, you know, throwing your granny off the bus or whatever else. Like,
yep.
Just like, all right, perfect way to spend my Hortons break. Awesome.
Shut your wang, Holster. Smoking a picket?
So what are we about 8 hours away?
No one in the HR department watches this.
Well, I mean, I bought.
Yeah, it's about 8 hours for Whistler trip.
I bought black cock this morning, so that was great.
Yeah,
it was actually a black chicken that was labeled black cock, and I'm like, I have never seen black chicken labeled as black cock. I must buy so I can say I have purchased black cock in my life.
Wait, Donald. There's only one question that can or should be asked right now. When you went to buy your black cock, did you ask them, do you have a bigger black cock?
Actually, I didn't, but I asked how it goes with sesame seeds, because I know that's how they do it in China. So
you should have just said, does this come in bigger sizes?
I should have, or I could have. Yeah, I
the person replies back. So you want a bigger size black cock? Yes, I do.
Or I should have asked if the breed was called cuckold, but I didn't. So.
Or you could have been just very nondiscreet. You think it's enough to fill up a white man?
Yeah. Or, you know. Or, you know, it'd be like, is this the kind that, you know, you buy when you're lonely and, you know, have nothing else to do? Because why not?
Or, you know, I'm going
to have a black cock and go watch the BBC.
Yeah. And we are not talking about BBC comedy here. We're talking about big black cock comedy.
I'm gonna have
Down Under.
a nice quiet night in with my black cock and watch the BBC.
That's it. No, it was actually quite entertaining when I.
Do you think this is too much for one?
Well, I mean, when I went in this morning, I was like, okay, you know, going down the market, I've got some heritage pork and I've got some other produce. And then I stop and I'm like, huh? Black cock? What the fuck? I'm like, they mean black chicken, don't they? And I'm looking because, you know, the chicken is actually like a dark black color. I'm like, that's black chicken. Why are they calling it black cock?
Maybe it's
And then,
It's the
no,
marketing.
well, it wasn't. It was just marketing. And I said to the guy behind the counter, I'm like, I know this is going to sound funny, but please give me 1.5 pounds of black cock. Thanks very much.
Make sure it's the
Yeah.
good.
Black cock.
I'll be
You
right
sure
back.
1 pound's enough for you, sir? I can get you more than one.
Yeah. So I'm going to turn it into.
It's funny when I say biggest dicks.
Yeah, or incontinentia buttocks. Even better.
Incontinent. Whatever. Biggest dickus is my friend and wife incontinent buttocks.
Yeah. He has a wife, you know. Do you know what his wife's name is? Incontinentia buttocks. And then they all fall over.
You should have said, you think the black cock would go well with a pork butt?
And I'm gonna marinate it in some black bush.
Oh, actually, you know what? Genius idea, because I have some black bush from. Yeah, I've got some black bush from the 1980s, so I can marinate my black cock in 1980s black bush. Yeah.
So would you call that?
Yeah, there you go.
So I think that would be called a double black cock and bush.
That might be actually called the 1980s pornographer. In fact, if we could make a cocktail that incorporated black bush, some black cock, and other ingredients,
and then you've got to go to the Virginia beer at the Greek market, Rance. We can do another called Virginia.
Yeah, I could actually go to the Greek market. I may actually hit up there this afternoon. So, good fucking wine. Nice.
I've never opened it. I don't know.
My good fucking port. Just good fucking port.
I've never opened it. I don't intend to. I bought this for the label. Just for the label.
Well, it's like my friend bought 2 cats peeing on a gooseberry bush. It's a New Zealand wine. And he only bought it for the label because he was like, this is great. Great label. I'm like, well, you're going to drink it? He's like, hell no. I'm just going to buy it for the label. And I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah, because you know the wine's no good. It's some $6. I think they paid $6.
Oh, yeah. I mean, anybody that has the balls to call their wine 2 cats peeing on a gooseberry bush, it's going to be shit wine that they're attempting to sell. But, yeah.
And
I got that, Higgins. Don't worry about that. I got that.
And the appellation is California. It's California. Not Napa, not Sonoma, not, Monterey, it's just the whole freaking state, which means it's stuff coming out of the Central Valley. It's plum grapes coming out of the Central Valley, whatever,
Well, that port that is just fucking good port is actually decent. I drink that shit. That's actually decent.
Oh, yeah, if you got sugar in it, people like it. If it's got sugar in it, people like it.
Well, I guess the appellation of California is similar to Canada because it doesn't tell you anything. So you don't have like the VQA symbol or nothing on it. It just says Canada, which means it's probably a blend of grapes from across Canada that aren't quite up to snuff. And they're not quite bad enough to turn into like industrial alcohol, but not quite good enough to, give our seal of approval. So here you go. We're going to call it Naked Grape.
Yeah.
Just one of the worst wines I've ever had in my life was actually a Canadian wine. My friend brought it over and he's like, oh yeah, it's pretty good. And I taste it and I'm like, literally spit it out. I'm like, what the hell is this shit? And he's like, oh yeah, it's from this, winery in Southern Ontario. And I'm looking at the label. I'm like, well, it doesn't have VQA, it just says Canada. So, yeah, they should have like.
Yeah. They do some weird hybrids where it's a North American grape crossed
with Vitis vinifera, European grape.
Yeah.
Niagara. Like Niagara. And
yeah,
they're best used for making ice wines. You know, you freeze the shit out of them and have a lot of extra sugar in it and making ice wines out of them. Then regular table grapes. But if you get a Niagara, you add them, you get a Niagara grape, you know, white wine, whatever. Yeah.
Like a Vidal or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because I'm not a big fan of ice wine, but when I do buy them, I always look for the VQA because then I know that at least there's standards. And, you know, like Inniskillen or Kettling Ridge or any of the other wineries in Niagara here that are doing them, it's like, okay, that's a pretty good bet for ice wine. And I will say, ice wine makes excellent, you know, finishing casks for whiskey. Just unbelievable. Because I've had Glen Breton, so the Glenora distillery here in Nova Scotia, they were taken to court by the SWA years ago because of the whole name Glen Breton, even though they're in like Nova Scotia, which means New Scotland, and then they're in an area of Nova Scotia called the Cape Breton Highlands, which are higher than the Highlands in Scotland. And they speak, you know, dialects of Gaelic there that are dead in Scotland. And for whatever reason, the SWA was like, nope, you can't call it Glen Breton. It's going to be too confusing. It's like, they're in a place called New Scotland in Highlands, and they speak Gaelic that is dead in Scotland. Okay?
Yeah.
Anyway.
The SMWA is taking these guys to court because they're calling their tape Scotch.
Oh shit! That means my channel's fucked. I'm called Scotch Down Under. I'm fucked.
Yep. No, but a couple of the whiskeys from Glenora that you really should look out for are the ice wine ones, and they're cask strength. So they do a 10, a 12, and a 17 ice wine finish. They come in like 375 milliliter bottles, but holy hell are they hitters, like unbelievable. And I know the last time that Matt Zitrick was down in the vault, I said, hey, keep an eye out for the the Glen Bretons. I know they've got a couple down there. And then he tried them and he was like, oh yeah.
The only time I've tasted Glen Breton was there in the vault.
Yeah, they've got a whole bunch. Like, you know, when he took a picture and sent the picture to me, I'm like, that one. The 15, it's meh. The 10 is, it's okay. 19, fine. You know, like, they've got some pretty, mediocre releases, but when they do a great release, they do a great release. So, just, oh man.
Anyhow, it's a 12:15. I need to eat lunch and then take a nap because I've been drinking beer.
Yeah, it's 3 in the morning, and I have to be up in less than 8 hours for whiskey track. So,
right,
I think
yeah.
you got about half a beer left to drink over there, Eric.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows if Jim is going to make it?
I was gonna say you got a lot of beer to finish in that can.
Yeah,
there you go.
So I got plenty of time. I'll finish it later tonight.
Like you're gonna get hammered if you drink that.
Cheers, mate.
All right, take care, eh? Cheers, eh?
Cheers, eh?
Like when Eric opened that, I'm like, oh man,
4.5 mile hike.
that is a beast of a whiskey or a beer to drink. 9%. And
That was a fucking huge fucking beer.
that's at least 24 ounces, if not more.
Dude, last night I opened Dieu du Ciel from Montreal. It's a brewery that both Swami and I are huge fans of. And it was at like 13%. And I'm like, oh, I finished it. And I'm like, yeah, time for bed. Good night.
Yep, I'm done. Yep.
Yeah. And it's funny, like beer does that to me, but whiskey, no problem. Have like a couple of beers like that and I'm ready for bed. I don't understand it. It's so weird.
I can guarantee
I get
I'll
that
take it.
sometimes. Sometimes if I've had nothing during the day and I have a couple of beers, I'm like, yep, I need a nap. I need a fucking nap. Other times I can drink fucking 10 beers and be perfectly fine.
I'll be taking a nap because beer. It's the sugars in the beer, man.
Yeah, because
the insulin spike.
Yeah, the beer that I had last night was like an oatmeal style stout, and it was just
That's pretty
heavy. Yeah, just wow.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that'll do it every time, man.
True.
Like, that'll
Speaking
do
of
it.
insulin, I mean, here's an insulin spike, double. Yeah.
Yeah, I only drink my coffee. I drink my coffee black exclusively because the whole goal for me of coffee is to wake up, not fall back asleep in 15 minutes.
So for me, I have to have my double, you know, at Tim Hortons. Other places I'll take coffee black, but Tim's, it's got to be a double, just because it's genetically programmed into me. That's what we all do, and you know, we must obey the government.
That's right. My overlords have told me it's such.
Yeah, I like even my friends. Same thing. They don't drink, you know, coffee with milk or cream or sugar. But when they get off the plane, first thing they do at Pearson here in Toronto is they go to the Tim Hortons and get a double, and that's it. It's just like, doot. I'm sure they're beaming images into our brain from Ottawa, telling us you must get your double now.
You're not being a good Canadian if you don't drink your Timmies.
Yeah, pretty much.
They should start calling it. I'll have a Canadian style coffee.
They should, yeah, really. And funny thing, the other day I went in to Hortons and I'm like scanning my Tim Rewards card, and they're like, "Do you realize you have 43,000 points?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't." And they're like, "You know that a free coffee is 400 points?" And I'm like, "Yes, I know. I guess I should start, you know, using my points." So now I'm going to whittle them down. It's 43,000
points. Yep, there you go. You got a few fucking free doubles there.
Yeah, I do.
You have 100 free coffees. Okay, well.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's like a savings account you have built in, I guess.
Or that, or it just means I drink way too much goddamn Tim Hortons coffee.
Well, obviously, you've been winning a
Well, we
lot
knew
of
that.
spend for sure.
Yeah. Well, it's usually at least one a day, so.
In BC, it was pretty dang good, to be fair. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
one
for-
thing I do miss from working in the office was I did have free coffee when I worked there, and now I have to pay for every cup.
I mean, for $2 and what, 15 cents for a large double? Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I want to say Starbucks is now up to about $3 for a 20 ounce, which I mean.
Yeah, but Starbucks, honestly, the only for rich.
So I want to shit on Starbucks because I hate the brand, but they make coffee the way I like it.
Yeah, I mean, their drip coffee sucks. When they used to have the locations with the Clover press machine, and you could get, you know, the fresh ground beans and then put through, it was fantastic.
They still have that here.
But Donald, Aaron just said at a mill they just give you the keys to the store, so you should just keep your points to a mill and then you get the store.
The thing is, for me, like I know a lot of coffee snobs don't like it, but I like my coffee super dark and roasted.
No, it depends on the type of bean or how you're going to do it. Yeah, the French roast has its merits, and then the more gentler Italian style roast. I get it.
Yeah,
I mean, it depends for me.
Their standard, like regular, like pike or whatever it is, that their medium roast, that stuff's nasty.
Yeah,
I won't drink it.
Their Verona blend, when it's in the drip containers, is awful. And
I like that. I like the Verona.
Do you?
I do. It's not my favorite.
I don't know. I find it a bit acrid. It doesn't work for me.
I can see it. I mean, it's not my favorite. When they have like a French press or they have an Italian, oh man, I'm like, yes.
Nah, man. When it's going through their clover press, it's awesome. Like, I love their reserve blends. In fact, Starbucks had one of my favorite coffees ever. It was one of their reserve series, and it was a sun-dried coffee from Malawi called Lake of Stars. I bought like 8 bags of that because it was just so good. I was just like, wow.
But yeah,
blew me sideways.
So I buy the K-Cup stuff just because, I mean, it's simple and it's clean and it's easy.
Yeah,
it's definitely not the best cup of coffee, but it's good enough for what I need.
Yeah, I don't do simple, clean and easy when it comes to coffee. It's just like I'm either going to ground the beans or I'm going to go to Hortons. So
I mean, it comes down to, at the end of the day, I'm working at home and I need a cup of coffee before the meeting. Like I don't have time.
Carly's got the full fucking coffee machine. She grounds the fucking beans. She does the whole fucking thing with the machine and the temperatures and all that shit. And all I can smell
coffee machine that's
through the whole fucking
expensive
house.
and well enough done that it will grind enough beans for just 1 cup of coffee, then perfect. But I don't want to grind all the beans and then I only make 1 cup. Then I got all this ground coffee that's been ground.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then I don't want to make a whole pot of coffee and have it just sitting out because then it gets bad. So it's like, in my mind, like the K-Cup, it's an inferior cup of coffee, 100%. But it's not an inferior 3rd cup of coffee. It's a better 3rd cup of coffee, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because if I was leaving a pot just on the burner or I left like ground coffee like in the thing like 3 hours after I ground it and then I make coffee, it's just, you've lost the benefit of like that. So
yep. Holy Christ, it's like a heat wave here today.
But yeah, I buy the Verona.
Good Lord.
I buy the Verona. I buy the Italian. And I gravitate towards the Italian, but the Verona, there's like a chocolatey note to that I like.
Okay.
Like
Christ.
I mean, again, it's definitely not the best cup of coffee yet. And there's some other brands out there I like, but the problem is they go for more like an oily flavor versus like a burnt flavor, and I like a little bit of burnt flavor.
Okay. Yeah, it's like so it's 16 degrees here now, right now. You know what the high tomorrow is going to be?
22?
-2. No, -2.
Jesus.
Yeah, so I mean, welcome to spring in Canada. Like, you don't know how to dress. One day it's like, comfortable, and the next day you're back to like winter. And
so it was like 55 degrees earlier today when I went out to hit the grocery up. It's now down to 47, but it feels like 31 because there's 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts outside right now.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna get tonight. It's apparently we're supposed to get like more thunder snow tonight too.
Yeah, so even though it's probably kind of close to what you're talking about 16 degrees here ish, it's probably a little cooler than that.
Chickie's in the same boat. He's 22 degrees right now, and he's going to be -3 tomorrow.
I don't think it's getting colder tomorrow for us. It's
Hanging got a fucking red neck. He's 72 right now. Fucking hell.
Yeah, well, I mean,
fucking like these wind gusts basically make it feel like you're in the freaking Arctic right now. It's ridiculous.
That's not that bad. I mean, wait until you get to like -30 or 40.
No, you're right.
It's single degree in here.
Oh no, you're right. It's not that bad, but still, it's just the fact that it feels like it's freezing outside.
Yeah, I just
on a near 50-degree day. Like it's a 50-degree day right now. And
no, I get it. It just like I hate the thunder snow because you're looking outside your window and you're like, oh, it looks like a blizzard, and all of a sudden you hear thunder, and then you see lightning, and then it's like, oh, God really hates us here. Oh my God. Like
Fahrenheit isn't English, Hanging. Sorry.
Yeah, I just usually we get like thunder snow once or twice a winter here, but it has to have been at least half a dozen, if not 8 times this winter. It's been a really weird year for it. Like the other day, I posted it in the Discord. It was like, oh, thunder snow again. Yay, great. And I was out in it. It went from sunny to like thunder snow. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I was caught out in it. And it was like 2 hours of like blizzard conditions with thunder and lightning. Go figure.
Taking the
That's
piss.
weird,
Love it, hanging.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's one of those things where it's like, just the fact that, again, like, I look at my phone and I go, oh, it's like a 50-degree day. Cool, I'll go for a walk. And then I walk outside. And first thing that happens is my hat goes flying off into the distance. And I'm like, wearing like a hoodie and a pair of shorts. And I'm like, why is it so cold? And like, it's just
That's it.
Because the wind just cuts right through your hoodie. You're just like, oh, fuck. All right, turn around, go back inside, I guess.
Yeah, I'm like a boiled fish right now. It's awful. Because when I went out this morning, it was cold, and now it's pleasant, and then tomorrow it's going to be cold again.
Yeah, it's this time of year.
Yep,
But
pretty much.
I am looking forward to the whiskey trek tonight because I think there's I think we've gotten far enough along where now we can really kind of have some fun with speculating on what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm still not speculating. I'm just waiting to see what happens.
I think we've got enough where it's actually fun to speculate now, whereas it wasn't. I mean, because I assume this next episode is gonna be a revealing moment, and because I mean, we've got 2 episodes left, 3.
Yeah,
3.
2.
So the next episode,
3. Yeah, 3. Yeah.
Was last episode 7 or?
So what people are saying, last one was 7. A lot of people are saying 7 and 8 you need to watch back to back, and then 9 and 10 is like.
So I think I may have made the comment, or I may have held it back, but the last episode felt like half an episode.
Well, last episode.
This episode is like a filler. They had to push it out to 10, and this was kind of like.
What sucks about this season is I think this is the second time they've done where 2 episodes really should have been 1. And it's like, come on, guys.
You know what?
James, Alyssa still. We knew it.
I thought it was all right, and Jim and I actually are, in agreement as to our speculation going forward as to like who the real baddie is and what things are going on, because we both picked up on the same things. It's going to be an interesting discussion.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
I really am thinking.
Great McDonald.
The comment I made in Whiskey Trek on Discord, I really think that I'm increasingly thinking that's got a real possibility.
Yeah. So
22 cast strength.
And
we'll see.
Here's the reason, Donald. It's the last episode of season 1.
No, I get it. I get it.
And then on top of that, the more I look at like that blob thing, the more I'm thinking that kind of looks like what they may want to render those guys as. So that's just kind of like increasingly making me go, Also, I feel like the theory that Jim put out, that is a very difficult thing to explain to an audience that may not know what that is.
I get it, but there are a lot of similarities between, speech patterns, the facial rendering.
Won't argue with that.
It's going to be interesting. So
I agree that there's a possibility of that. Those are my 2 favorite scenarios. I just hope. I just hope if there's any connection to the Borg, it's because of my scenario.
Sure.
I don't think there's a connection to the Borg.
Back. I don't want another fucking Borg episode.
No. I don't
think especially since they did that fuckery with the Borg Queen and Girardi and. Ugh.
Yeah, I don't want.
No
Borg
thanks.
I don't want.
Just
Borg
kill her off.
I don't ever want to see Borg again in Star Trek.
No, I want to see Borg in Star Trek. I just want to see the fucking scary Borg like we got in Best of Both Worlds, where it was like
exactly. That's the truth.
I would actually be interested in the series. That was the origin of the Borg.
Yeah, Robin Mark Burnett was talking about that.
That would be a
Someone
really
was
cool.
suggesting a Borg thing. Was like, okay, he wanted to see exactly that. Like, how did the Borg become to be? And like, yeah, that would be interesting. You don't want to. You don't
That
want to
would
see
be
just
very
a
interesting.
series where they're just going out to simulate everything. But how did they come about? Like similar to what they did with Caprica in Battlestar Galactica. How did the Cylons come about? And it was that.
And kind of the same thing when you got Enterprise season 4. How did the Federation come to be? When you saw all the species getting to work together and all that stuff. Yeah, like I like
would be good.
Yeah, it would be.
That would be great. Maybe like I'm sure there had to have been a war or something between the Vulcans and the Romulans at some point in history.
Oh fuck yeah! There was a huge fucking.
So some kind of like series on that.
There was a huge. There was a huge war between them, and then they split off, and then one went, okay, we're going to go logic, and we're going to do. And that become the Romulans.
No, there was it may have been a product of like the Vulcan Civil Wars, when one group apparently, as Serac put it in Star Trek Enterprise, continued to fly beneath the Raptor's wings, and the other ones embraced logic, which was basically the only clue that we got. That okay, so Romulans, you see the the warbird, and then the bird logo, and then kind of makes sense from there. But
yeah, so
that would be
interesting. That's an interesting storyline they could do as well.
Yeah,
that makes so much more sense than trying to rehash like more about bringing Kirk back in. Like, get Spock.
Yeah, we've got Starfleet Academy to look forward to now. We've got Starfleet Academy. Don't you want that?
I mean, at least it's in the future. That's the only thing I can say positive about this.
All right, so
in the future.
Honestly, the way it sounds, it does not sound promising. I'll reserve judgment until I see the first episode or first couple of episodes, but it sounds like fucking Star Trek 90210, like a teenage drama.
It is going to be Star Trek 90210. You read the description. It's the most... It's set in the 32nd century. It has not been a Starfleet Academy for 1 year.
Yeah, and then of course they're going to bring in...
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to bring in that fat chick, whatever that...
Diverse class in history.
There are no fat cadets in Starfleet.
No, that what's her name, Tilly, or whatever, or
Tilly,
whatever the fuck.
And written, written by Sheila that did, Drancy fucking Lou or whatever the fuck, Lancy.
Oh.
It's like, really? Yeah, exactly. Hanging a CW full diverse comedy romp. And
honestly,
come on, the word Star Trek. Where's the Trek? Come on, we don't want to watch a high school drama that's been done to death. We want to watch Star Trek.
Well, but I mean, that annoys me because, in theory, a Starfleet Academy series would be freaking awesome. Like, it should be.
In theory, yes, but
Star Trek. It's not Star Trek. It's been talked about for 50 fucking years. It's not Star Trek.
Actually,
I mean,
them in the academy and like really showing like what the cadets go through and like all that. Especially if it's in the
that
future,
would be cool.
Forward,
I agree.
There's a lot of potential, but
I agree. But
cadets weren't going around banging each other left and right. That's
what this series is going to be like.
It was last year cadets where they were going out and doing their last year things on a ship, exploring and learning the craft
this is supposed to be the best and the brightest.
Honestly,
exactly.
Like
the best
these
and the
are
brightest.
These are the people who couldn't. These are the people who would turn down Harvard because Harvard's not good enough for them.
Right.
This is the best in the history of, and this is the best of like 100 different species. It's not just the best. Ship, it's the best of all these species.
And
one country.
For example, you look at our astronauts. Our astronauts we send into space. We've got a guy who's a fucking Harvard doctor, a fucking Navy SEAL, and a fucking astronaut. It's the best of the fucking best. They're the ones you fucking send into space, not some fucking. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like I don't need to see.
around.
Not very fast, right? Strong's on the way home from the farmer's market now. 22 born cuss strings. Cheers. Back at you, Greg. Cheers, brother. That sounds awesome.
Again,
Yeah, I don't need to see a fucking Starfleet Academy. Who's banging who? What transgender feelings have I heard?
Exactly. Exactly. That's
like,
what it's going to be.
Fuck off.
Exactly what
That's
it's gonna
just
be.
one thing that annoys me a little
Get
bit.
fucked.
I'm pretty okay in general with. I don't mind a little touch of the wokeness with like, oh look, we now have a woman with her head shaved, and
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's just
like, that doesn't bother me much. That said,
no, it doesn't. That doesn't bother me. It's just the fact that the whole target audience now is like, look at us, we're ticking a box because I identify as a transgender lesbian goat that likes to fuck crows. Check.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's
well,
it.
That's the problem with modern Star Trek. It is appealing, and it is taking from a current day society.
No,
Star Trek
and
is about what is the future.
no,
and-
that's the whole. Well, Star Trek always took from current day society and made allegories, but it always presented as a
allegories
future.
They presented it
Yeah.
to you and said, "Think about this." Not here's what you
Right.
should. Yeah.
Exactly, and then it also presented the future as we don't give a fuck about this. We'll show it. We're not gonna, put fireworks and lasers and look. Oh, here's a queer couple. Bang, bang, bang. Like that was
Yeah,
Star Trek.
and
Like
you think about it,
they
in
just
Star
didn't
Trek,
give a
bro,
fuck. We
There's
moved.
interplanetary species relations. We're way beyond fucking pronouns.
Way beyond. Exactly. That's it.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter. Like we'll show it on camera and then move on
You can
because
change,
we don't
you can
care.
walk into a transport and change your gender every fucking 5 minutes.
And it wouldn't matter because, yeah,
no one gives a fuck.
Exactly.
It's not a topic worth having because it's done. It's over.
yeah, it's
Doesn't
just.
Yep.
I mean the fact that they're throwing it up in people's faces
Transgender
now.
lesbian girl that likes to fuck crows, and here I thought was the only one of those.
We're just going places we like. No one cares about it. It's part of the Trek world. It's just like, yeah. Again, like you said, we watched Dax and Warp have sex. That was going on in a
and a trill. Yeah, that had like a fucking shrimp in her. Like,
I mean, technically that was a three-way every time he hooked up with her.
and then we watched the first lesbian kiss on DS9 too, with Dax.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they didn't go, oh my god, we're lesbian.
The first introduction of the Trills, he came back as a male, and they had a relationship.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the point. Is it was done in a way that no one felt like it was being pushed on us. It was just, this happened, and you're like, okay.
Yeah, and that's because that was the point of Star Trek. We've moved beyond those distinctions and recognizing those distinctions. It doesn't matter. We're just all human or all, sentient beings. Let's move on. Done. That's it.
Let's stop dwelling on stuff that doesn't matter. That's
exactly. Yep.
And we can't get past that shit now. It's like
and stuff that is current time. Like you can go back and watch 1966 Star Trek, and it's fucking relevant today. Whereas you watch the modern day Star Trek, it's locked into this fucking time right now. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. Yep.
Having a guy in a wheelchair on fucking the ship. What the fuck?
Well, they already did that with the, fucking Captain Pike.
Well,
who cares?
Exactly.
They did the wheelchair thing.
You wouldn't have a guy on a wheelchair in Star Trek. That wouldn't exist.
We did wheelchair with DS9. Remember that doctor who came on that Bashir fell in love with?
Yep.
Yeah, but she had. It wasn't a wheelchair. She had things on the legs and gravity.
Yeah. But
still,
we still had the same concept. We just did it without being. Well, we did it without it being a human because, again, humans are not going to be in a wheelchair.
Yeah, and they did it without, going, oh, look, guy in a wheelchair. Oh, guy in a wheelchair. Guy in a wheelchair. Let's show off a guy in a wheelchair. Okay, he's in a fucking wheelchair. Big deal. Like, move on.
Yeah, exactly.
And
people are like that every day. Yeah.
And in the future, obviously, there's no reason why a person's in a wheelchair. We can
for the most part, yeah.
Done. Like,
yeah.
This shit ain't complicated.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm going to jump off because I have to finish my shopping. If you guys are still going when I get home, probably be home in about half an hour.
So we can do whiskey trek so we can bitch
Oh,
about
yeah.
this.
Yeah, I was gonna say
That's right.
After this beer's done, I'm gonna take a nap, regardless, while I'm up and awake and alert for Trek talk.
All right, cool.
I'll finally
I'm gonna jump off and get some shopping done. Trying to get it done because I'm on call this weekend, so I never know when I'm gonna get like the call into work. So, yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, guys, take care, and I'll see you. Yeah, hopefully. Yep.
Live long and
all right.
Not so.
Yeah.
Yeah, live long and don't sober. Exactly.
That's it. All right. See you guys.
Cheers, mate. Yep, we're going to wrap this up and we'll continue this discussion on Whiskey Trek because we really need to talk about this new fucking revelations that looks like Kurtzman is going to be till like 2030 running fucking Star Trek. And looks like we're going to have Section 31 show happening as well in a few days. Like, yay, yay.
I don't hate the
really
Section 31 idea.
Fucking bullshit.
Unfortunately, I keep hearing all these shows are stemming from the Star Trek aids. So,
yeah, that's exactly what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. When we had this great glimmering light of Terry Matalas, and everybody fucking Terry Matalas running a Star Trek show, and we're not going to get it.
I'm just hopeful that the rumors are true and they're going to give us a Titan series after Picard.
It's not going to happen. It's not happening.
Why do you think
Nothing's been signed. Terry's off doing other shit. All the cast is off doing shit. It's fucked. It's not going to happen.
No, that's
Kurtzman wants Section 31. He's been wanting Section 131 since day one. And because now Michelle Yeoh is now Academy Award winner, he's gone up to them and said, look, she's Academy Award winner. This is the perfect time to do Section 31. Well, we've got it right now. And they've signed him on for another fucking God knows how long for the fucking
We're going to do
contract.
that. So Discovery's getting replaced with Academy, and then Picard's going to get replaced with 31. That's what you're thinking?
Yep. That's what's happening.
So basically, we're not going to get a Star Trek.
We're not getting Star
Those
Trek.
are Star Trek.
The same dribble. Same fucking dribble.
That sucks. That sucks. And then,
Yeah, that's what the last two.
I know a
the
lot
last
of
two
people are
things-
into it, but I don't find either cartoon any entertaining for me. I mean, they're not the worst thing in the world, but they're not entertaining.
I can't do Prodigy. That's not my. I hear it's really well written and it's really good. But I just can't. I can't do that. And
They do
I just
goofy
find
little
Lodex
things.
fun.
I just-
It's just fun.
Yeah, it sucks.
Lodex is just fun. It's just brainwash. It's not Star Trek. It's just a bunch of Star Trek people pulling the piss out of Star Trek. Fun.
Well, at least Strange New World seems pretty solid, and I assume it's only going to get better once they kind of figure out.
Yes, it's Strange New Worlds. I'm very It's not proper Star Trek. It's bastardized, but it's the best we've got. It's the best we've got.
Honest to God, if they hadn't fucked up the one race, it would have been an awesome series.
No, it's not even that. It's not even that. Even besides the Gorn thing, what they did with rehashing one of the greatest episodes of the original series, and they don't act like Starfleet. It's very modern the way they act. It's not Starfleet. Robert Meyer Burnett made a really good analogy. He said it's like Vegas. It's flashy, it looks really great, but there's no substance to it. It doesn't have the actual stuff.
My hope is that over the next season, they're going to make the characters a little more Star Trek-y. And I think that's happened in other series where like Next Generation, the first series, they were too like prim and proper to the point where it was almost not watchable. And then by season 2,
behind the scenes,
they figured out like we got to make the characters human, and then they nailed it. So I'm
That,
hoping
that had a lot to do. That had a lot to do with who was running the show, who was writing for it, and there was a lot of stuff in the background. And when Gene passed, and then there was a lot of political shit in the background that kind of
Well, the
changed.
craziest thing was between season 1 and 2, they discovered cameras that actually make video look good.
Yeah.
Because season 1 is just so shit. When you go back and rewatch it, you're like, oh my god, this is terrible video.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I don't know. I'm just, yeah. It was so good to see Terry do such a great show, and now it's all just been fucked. It's all fucked.
Well, hey, I mean, like I said, season 3 of Picard's been pretty solid so far. Like I said, I've got my complaints because they're trying to make it a movie and they're dragging it out too long. But other than that, it's been great.
Yeah, that's been a lot of the criticism of it. It is a story that was like 8 episodes, not 10, and I get that. But
you know
what they've done with what they had with the low budget,
I can't believe they had a low budget for this thing, because it does not feel low budget other than the fact that everything's in the dark.
They had no money. They had spent all the money on season 1 and season 2 in Picard, and pretty much Kurtzman walked off, had nothing to do with it. He was doing Man from Fell from Earth. He wasn't overseeing it whatsoever. They pretty much just handed the keys to Terry and said, because they were only ever going to do 3 seasons of Picard. They handed in the keys and said, yep, off you go. Do something. We don't really give a fuck. He's off doing his thing. And what he's done with what he had.
Well, the thing is, Star Trek never needed to be expensive.
Exactly. The series and the movies never needed a huge budget. It was all about character and story.
Star Trek is not Star Wars. Star Wars you can't do without a big budget.
No.
Star Wars has to be expensive.
No, it's got to be
It needs to
flashy.
be lightsabers and space shots and flying and fighting. That's Star Wars. Star Wars is a.
And that's what CBS, Paramount, Viacom fuckheads are trying to fucking do. They're trying to do the modern day appeal to everyone, Star Wars epic, and no one knows what actual Star Trek is, and they're writing it for everybody when it's not.
They've been trying to turn it into Star Wars or Battlestar Galactica. That's what the first season of Picard, that first episode of Picard must have cost them the entire budget of this entire season. That first episode had it was almost like Matrix style fighting and stuff to start off with.
Yeah. That's never
been
been Star Trek.
Yeah, no, and I remember thinking to myself, I was like, what the I was like, you know what? If they want to turn this into like a Battlestar Galactica kind of crazy shit, as long as they do it well, I'll be fine with it. But I don't like the fact.
Yeah, if it's done well, like what happened in Deep Space Nine, where it was dark and it was gringy, and this is a threat to fucking Starfleet and the Federation, then it was done really well. You can go that route if it's done well.
I would just so love a Star Trek series that's actually basically would end at the end of Picard and would actually be a political show where a new president takes over and tries to restore the Federation back to what it was before the Dominion War. Because it's very obvious from this season that the Federation is still fucked. We all know that the Dominion War basically ended the Federation in the way we think of the Federation. They were no longer a good guy society.
No. I don't get that impression, because I don't count anything else in modern day Trek. I'm only looking at Picard season 3. Every other show shows that Picard, the end of the Dominion War pretty much ended the Federation. It's all dark and gloomy, and it's all falling to pieces.
Well, DS9 did it. Season 3 of Picard has brought that back up too. We'll get into it tonight.
Only a sense that the changelings have infected them and fucked it up for their own means.
No.
There's no sense that the Federation's have fallen to pieces.
Oh, absolutely.
You still got the structure. You still got the chain of command. You still got the Federation operating with ships and going out and doing stuff.
You have that, but you also have the fact that for example, they brought up that the Federation actually didn't give the antidote to the changelings. A changeling stole it and brought it.
That was new. That was new. That was interesting. But that's more like a moral dilemma thing.
That to me tells me that the Federation died, man. And that was the whole Dominion War, was about once that was the end of paradise. That was sort of the whole Dominion War thing. We watched the Federation go from being this society of, do the right thing no matter what, risk all to be the good guy. And even when we break our own rules, we do it
external existential threat comes in, you have to change.
Yeah. And then the thing is, and the message we got was essentially when Section 31 came up and all this other stuff, was the fact that the Federation had a dark side, and the dark side of the Federation had taken back control effectively. And I think that message kind of got played out a little bit in the movies, but they downplayed it. And now here we are, season 3 of Picard, and we're discovering more and more
that's only been modern day trick. I don't think that. Anyway,
I think DS9 very much left us in a world where the Federation had been broken from what they used to be, and I think that's something.
Post Dominion War, it was definitely broken. There was a lot of men.
I don't think they've restored it yet, and I think post this, after the changeling, and again, I think there's going to be another. This is another existential threat. The Federation has been inundated with these changelings. I think there's just going to have to be a. I think it would be a really cool thing.
That would be interesting. No, you're right. That would be interesting if you got.
I'm not saying the Federation's like. I'm not saying the Federation has gotten so broken that they're dead, they don't exist, or. I'm just saying that the Federation.
Yeah, you're right. They've changed. They've had to change and adapt.
Yeah.
So how do they?
I'd like to see kind of like a push to go forward. And and maybe again, as I keep bringing up, whether it's call it transwarp or fluidian space or whatever they call it, because I think they've used both words. I don't know if they're different or the same. Because fluid space is 847. They came out of fluidian or fluid space.
Species 8472 was in Voyager.
Yeah.
Transwarp is the Borg.
Borg had transwarp, but what about the dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs.
Yeah, in Voyager they met the dinosaurs from Earth that actually left and went off into space, like when the asteroid hit. And they're 70 million years more advanced than we are, and they were traveling off in transwarp, I thought.
The only one I'm thinking of dinosaurs is when they evolved into lizards.
No, so yeah, they met the dinosaur, like the evolutionary of the dinosaurs.
Okay, I'm trying to remember that. Trying to remember that episode.
Voth.
Anyway, I need to go to bed.
The Voth are an intelligent spacefaring bipedal saurian.
No, not the Gorn. Not the Gorn.
Voth, that USS Voyager encountered in the Delta Quadrant. The Voth evolved from Earth's dinosaurs. The Voth.
I have to go back and watch that one.
Yeah, so they actually their DNA is from Earth, but that was this crazy thing, and then it turns out the dinosaurs on Antarctica, I guess, had an intelligent species, and they flew off to. It was a little cheesy.
Well, that was only a one-off episode. It's not like a running thing. So,
but yeah, in Voyager, they brought up more than once that there was essentially species that existed outside of the space we see, because essentially they're so much more advanced that they just it's almost like there's levels to like the evolutionary species, right? And
yeah.
It's just like kind of how like
that was the thing with like fluidic space. That was like
the Vulcans never wanted to speak to humans until we had warp, because now you've entered into you're to this level. So the whole idea was
just a connection between Voth and Gorn.
Yeah. So once you get to the next, so essentially, eventually we're going to reach the point where we go to either fluid or transwarp, whatever it is. We're going to see that there's a whole group of alien species that we've not seen in the Trek verse who exist, because they don't see species that just have warp speed as worthy of them. Because we're just so much lower in technology. So that's the next evolution that's possible. And we've met multiple species now that exist there, but they want nothing to do with us because we don't really matter. So that's kind of the next thing. And that gives
it's like us looking over an ant's nest. The ant's nest don't even see us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's kind of like the next step in the Trek verse, where we can essentially go back to true exploration. Because the way we've really kind of built it out is, look, at warp 9.9, we really can't go too much further.
Yeah.
Like, are we going to spend 75 years to go between, quadrants? No.
And that's what Star Trek Discovery, even though it's a piece of pile of fucking horseshit, tried to do with the mycelium network. That's a whole new way of traveling, and you got the different organisms living in the mycelium thing. Yeah, that was so bad.
Well, and I'll just say it. That would have been really cool if it was based in the future.
Of course you can, James. Spin the wheel, man. I'm here for another 6 minutes till we hit the 7-hour mark, and then I'll pass out.
But again, they put that whole thing in the past. It was like, what the fuck? Who puts in the past? You can't tell me in the past we had better technology than in the future. That was the part where
and then supposedly that was all forbidden and they had to forget about it. It's like, fuck off. Fuck off.
I didn't even get that far in the series. I just saw that they did that and I said, go fuck yourselves.
No, I hadn't seen it. I heard about it. That's what happened. They were like, no. It's exactly, Donald. Star Trek Discovery, STD is not fucking Star Trek 100%.
No, it honestly. So I never. So I don't mean this insultingly, but I never got into Babylon 5. But anytime I would see Babylon 5 come up, that's not Star Trek. And so I don't mean to say Discovery. I'm not saying Babylon 5 was bad because I never got into it, so I can't comment. I've heard it's great. I just haven't watched it. But when I see Discovery, I'm like, it feels like Babylon 5 and Star Trek. Like they're not. There's no connection. They're not part of the same verse.
Well, Star Trek Discovery is not even good sci-fi. That's the problem.
Well, I get that. I mean, or if you wanted to go somewhere else, Farscape, which is a series I did love. I've watched.
Yeah, you're describing great shows. You might not like them, and there's a lot of people that don't or do, but they were good sci-fi. They were good sci-fi.
But I'm not talking about good or bad.
Sci-fi.
I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just saying Discovery felt like a different universe, a different sci-fi series, like nothing Star Trek related.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. It always felt like a complete, badly written sci-fi show that had nothing to do with Star Trek, that had the word Star Trek on it, but it had nothing to do with Star Trek. Yep,
exactly, 100%. And that's the point I'm getting at. Is forget if it's good or bad. Yeah. It's not Star Trek at all, and that was the part that
it's not Star Trek at all. And we're going to get exactly the same thing with Starfleet Academy. It's just going to be 90210 with the word Star Trek on it.
At least if you're going that far into the future, you could. If you go that far in the future, I guess you don't have to. You can branch off in weird ways, and it won't piss me off as much. Discovery went in the past. You can't fuck up and. The past has to make sense to get to the current. Like, if I know this point in time and I know this point in time.
Yeah, that's the problem with prequels.
You can't totally just fucking go stupid. If you're going to go into the future, I guess, I don't know, maybe everybody got weird.
Discovery was Anson Mount as Captain Pike. But he's the only one. If you replaced him with another actor or took out Anson Mount, Star Trek Strange New Worlds would be total shite. He's the only one holding it up.
Well, I mean, I agree. Then that part of that, the problem is that Pike is old school Star Trek. It's episodic.
It's still a prequel.
Well, I'm saying it's not like a series. It's not serialized like the current one. It's episodic. And an episodic series can't be 10 episodes a season. It's too short.
No, you can't. Yeah, it has to be the 20 fucking episodes with 7 fucking seasons like it used to be.
I mean, you could probably do 15, but you can't do 10. Like 10 is just It's not enough, and again,
And it's not enough with a huge gap in between. That's all the modern streaming thing. We get 8 or 10 episodes with fucking a year and a half or 2 years between.
and the
each
thing is,
season.
I don't understand why that.
Doesn't
I don't
matter.
understand why they're doing that, because the reality is, they don't need lots of special effects for Pike. They don't need every episode to be heavy, sci-fi and special effects with the Gorn. They could have lots of episodes where it's just about the crew and interrelations and just hey, we're gonna explore this planet.
I actually build up the characters.
Yeah. And they could do that over a 20 episode
Which
arc.
they did do a little bit. I'll give them
What
that.
I was gonna say is that they're already going that direction anyway. They just need to double down on that and not waste money trying to make it more,
Flashy.
high, special effect. And they'll be fine doing it that way because you don't need to do that. And then you can do 20 episodes because none of the actors in that show should be getting paid big bucks. Like none of them are big A-list actors or actresses. And that should be their biggest cost. It should be the actors and actresses. If they're spending more money on special effects than the cast, they're wasting money. Star Trek does not, as we just said, does not need to be high budget. That's definitely a complaint. I'll put it in.
Never has been, never should be.
I mean, the fact that Enterprise existed with 20 episode seasons, and they had Scott Bakula, that's a big name actor. He probably wasn't cheap. Bakula probably cost a lot of money. So if you
even get Patrick Stewart, classically Shakespearean, he would have cost a few bucks.
Well, but he wasn't a known actor when he did Star Trek, though. He wasn't well known.
No, he wasn't a known actor, but he was a very well-known Shakespearean playwright.
Yeah, but those guys, a Shakespearean play actor is not super expensive. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, he wasn't cheap, I'm sure, but he wasn't an expensive actor. They weren't paying him $100,000 an episode to start off that show. I guarantee it.
I mean, I don't know, but he was definitely.
In today's, even if you adjusted for today's money, I guarantee he wasn't making $100,000 an episode. I mean,
no.
He was probably were giving him. He was probably back in those days making $10,000 an episode, made $200,000 on the show.
He took it seriously too when he got that role. He was like,
and I'm sure when he got his re-up the contract in season 3 or something, I'm sure he got a big payday. And then
and exactly that's what I was saying. In the UK, Stewart was definitely known in the UK.
But again, I mean, there's a big difference in somebody who's known for plays and somebody who's known for movies and major TV series in terms of what they get paid.
Yeah, but a playwright can get paid pretty fucking well if they're on a good circuit.
I mean,
it's more of a UK thing than a US thing. I'll give you that. But yeah.
But I mean,
anyway, I need to fucking crash.
Yeah, they don't make that kind of money over in the UK either. I mean, again, US film and stuff does pay better.
I mean, Hollywood definitely pays more money. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that. Yeah, 100%. There's no doubt about that.
Hollywood pays more than Broadway.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about that. That's why these people go into that shit.
Yeah. I don't think I'm not trying to be controversial here.
No. There's no disputing that.
Yeah. So, I mean, you think the guy, Kelsey Grammer, was the first guy to make $1 million an episode on a TV series, and that was 20 years ago.
Gates Madden has got a huge fucking career in fucking Broadway and shit, teaching and everything before she got onto Star Trek.
Oh yeah, but again, that pays very well.
Again, it just blows my mind. You don't have to add water to this Borna 22 car strength, man. This shit will cloud.
I personally do. I do because the fruit flavors don't come out until I add water.
No, you just leave it in the glass. You leave a little bit in the glass, and it clouds up without you doing nothing. Especially
I've never seen that happen.
Crazy how much it clouds up.
I haven't seen that much in my glass, but you're probably in a more humid place than I am.
Oh, it is insane. You can't see it, but it is cloudy as fuck. It's like milk. It's crazy. And every time I pour it and have a little bit less in my glass, it clouds up. It looks like caramel milk, man. It's insane.
I really hope that other distilleries are hearing how much hype and how much us whiskey people are building up that whiskey, that they start being willing to
It
do
is
that.
so good.
Because
Yeah.
I mean, like that whiskey has
It
gotten
is
so
so
much.
good.
Like I hope other
Yeah,
distilleries
it's so
hear that and
fucking
go,
good.
man, we should make our shit cloudier because clearly these people are going ape shit over this stuff.
Yeah, please do. I've always said it. I want the whiskey to go fucking cloudy. It just tickles me.
Cloudier, the dirtier, the murkier, the better.
Yep, just make that the dirtiest, disgusting fucking swamp water you can make it. Bring it on. 100%.
And us geeks will eat it up. Eat it up.
Eat it. Yep. Absolutely.
Literally, we'll
I'll
chew.
lick it.
We'll chew.
Yeah. And not only that, when you have an empty glass, it makes the glass so fucking dirty. I love that. It's so fucking dirty. You just look
Exactly
at it
what we
like,
wanted.
it's disgusting. Give me more of that.
You have done well, my whiskey
Yep,
maker.
you've done it well. It just makes it so fucking disgustingly dirty. I love it. All right, I'm gonna wrap this up.
Yep.
Cheers, everybody. We'll see you in a few hours for Whiskey Trek, and we will rant and rave about Star Trek as it should be.
T-minus 7 hours. Ken?
Yep,
6
T
hours.
minus 7 hours. All right, cheers, everybody. It's lunch. Yep, peace out and stay moist. And mate, moist and dirty. Moist and dirty.